Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows, root gloomy in the secret chamber. The Enbu minister, having achieved a satisfactory political deal, smiled and left, leaving only 3 people in the secret chamber. Watching the Enbu chief leave, Uchiha Kaharu frowned and said in a low voice, "This woman is too obsessed with power." Perhaps after the outsiders left, the 3 of them also dropped their disguises. After all, they had been companions since childhood. But Midokado Homura shook his head and sighed, saying, "Being obsessed with power isn't wrong. But I'm afraid Sarutobi Shinosuke's strength and achievements might not be enough to win people's trust when the time comes." They decided to abandon Orochimaru. After all, they couldn't control him. And as soon as he took power, he would rearrange the interests of the Konoha group, plunging Konoha into turmoil again. Conversely, if Sarutobi Shinosuke took power, things would remain exactly the same as before. At their age, they preferred stability rather than challenges. More importantly, Konoha, having survived 3 battles without even catching its breath, now faced the Nine Tails catastrophe. At this point, Konoha desperately needed rest and recovery. Humph, with the 3rd Hokage around, Sarutobi Shinosuke being a little weaker won't matter much. At this moment, Danzo was secretly hoping to find the new Hokage's weaknesses, so that he could then use them to directly attack the new Hokage's reputation. With the right plan, he might not be without a chance. Sarutobi Shinosuke found Orochimaru far too easy to deal with. He had even formed several plans in his head. On the contrary, by continuing to support Orochimaru, he would not only face the alienation of his old friends, but also the hatred of every former Konoha power. Considering that his root was considered a former stronghold, who would personally jump in to help outsiders deal with their own powerful forces? Shimura Danzu's remaining schemes were unknown to the other 2, and Uchiha Kaharu, seemingly lost in thought, frowned and said, "Danzo, the Forbidden's jutsu left behind by the teacher, though incomplete, is extremely dangerous." Although it's said that this Forbidden's technique is extremely dangerous, it's more accurate to say it's extremely cruel. Shimura Danzu, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Orochimaru isn't as fond of feathers as White Fang. The White Fang incident from back then can't happen again. But if you want to tarnish Orochimaru's reputation, what else can you do but resort to ruthless tactics? The position of Hokage requires the majority of Jonin to agree to its existence. Back then, they used this opportunity to undermine the White Fang's prestige, which, frankly, was also a reflection of the current situation. At that time, the shinobi world was in turmoil, and once Konoha experienced a power struggle between the old and new, it could easily lead to further instability and allow others to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, the attacks on White Fang's reputation became increasingly serious. And of course, they never imagined that White Fang would commit suicide. This was a taboo in their hearts. White Fang's personality was too rigid, unlike someone like Orochimaru. His ruthless and decisive nature only drew criticism from a few people, so they felt reassured this time. Midokado Homura gently shook his head and sighed, saying, "The teacher hasn't completed the 2 Forbidden's techniques yet, and I'm afraid it will require a large number of live experiments. At that time, we need to carefully control the quantities. The White Fang incident cannot be repeated. While the beatings might have cost Orochimaru his chance to become Hokage, a bloody White Fang incident absolutely cannot occur. Otherwise, the loss to the village would be too great." White Fang was a lesson for their high-ranking officials. In their political struggles, they had never considered the possibility of White Fang sacrificing himself. After all, they were politicians driven by self-interest, not ninja killers. A cage-level expert who has completely lost the right to inherit the Hokage position and is now stationed in Konoha will maximize their benefits. Seeing his 2 best friends turn against the White Fang after the incident, Shimura Danzu couldn't help but frown and say in a low voice, "Rest assured, Orochimaru's personality isn't that of the White Fang." What kind of person is Orochimaru? Thinking about this, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura exchanged glances, and then a relieved smile appeared on their faces. Orochimaru is a ruthless and cold-blooded individual, earning his reputation for fighting without caring about others' opinions. In this respect, he is even stronger than White Fang. Although they all believed Orochimaru was cold-blooded and driven by self-interest, they had never considered him in a more insane light. Finally, immortality. These two words are truly baseless, and no one even imagined that Orochimaru would later become such a deranged and perverted being. This is also why, in the original story, when the third Hokage saw Orochimaru's female face during the Chunin exam, the shock he showed was so hard to believe. Ito Tensei, an incomplete ninjutsu, was something they only knew their teacher, the second Hokage, had researched as a forbidden technique. It was rumored that during the Warring States period, an evil Onmyoji and ninja collaborated to research this forbidden art. But it was incomplete and was subsequently destroyed by the combined efforts of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Following this, the Jutsu documentation fell into the hands of the Senju clan. How could the Uchiha clan, given their character, possibly take notice? Analysis of Uchiha Madara's ability to understand this jutsu is a self-contained theory. Later, following the first Hokage's death from illness, the second Hokage once again sought out this forbidden technique to begin researching it. However, just as he began his research, an incident occurred in the Land of Lightning, and since then, this forbidden technique has been sealed away. Ito Tensei, after you hand over this forbidden jutsu document to Orochimaru, examine it carefully. You must have concrete evidence. Uchiha Kaharu frowned and said in a low voice, and all three naturally understood what this meant. This kind of forbidden technique inevitably involves experimenting on the human body, and on a large scale at that. Eventually, mistakes will inevitably be revealed. Therefore, they needed concrete evidence. To kill a snake, you need to strike at its weakest point. A direct, decisive blow would shatter Orochimaru's prestige, rendering him unfit for the Hokage position. Then, under duress, they could banish him to the border, just like Jiraiya and Tsunade did. The Hokage in his office. With a pipe in his mouth, the third Hokage smacked his lips and took a puff, while before him stood Nara Shikaku of the Nara clan, his right-hand man. Shikaku, the Anbu chief, is going to root, and Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura are also going with him. The third Hokage lowered his head and spoke hoarsely. As the Hokage of Konoha, and having ruled the village for so many years, how could even the slightest movement of a blade of grass escape his notice, let alone the movements of the higher echelons? Nara Shikaku, after hearing these words, felt a terrible headache. Being caught up in this cycle of Hokage power struggles was a difficult and awkward situation. Sensing Nara Shikaku's predicament, the third Hokage sighed in frustration. Orochimaru has gone astray. If we let him continue like this, Konoha will face another upheaval. That year, he overruled the opposition and supported Namikaze Minato. Seeing that Namikaze Minato had virtually no power behind him, once he became Hokage, he could then gradually transfer his original forces and resources, ensuring a stable and peaceful Konoha without any upheaval. More importantly, Namikaze Minato's fire will ideology was almost identical to his own, unlike Orochimaru's, which was completely contrary to his political ideology. Therefore, this was his choice, but he was now faced with this difficult problem. Konoha had just gone through 3 wars that year and couldn't withstand the turmoil. Now it was even colder, with snow and frost. The third Hokage's true intentions were never something Orochimaru researched. One must consider Orochimaru's vast base and countless resources. How could he possibly escape the Hokage's notice? Besides, wasn't the second Hokage constantly researching the human body? Even during his time in power, he still devised a would-release plan, although it ultimately ended in disastrous failure. But at least it proved one thing. While research into the human body is taboo, it's only forbidden outside of it. How else would the major ninja villages have developed these powerful medical ninjutsu and various forbidden techniques? Overall, the original story reveals that the third Hokage likely had selfish motives. After all, the Sarutobi clan was powerful, but his feelings for Konoha were absolutely genuine and based entirely on self-interest. It's just that his political ideology was too domineering, believing that only his own will of fire could stabilize the village, and everything else was wrong. The Hokage in his office. In the air thick with a pungent, misty atmosphere, Narashikaku, despite his aversion to trouble, immediately grasped the underlying reasons with his sharp mind. He was afraid of trouble, but the Inoshikacho clans clearly belonged to the Hokage faction, especially his clan, which held the title of Hokage's brains. They would never escape his notice. After staring at Narashikaku for a long time without speaking, the third Hokage slowly put down his pipe and said hoarsely, "The Anbu chief visited the Nara clan 3 days ago, even though you were on duty at the time." The third Hokage's casual remark instantly caused Narashikaku's expression to turn serious, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was the third Hokage giving him a warning. "Lord Hokage, I only learned about this after I returned." Narashikaku, despite being the Hokage of a certain faction, was wise enough not to get involved in the conflict. After all, the higher authorities hadn't yet expressed their stance, and now that the third Hokage was nearing the age of the Chunin exam, his fighting power was still barely maintained at its peak. After listening to Narashikaku's explanation, the third Hokage slowly shook his head and sighed, saying, "Shinosuke's strength at this age is not bad, but it's still difficult to win over the people." Following this statement, Narashikaku's mind raced, and he looked up at the third Hokage's silent expression, as if he were pondering the third Hokage's thoughts. "Lord Hokage, the Anbu chief has promised the Jonin captain a position." Having instantly figured out that the third Hokage was leaning towards Robura, Narashikaku immediately said this respectfully. Between the two, the language of conversation seemed incompatible, yet it was filled with an unspoken exchange of meaning. The third Hokage's mention of Shinosuke proved that his heart had strayed. From a selfish standpoint, this was his son, a double Hokage, enough to ensure his father's name, Shinosuke, would be remembered for generations to come. In terms of power, Konoha had already endured 3 major battles without catching its breath, then faced the Nine-Tails catastrophe and lost the 4th Hokage. This was truly a devastating blow, a case of adding insult to injury. Konoha couldn't withstand further upheaval, or perhaps the third Hokage's political philosophy had always been to seek stability. So he chose the most stable and reliable person to handle the power transition. Narashikaku, however, was subtly hinting at this position, and the current candidate for this role is Sarutobi Shinosuke, who came from the Anbu and is currently stationed at the border. When Narashikaku took over the position of Jonin squad leader, Sarutobi Shinosuke, who had been there before, could only step up. Thinking of this, Narashikaku nervously swallowed hard. His mind was one thing, but this was the Hokage holding the power of life and death over Konoha, one of the 5 most powerful nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen, neither quickly nor slowly, refilled the pipe once again. With his near-extreme chakra control, he effortlessly lit the tobacco through the ordinary wooden pipe. Mist once again swirled in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly lowered his Hokage hat and said in a deep voice, "The village cannot withstand any further upheaval. Orochimaru's personality, if placed in this position, would bring uncontrollable changes to Konoha. If it were during the village's heyday, Orochimaru would have been the best choice." Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been a stable, when-seeking individual. After all, as a village shinobi, he wasn't allowed to take risks, and his personality dictated his fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, looking out the window towards the direction of Hokage Rock, his cloudy eyes filled with a hint of bewilderment as he muttered to himself, "Teacher, I'm doing this for Konoha." Was Sarutobi Hiruzen wrong? Narashikaku thought to himself, letting out a deep sigh. In politics, there has never been a right or wrong. With the bridge now stable, they will choose the most suitable method of communication that benefits them. The next Hokage will inherit his philosophy of governing the village, and within a maximum of 10 years, the village will once again become strong. If Orochimaru were to become the 5th Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew in his heart that he might lead Konoha to new heights. But he also had the potential to plunge Konoha into an abyss from which it could never recover. Orochimaru's upper dimension faced 2 major political crises, which Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept. One was the turmoil caused by the changing of the ruling power in the village. Secondly, Orochimaru's political ideology is completely at odds with his own. At that point, the village will likely be plunged into war, and one of 2 scenarios will unfold. Either Konoha, under Orochimaru's leadership, will once again rise to prominence in the shinobi world, or Konoha's vitality will once again decline. Lord Hokage, the Nara clan awaits orders to advance to the border to assist Lord Shinosuke. Nara Shikaku was an exceptionally intelligent person. After observing the third Hokage's attitude, he understood that since Orochimaru had abandoned his unpredictable role, a major event was likely to occur in the village soon. He didn't want to get involved, but he also wanted to take sides. The best course of action was to go to the front lines. Seeing Nara Shikaku's respectful demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't see through his ulterior motives, but instead sighed with frustration, saying, "The front lines certainly need someone like you, Shikaku, to assist Shinosuke." The third Hokage's words instantly brought a smile to Nara Shikaku's face. It was practically a guarantee that he would one day become the captain of this Jonin squad. Although this position doesn't hold much real power, its status and position are entirely on par with the 6 Konoha ministers, and in wartime and special circumstances, it could even command an entire army. Going to the front lines, I'll still trouble Shinosuke with a complaint, telling him to focus more on his cultivation and improve his skills. Although I can help him temporarily, I may not be able to help him for a lifetime. Strength. Sarutobi Shinosuke meets the requirements in every aspect, except for strength. As for reputation, with all the high-ranking officials at the station, there's no such thing as insufficient reputation. If even one village fails to meet the required standards, Konoha will lose face and become a laughingstock in the shinobi world. Nara Shikaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Getting away from the center of the conflict in the village and getting to cling to the future Hokage's coattails, it was a win-win situation. Unfortunately, as no one expected, Orochimaru betrayed and fled, and the third Hokage's eldest son and daughter-in-law sacrificed themselves. The third Hokage failed to secure a win-win situation and plunged Konoha into turmoil. It seems that Nara Shikaku was the only winner, becoming the captain of the Konoha Jonin squad. A dark shadow, resembling a flea, appeared behind him, and Nara Shikaku, who had just come out of the Hokage's office building, showed a wry smile on his face. "Minister, the third Hokage has ordered me to go to the border to assist Lord Shinosuke." Seeing Nara Shikaku's wry smile, clearly indicating his reluctance to get too involved in this political struggle, the Anbu chief chuckled softly, his eyes, visible beneath the mask, radiating a confident smile. "Shikaku, the Jonin captain, rest assured none of this has ever been kept secret from the Hokage." Looking at this Anbu captain, who was also the third Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law, Nara Shikaku's face showed no emotion, but inwardly she was filled with apprehension. This woman is not simple at all. Everything she does is opally calculated, perfectly matching the third Hokage's intentions. She doesn't hide anything, completely exposing everything right under the Hokage's nose. Very clever. If it weren't for the third Hokage's tacit approval, he would have intervened to stop it long ago. It's clear this Hokage has tacitly agreed. This individual is a departure from the third Hokage's political ideology, seeking stability, which is why he is contacting every high-ranking official in Konoha without any reservations. Underground secret base. In the gloomy study, Orochimaru's face showed a sickly smile as he gazed at the enormous scroll before him, immediately revealing an unrestrained grin. "Haha, Ito-tensei, the ninja world still has such a jutsu, a perfect combination of the nearly extinct onmyoji and ninjutsu. This is truly another key to unlocking the mysteries of the soul." Orochimaru let out a hoarse, perverse laugh, and 2 drops of sorrowful tears welled up in the corners of his purple eyes. Upon entering the study and seeing Orochimaru's disheveled appearance, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but subtly frown. However, he remained silent, stepping forward without saying a word, instead calmly gazing at the enormous scroll. Ito-tensei. Looking at this jutsu record, Uchiha Nightheart suddenly understood. No wonder in the original story, Uchiha Madara knew this jutsu and even understood the seal-breaking technique. Logically speaking, this jutsu was invented by the second Hokage, but the timing of its invention is somewhat contradictory. If it were invented in early Konoha, that would be understandable, but the second Hokage didn't use it in the Land of Lightning, which is illogical. Therefore, this jutsu is incomplete, a flawed technique. The second Sechikage also knew this jutsu, which can only be explained by its incompleteness. Self-explanatory explanation. During the Warring States period, this evil jutsu appeared. Uchiha Madara, in alliance with Senju Hashirama, defeated the enemy, and among the spoils of war was this jutsu. though it seems to have been destroyed and not obtained in its complete form. Haha, Night Lord, this forbidden jutsu was used by the second Hokage to resurrect the first Hokage back then. Unfortunately, this jutsu was only in its initial stages of experimentation. At this moment, Orochimaru was completely like a young man who had obtained a priceless treasure, displaying a sincere and eager smile. In his eyes, these forbidden techniques were more important than anything else. After all, they were the two keys to his pursuit of immortality. Edo Tensei, a soul-teasing jutsu. If he truly succeeds in researching and inventing it, he will undoubtedly gain a clearer understanding of the mysterious nature of the soul, thus enabling him to explore the mysteries of immortality. Fushi Tensei essentially gives him a way out through the transformation of his body into a younger form, thus allowing him to permanently maintain his youthful state. The two forbidden techniques seem completely opposite, but the Fushi Tensei body-swapping technique involves the mysterious soul. So these two forbidden techniques were completely tailor-made for Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru gradually becoming obsessed with the path to immortality, Uchiha Yoru frowned and said in a low voice, "Teacher Orochimaru, it seems there hasn't been a single suggestion for the fifth Hokage in the village for a long time." The gloomy atmosphere in the study instantly became incomparably quiet. The sickly, infatuated smile on Orochimaru's face slowly faded. He turned to look at him, his voice hoarse with laughter, and said, "Night-kun, it seems you're quite interested in this fifth Hokage position." Facing Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru frankly nodded and spoke his mind. Not bad. If Orochimaru, the teacher, were to become the fifth Hokage, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be ostracized. They could even legitimately enter the Konoha hierarchy, and the entire Konoha would become their support system, providing endless resources for researching the art of immortality. Similarly, as my disciple, you can also relieve yourself of this burden. Uchiha Yoru's words were completely sincere. He spoke the truth. Once Orochimaru became the fifth Hokage, he would naturally rise with him, gaining access to even greater power within Konoha, and he wouldn't need to worry so much. After all, the shade under the big tree is nice, and leaning against Orochimaru is still quite comfortable, as long as you still have value. Looking at this outstanding disciple, who was also the most promising one he had ever met, Orochimaru smiled, and unusually, instead of mentioning forbidden techniques, he took out a scroll and threw it to him. This is the Hidden Leaf Village, now a fortified border area, and also has major clans within the Land of Fire controlling certain trade quotas. For example, the Nara clan controls 40% of the Land of Fire's medicinal goods business. The Akimichi clan controls 50% of Konoha's military supplies and food supply. The Yamanaka clan controls Konoha's intelligence services, and there are other clans as well. In the village, the major clans completely divided up all of Konoha's suites, and even your Uchiha clan was involved in medicinal herbs, military supplies, and food supplies, though not much. But the Hyuga clan controlled the largest shuriken, kunai, and metal chakra business in the entire Land of Fire. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer seemed like a mere fanatic obsessed with immortality forbidden techniques, but rather a skilled politician, steady and composed, with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes as he slowly analyzed all the intelligence of the major clans in Konoha. At this point, Orochimaru was acting like a shrewd politician. Uchiha Yoru opened the scroll and saw all the intelligence contained within. It completely analyzed all the interests Konoha possessed and how much each major clan controlled. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's serious expression, Orochimaru revealed his unique, husky, charming smile. Now that Konoha is like stagnant water. All the interests have been clearly divided. Your political acumen, Yoru, is truly the strongest among the young people I've ever seen in my life, even stronger than mine. But there's something you've never understood. Within this stagnant pool lies a king, an unshakable king, and a group of supporters. If this king simply nods, this stagnant pool will naturally come alive. The victors might emerge from this brief period of victory and defeat, perhaps giving rise to a powerful new king who will make this pool even more prosperous. Of course, it's also possible that after this cycle of victory and defeat, it will completely decline. The vast body of water stretched as far as the eye could see, yet this king, at the very peak of his power, was filled with fear. He feared the collapse of the kingdom he had founded. He feared his guiding principles being replaced by others, and moreover, this king was extremely arrogant. At this moment, Orochimaru's pair of pale golden snake-like eyes were filled with profound depth, as if he were a philosopher recounting the current political situation. Your Majesty, everyone has their own pride. He may allow someone to defeat him, even someone to replace him, but he absolutely will not allow anyone to trample on his ideals, to trample on his will. Every powerful ninja has their own unwavering ideals, just like you and me. At this point, Orochimaru gave Uchiha Yoro a meaningful look and chuckled hoarsely, just like you, Night Lord. You are inherently extremely arrogant. Even when facing your teacher, you are born with a pride that will not be swayed by anyone's will. At this moment, Uchiha Yoro understood Orochimaru's meaning. The third Hokage was now at the peak of his reign, while Orochimaru was a newly emerging king. Both had their own ideals, and neither would submit to the other. If Orochimaru wants to cause trouble and the third Hokage doesn't approve, then Orochimaru will face all the clans and ninjas who use the third Hokage as a target of their own interests. Although Orochimaru's power is now immense, even encompassing the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, as well as countless ordinary ninja, would they risk their lives for him? Would they do so in this kind of political struggle? Reckless action represents exposure, political exposure. Failure represents elimination. Conversely, strictly adhering to political rules means they are investing. If Orochimaru loses, they will receive all their staked gambling chips, not their entire fortune. Being eliminated means the game is over. Losing means placing your stake on the betting slip, which also means the game is over. But if you bet your entire fortune, it means you've flipped the board. Many ordinary ninjas gambled, but what about the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? The Hyuga wouldn't. And what about the Uchiha clan? At this moment, Uchiha Yoro revealed a wry smile. Although the Uchiha had made a bet, it was only because they wanted to return to the center of power in the village. Now, how could they possibly overturn the chessboard? After all, the future of the Hokage's faction wanting to divide the Uchiha's position was only a future possibility, not the present. The Uchiha wouldn't let Orochimaru seize all their assets. Unless, this time, the chosen one is one of the Uchiha. In his study, Orochimaru seemed to transform into a completely different person, truly a shrewd politician with a clear understanding of Konoha's situation. Uchiha Yoro was secretly terrified, realizing that everyone had overlooked one crucial point. How could a strong contender for the Hokage position not understand politics? He knew that the fourth Hokage wasn't chosen because the third had interfered. Otherwise, the fourth Hokage position wouldn't have fallen so easily to Namikaze Minato. The initiative has never been in our hands. After all, we are still the last king at the peak of his reign. At this time, anyone who dares to anger this king will face the greatest danger. At this point, Orochimaru looked at the Forbidden Jutsu scroll in his hand and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Teacher, is this your choice? You've abandoned me once again. So what method will you use next? Will you separate me like you did last time, or something else? The first time, Orochimaru chose silence, choosing to accept all of this. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's face suddenly showed his unique, terrifying smile again, his hoarse laughter echoing in the gloomy study. Haha, Orochimaru, may not be the White Fang, but I do have my own ninja way. Besides, isn't this the ninja way you, my teacher, tacitly agreed to let me search for? The one I've long kept hidden in my heart. A hoarse laugh echoed around. Uchiha Yoro knew his teacher's intentions. Now, to put it bluntly, all political maneuvering was pointless. If the third Hokage chose to stand aside and observe, his chances of winning would naturally be relatively high. But if the third Hokage were to step forward, then the outcome would be almost unshakable. The third Hokage's decades of rule, coupled with his role in stemming the tide of battle during the fourth Hokage's death, have given him a reputation that is virtually unshakable. The third Hokage may look like a benevolent old man, but in politics, he has always been a dictator. Even more importantly, his power is immense. The third Hokage, who still maintains the strength of his final peak period, is an extremely terrifying existence. It seems that in this distorted historical context of the shinobi world, every leader is a political dictator. For example, wasn't the first Hokage a prime example? He championed the ideal of peace, and even Uchiha Madara couldn't defy him. What a twisted and deformed world it truly is, Uchiha Yoro thought. a smile spreading across his face. But the glory and power that came with being from a prestigious family also filled him with a sense of infatuation. Dequan, your strength has increased very rapidly, but unfortunately, your mastery is still lacking. However, if you improve your skills a little more, perhaps you will become the windmill of this dilapidated village. At this moment, Orochimaru, with an extremely perverse, horse grin, spoke as if he had seen some kind of interesting toy, making Uchiha Yoru's scalp tingle. Teacher. Before Uchiha Yoru could finish speaking, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter interrupted his next words. Yakun, from the very beginning I've said that you have ambition in your eyes. Your arrogance is ingrained in your bones, unlike other Uchiha. It seems you've always been that kind of confident, and with that ambition. Although you hide it very well, I can see you enjoying everything that power brings you. After Orochimaru bluntly exposed his disguise, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but chuckle. The usual fake smile on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by a smile that held 3 parts arrogance and 3 parts haughtiness. Teacher Orochimaru, if that supreme position were held by a being of immense power, whose might shook the shinobi world, and who possessed boundless life, what do you think the shinobi world would be like? At this point, Uchiha Knight suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something else, and a thoughtful smile appeared on his face as he continued. If there were only one village in the shinobi world, only one voice, wouldn't that mean there would be no brutal shinobi World War II? Wouldn't I be, in disguise, becoming the savior of the shinobi world? Hearing Uchiha Yoru's words, revealing his ambition without any attempt to conceal his disguise, Orochimaru's smile grew wider, and finally he burst into a hoarse, loud laugh in the gloomy study. Haha, I didn't expect your ambition, Night Lord, to be so great, but... At this point, Orochimaru slowly narrowed his eyes, seemingly revealing a look of anticipation and a yearning for the future. By then, I fear the shinobi world will welcome a legendary Rakuto Senino. All the sages have vanished into the river of history, and instead, we will welcome a true sage. Looking at Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. No. It must be the 2 sages, or rather, these 2 sages will lead the creation of the sages to rule the shinobi world. Those 2 sages aren't just referring to those 2, are they? And since they're the ones who founded the sages' rule over the shinobi world, doesn't that mean there will be other immortal sages as well? Thinking this, Orochimaru's smile instantly became even more twisted, obsessive, and insane. Not bad. When there are many anomalies, then they are no longer anomalies. Immortal beings are indeed anomalies. But what if these anomalies were a powerful collective? Then they would be considered legitimate, and even more interesting things would arise on their solitary path, and they wouldn't become the feared anomaly in everyone's eyes. Thinking of this, Orochimaru let out a hoarse, loud laugh, and Uchiha Yoru, rarely revealing her true feelings, also spoke her mind. No one starts out standing in the sky, neither you nor I, not even Rakuto Sennin, but this day's throne is unforgiving. The window of opportunity must come to an end. From now on, let the 2 of us teachers stand at the top. Uchiha Yoru, with his noble bearing and cheerful smile, also displayed a smile. This was an ambitious individual who shared his own goals. Both of them sought immortality, but the difference was that Uchiha Yoru wanted to rule the entire shinobi world, while he wanted endless lifespan to learn all the ninjutsu in the world. At the same time, he also wanted to see how far his disciple would go and what kind of impact he would have on this world. Windmills. Perhaps when he succeeds, it won't just be Konoha's windmills that are shaken, but the entire shinobi world will be shaken by windmills. When 2 deranged people spout nonsense, anyone else would probably dismiss it as baseless, insane. After all, there must be one before there can be 2. But now there's nothing left, only 2 arrogant and ambitious individuals with a single direction in mind. But in Orochimaru's eyes, it was a different story. Without ambition, there is no power. Power has always been about pursuing ambition and moving forward. Immortality. Perhaps others would consider this baseless talk, and even his teacher, the renowned ninja hero Sarutobi Hiruzen, would angrily scold him for such unrealistic ideas. Outdated. This is precisely where he feels he is at odds with everyone else. These people have such narrow-minded thinking. Before the existence of ninjas, would the Onmyoji and samurai have known that the emergence of chakra would bring about a world-shattering transformation? Would they have initially thought that chakra and ninjas would replace them? Do not have. This is narrow-minded thinking. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, but a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. He was no longer alone on his journey. New people would join him in the future. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and Konoha was enveloped in peace, as if the war had ended. Hyuga clan. In the warm training room, a deep, heavy sound constantly emanated. Those familiar with it knew it was the sound of the clash of soft fist techniques, though this sound seemed rather immature. Now, the head of the household, the heir, followed the swirling snow, his tender figure barely 3 years old. Hyuga Hinata, barely 3 years old, was taught gentle fist by his own father, Hyuga Hayashi, under the strict rules of the clan. In the middle of the Hyuga courtyard, Hayashi watched his daughter's first training session, his eyes filled with disappointment, and at the same time, a deep sense of shame welled up inside him. The first time Hyuga Hinata tested his daughter's gentle fist, he immediately realized how poor her aptitude was. Actually, it wasn't that the difference was significant, but rather that there was another child in the room whose aptitude completely overshadowed his daughter's. In the room next to the training ground, Hyuga Hizashi knelt on the tatami mat, his face calm as he watched the father and daughter, his elder brother and niece, in the training ground. For some reason, this scene only filled him with irony. Listen carefully, Neji. You were born to protect Lady Hinata, to protect the Hyuga clan's abilities. Yes, father. The father and son conversed. The father was filled with indifference, while the child radiated sunshine. Having just had the Kago no Torai mark etched onto his head, wrapped in white bandages, Hyuga Neji was still unaware of his fate. Now his innocent, naive white eyes gazed at the small figure in the training ground, and at this moment, young Neji displayed an innocent smile. Is this what his father meant by telling him to protect his younger sister, the head of the household? However, Neji's innocent, cheerful demeanor was seen by Hyuga Hizashi as utterly mocking. Turning around and looking at the figure in the training ground, he immediately felt dissatisfied. Why should their own child, with such extraordinary talent, be controlled by fate, cursed with Kago no Torai at such a young age, and moreover, knowing absolutely nothing about it? Why should a child with such potential have to endure their separate protection? It's unfair. For years, the family had been divided, and resentment had been building up. This was the first time Hyuga Hizashi had lost his composure, or rather, he could accept such a fate, but he was filled with indignation towards his own son. The veins around the Byakugan were uncontrollably stretching taut, and at that moment, Hyuga Hayashi, who was teaching Hinata gentle fist, suddenly stopped, his figure flashing in front of his daughter. There's a murderous aura. Protecting his own daughter, and upon seeing his own younger sister, Hyuga Hayashi angrily clenched his hand seal, suddenly letting out a loud scream, and for a moment, screams of agony echoed through the training room. Even the elite Jonin Hyuga Hizashi, when faced with the sudden appearance of Kago no Torai's corrosive curse mark, clutched his head and screamed in agony, his mournful cries echoing throughout the room. At the same time, it also frightened two young children, one of whom was young Hyuga Hinata, whose innocent Byakugan eyes stared in terror at everything, filled with panic, completely unaware of what was happening. Another one was Hyuga Neji, who looked in horror at his father, the once mighty and heroic man, now in such a pathetic state, screaming in agony. My head! Father, what's wrong with you? Seeing his father clutching his head and screaming in agony, Hyuga Neji was filled with panic. Just then, Hyuga Hayashi, clutching the seal, arrived, his face filled with cold indifference. Go back, I will forgive you, you shameless wretch, but only for today. You must never forget your fate. The cold, indifferent tone filled Hyuga Neji's eyes with a strange sense of familiarity. Before this seemingly distant uncle, who controlled his father's destiny, he seemed to understand something, but being too young, he was unable to articulate the answer. But Hyuga Hayashi, seeing his younger brother groaning in pain, coldly turned his head away, as if discussing a trivial matter, and left as if bestowing charity. Hyuga Hayashi carried Hyuga Hinata away. One of the adults left indifferently, the other clutched his head and cried out in agony, and at that moment, it seemed as if some kind of rift had formed between the two young figures. Hyuga Hinata watched this scene in horror, while Hyuga Neji watched his uncle leave, tears welling up in his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer innocent. Father! Kago no Torai's terrifying words filled Hyuga Hizashi with anguish, especially when he saw the worried look in his child's eyes. He was overwhelmed with pain not because he had lost face in front of his child, but because he hated himself for why he had given birth to him. No father is willing to let his child be burdened with the shackles of fate from a young age. In the father's eyes, every child is the best they can be. Yet time and again, the child's destiny seems to be solely dedicated to protecting the family head. Neji, help me, let's go back. Clenching his teeth and suppressing the torment in his mind, Hyuga Hizashi had never before hated his master so much, hated Kago no Torai so intensely. At the same time, the image of the Uchiha clan flashed through his mind, along with those pale golden snake-like eyes. Orochimaru! At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi's heart stirred. Seeing the worrying in his son Neji's eyes, the expression in his gaze became even more resolute. He couldn't let his son continue down his old path. He might be willing to sacrifice his life for his master, but he doesn't want his own child to suffer the same fate. As Hyuga Hizashi left, although his face remained expressionless, it was clear that he was filled with rage. He was furious that his younger brother had revealed such murderous intent. Didn't he know the consequences if the other family heads discovered this? Outraged, he knew he had severed ties with the family and their feud, but he still protected his younger brother, albeit in a somewhat unconventional way. But this was the only method he could use to protect him. Because of this, he hated his own daughter even more, believing that her low intelligence was the reason his younger brother had such negative thoughts. Young Hyuga Hinata, frightened and anxious, didn't realize that she was being unfairly blamed for this incident. Hyuga Hizashi, with a cold snort, returned to the mansion, while Hyuga Hinata, too frightened to approach, slowly walked out of the Hyuga mansion amidst the falling snow. Snowflakes swirled down, and a small figure appeared in the snowdrift. It was young Hyuga Hinata, her Byakugan eyes seemingly filled with innocence. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Show us your Byakugan. If you don't want to, you don't need to look at us like that. Those eyes are so gloomy. Yes, that's it. Eyes like that belong to a monster. Byakugan demon. In the snowdrift, 3 children were loudly mocking Hyuga Hinata. Perhaps they didn't understand, but their parents, who had instilled such values in them, had taught them a valuable lesson. Class distinctions have always existed, and even young teenagers know about the Byakugan, yet they repeatedly mock it without restraint. This only shows that they are too young to understand the advantages and disadvantages of their clan's bloodline, and they don't realize how ignorant they are. In the snowy landscape, Hyuga Hinata was mocked by the 3 older children. Her innocent eyes welled up with tears, and finally, they uncontrollably streamed down her face. In the snowdrift, a small figure crouched, surrounded by 3 older children, clearly of ninja school age. Perhaps it was this kind of ignorant, fearless jealousy that made them mock each other. At that moment, a figure appeared, calmly looking at the 3 children. The 3 little rascals were startled. In their eyes, the headband and shinobi katana represented ninja, so they were naturally terrified. And the 3 little rascals immediately showed signs of confusion. Little brats, didn't your parents teach you anything? You shouldn't bully children younger than yourselves, especially a girl. Uchiha Yoru appeared, speaking coldly to the 3 little brats, but his gaze was fixed on the frail child who had just jumped down from the swing in the distance. It seemed the child was about to approach, but was startled upon seeing him. At that moment, Hyuga Hinata was tearfully upset, and a gentle hand stroked her head. He lifted her head and saw a clearly defined figure. Hyuga clan. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, witnessing this scene, immediately narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be looking at the crown princess, and then at that frail figure in the distance. Yes, big brother. In a flash, Uchiha Shisui appeared behind him. He now spoke to his older brother with a serious expression, but his gaze was fixed intently on the child in the distance. Shisui couldn't possibly be unaware of the child's true identity, but it was precisely because he knew that the Uchiha clan had to avoid him, absolutely refusing to come into contact with him. Otherwise, they would only be exploited by those with ulterior motives. But the other child, with his frail body and thin clothes, was a complete mockery. Turning around coldly, Uchiha Yoru took Hyuga Hinata's hand and left. Before leaving, he calmly glanced at the frail figure in the distance, silently pondering Jinchuriki. Uchiha Shisui, upon seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of causing any misunderstandings, as contact between the clan and Jinchuriki could easily lead to trouble. But Uchiha Shisui, who had clearly breathed a sigh of relief, felt an unusually complex emotion at this moment because the frail Jinchuriki's appearance was something he, as a ninja with keen observational skills, could clearly see. Shisui, change into a new outfit next time. Don't let the police department get a bad reputation, or you'll never go to this shop again. To Shisui's surprise, Uchiha Yoru calmly took a gold voucher directly from his pocket and tossed it out, giving off the air of someone who, being from a wealthy family, wouldn't go to such a small shop. Beneath the snow-capped peak, this preferential treatment scroll was carried by the wind and landed on the frail head of a child in the distance. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the coupon that had landed on his forehead, instinctively took it off, and looked at the two figures in the distance. Just as he was about to wave and call out to them, a voice suddenly came from afar, seemingly disgusted by the coupon. Uzumaki Naruto's mood immediately dropped, but then he saw the discount coupon in his hand. On the front was a large grand opening sign, and on the back, this coupon could be exchanged for a set of children's winter clothing. The number of coupons was limited. Her thin, frail hands clearly showed blue veins, and her fingerprints appeared somewhat rough. But as she grasped the discount coupon, a drop of light suddenly fell onto her hand. Raising his head for a moment, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, though tinged with cares, displayed a bright, innocent smile on his face. The Anbu hiding in the shadows, upon witnessing this scene, frowned, but only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that everything was fine. Uchiha Shisui, however, wore a helpless smile on his face and said to Uchiha Yoru, "Yes, big brother, that was me." Despite this, his heart was filled with warmth. Brother Yi's calm demeanor, though seemingly unintentional, was actually a heartwarming act. At this moment, he was filled with complex emotions. The radiance surrounding the third Hokage seemed to be anything but subtle, and it only fueled his suspicions. The two calmly walked towards the Uchiha clan's territory. As they passed the Hyuga clan's compound, Hyuga Hinata stood at the clan's gate, respectfully bowing and saying, "Thank you." Following the formalities of the aristocratic family, although Hyuga Hinata felt a little embarrassed, she still bowed 90 degrees to show the etiquette befitting a member of a prominent clan. After passing by the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Shisui shook his head and sighed, "Brother, that child just now." Uchiha Yoru scoffed disdainfully, ugly politician's tactics. After all, this is a Jinchuriki, not an ordinary ninja. It requires a more measured approach to win them over. After all, this is the will of fire. The blunt, contemptuous tone of voice made Shisui frown as if he had thought of something, and his expression immediately became extremely grim. "Yes, big brother, surely you wouldn't say that." Seeing Shisui seemingly understanding something, Uchiha Yoru sighed deeply. "Shisui, no matter how unfortunate that child is, the inheritance his parents left behind is enough to ensure a comfortable life, and they claim it's for protection. But now, with the rumors circulating in the village, do you think the Jinchuriki, that Jonin, doesn't know about it? And what about the Uzumaki surname?" Having directly torn apart the disguise, Shisui's expression immediately darkened. That child's parents were those two important figures. Shisui, just like the Inuzuka clan's training of ninja dogs in other ninja villages and black markets, when they capture a wild ninja dog, they first subdue it, then starve it to the point of unbearable hunger. When its life is on its last breath, its owner will appear with a ray of hope. If it's a puppy, then it will be left to languish, enduring hardship, and when its owner appears, it will be treated gently, occasionally visiting once in a while. Before months pass, the animal's instincts will kick in, and it will become attached to the person who provides it with warmth. From then on, this enduring dog will be absolutely loyal to its owner. The calm tone then turned into a cruel tale, comparing human endurance to that of a dog. Uchiha Shisui's expression grew even more grim upon hearing this. Yes, big brother, that child's father is, but... He knew all too well about the ugly village, but that child was a Hokage of the same lineage. How long had it been since the Ninetales Night? This was only the third year since the Ninetales Night, but calculating everything, in just over a year, that child had been treated like this. The Ninetales Night of October 10th, first year, second year, and now the new year has just passed, so he's 3 years old. At this moment, Shisui couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The village was so rotten, and the fourth Hokkage's child was being treated like this. After all, that was the fourth Hokkage. If even the fourth Hokkage could treat a child like that, then what else would the Hidden Shadow Village not dare to do? In the Uchiha clan's territory, the heavy snowfall of the new year brought little joy to the Uchiha, or rather, compared to the villagers who had begun to enjoy a peaceful atmosphere. The Uchiha clan, isolated on the outskirts of the village, was subjected to suspicion. But back in the room, someone had been waiting for a long time. Outside, snowflakes are falling softly, while inside, the room is warm and the aroma of tea lingers. Senior Hizashi. Hyuga Hizashi had come to visit him earlier, and at this moment, the other party's calm expression seemed to indicate that he had made up his mind. He, who had previously been extremely meticulous about etiquette, had now completely lost his composure. With a respectful bow, Hyuga Hizashi immediately placed his head on the floor and said in a low, respectful voice, "Lord, I would like to trouble you with the matter of Kago no Torai." Seeing Hyuga Hizashi's resolute demeanor, Uchiha Yoru smiled. He knew the other man must have encountered something, or rather, his son Neji had been cursed with a bird-like mark. Perhaps Hizashi was central to the Hyuga clan, but no father would willingly stand by and watch his own child become a slave, controlled by others for life. Senior Hizashi, you're being too polite. Actually, this is all for Teacher Orochimaru. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru laughed, clearly intending to use the teacher's position to attract political resources, while Hyuga Hizashi slowly removed his headband, revealing the green color representing the family's control over the broken Kago no Torai seal. If Lord Orochimaru can remove the seal on Kago no Torai for the sake of separation, Hyuga Separation is willing to stand behind Orochimaru. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi's resolute voice echoed, "This isn't ordinary political investment. The so-called political investment is merely a way for me to curry favor. But I'm not going to push everything forward." This kind of completely ruthless behavior is rarely undertaken by wealthy and powerful families, because failure can lead to irreversible ruin. The survival strategy of wealthy and powerful families is to strategically invest and bet. Although they may not get the biggest share of the profits, they will also prevent their own family from falling into irreversible ruin. Senior Hizashi, please wait a moment. I need to check the records you've made regarding Kago no Torai. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi slowly closed his eyes, revealing the mark on his forehead. Their separation was considered a humiliation, and he sealed the mark. Uchiha Yoru then stepped forward and began to observe the seal with a serious expression, simultaneously taking notes. The Uchiha clan was isolated, and despite Orochimaru's investment, other clans and noble families maintained a distance from the Uchiha. Ultimately, because the Nine-Tails' suspicion could not be cleared. Therefore, Uchiha thought it would be difficult to gain true allies within the village. But the Hyuga clan, having broken away, was a very good ally, as long as they dealt with Kago no Torai. Similarly, the Uchiha clan can't protect the Hyuga clan now. But if Orochimaru were added to the mix, it would be different. Senior Hizashi, do you know what it's like to be separated and regain your freedom after such a difficult situation? Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed in his ears, and at this moment, Hyuga Hizashi's heart was filled with complex emotions. How could he not know? Kago no Torai's separation from her master is nothing more than a bird whose life is held captive by her master. Once freed from this cage, she will face a complete and utter break with her master. What's even more crucial is resources. Konoha's resources have long been divided up by the powerful clans, and although even the Hokage has no right to interfere in the division, these resources belong to the Hyuga clan, and the head family represents the Hyuga clan, so all these resources are in the hands of the head family. Hyuga has defected and is willing to serve Lord Orochimaru. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi could only gamble. As the head of the Shiro clan, albeit only in name, he was just like countless others who had accepted their fate. He knew that once there was real hope, the accumulated resentment of the Shiro clan would definitely erupt. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this and wondering about the answer, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Kago no Torai is truly amazing, so difficult to deal with. From a young age, the Kago no Torai seal is imprinted upon you, allowing you to learn chakra. This seal will then grow alongside your chakra, becoming one with you. The Kago no Torai curse mark, to put it bluntly, is a sealing technique. It attaches itself to the nerves in the brain and pupils. Once even a small amount of the curse mark is activated, the brain will crack open. Similarly, if a ninja dies, although the brain won't die immediately, the consciousness will sense their own death. At that point, the curse mark will be fully activated, instantly destroying the ninja's brain and the Byakugan. Having followed Orochimaru for so long, he had learned quite a lot about sealing techniques, and he also had his medical ninjutsu. Combining these, it didn't take long for him to fully understand Kago no Torai. After the examination was complete, Hyuga Hizashi coldly fastened his headband, while Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded, saying, "As expected, I was right, just like teacher Orochimaru." Kago no Torai can be considered another direction of sealing techniques, also known as cursed seals. Moreover, the cursed seals imprinted from a young age have separated and grown with your chakra, becoming completely integrated with you. The Kago no Torai curse, along with the brain and Byakugan, is now one entity. Removing the Kago no Torai curse means removing your eyes and a portion of your brain. Therefore, this curse cannot be undone. At least, there is currently no way to break this sealing jutsu. Uchiha Yuri slowly recounted Kago no Torai's situation. Hyuga Hizashi listened calmly, nodding slightly. He acknowledged that there had been attempts to find a way to resolve Kago no Torai's separation, and in fact, throughout history, there had always been people secretly researching and trying to unravel it, but none had ever succeeded. Before he arrived, he was merely clinging to hope on the front lines. Others could be said to have failed in the past, but Orochimaru was an exceptionally outstanding being, his talent even surpassing that of the third Hokage. If Orochimaru couldn't find a solution, then perhaps only the second Hokage, who had researched countless forbidden techniques, possessed such talent. However, suddenly, Uchiha Yoru's words instantly rekindled Hyuga Hizashi's hope. For Neiji's sake, he was willing to take this step. Thinking of his own child, he immediately said hoarsely, "Please explain further, Night Lord." Uchiha Yura merely smiled and nodded, saying, "Resolving Kago no Toa requires research that cannot be accomplished in a year or two, but Master Orochimaru once said that any ninjutsu, even forbidden jutsu, carries risks. Similarly, there has never been a perfect jutsu. There must be a way to counteract any jutsu that exists. Although the Kago no Torai spell has been around for a long time, there is another method that might be feasible." What kind of solution? Finally, Hyuga Hizashi's stiff expression broke through. This time, he seemed to be grasping at a last straw, anxiously looking at the other person. If it were truly possible to dispel Kago no Torai, then his son Neji would finally not have to follow in his footsteps. Uchiha Yura merely nodded confidently, revealing a smile, and said, "Teacher Orochimaru mentioned that the Ninetales Jinchuriki seal was created using a forbidden jutsu." And then adding a Shisho fin seal further reinforced the sealing technique. Similarly, although Kago no Torai is a cursed seal, it doesn't escape the realm of sealing techniques. What if another perfect sealing technique were added outside of Kago no Torai? Then, the Kago no Torai seal, unless the ninja himself dies, cannot be controlled by anyone. Not only would it no longer be a binding seal, but it would also protect the seal itself. As Uchiha Yoru explained with a confident smile, Hyuga Hizashi momentarily showed signs of excitement. The Kago no Torai curse seal has added another seal. The curse seal has increased its power. It has lost the ability to be controlled by anyone. Upon hearing about this novel path, Hyuga Hizashi immediately showed excitement. That's right, for generations, the Hyuga clan had only thought about how to break this cursed seal, never about sealing it themselves. What was the greatest source of resentment for the Kago no Torai? Wasn't it simply being controlled by their master? What if no one could control them? Or what if their master had no way to control the Kago no Torai? Because Kago no Torai was sealed and completely undetectable, this naturally resolved the predicament of the Kago no Torai clan. For this kind of bizarre and ingenious idea, since there was no way to solve the problem, then let the problem cease to exist. Hyuga Hizashi's mind was instantly open to a different door. "Thank you, Lord Knight. If successful, the Hyuga clan, having broken away, are willing to pledge allegiance to Lord Orochimaru." At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi solemnly took his seat once again and made a firm promise. Seeing Hyuga Hizashi's decision, Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded, saying, "Hizashi-senpai, you're too kind." Actually, Professor Orochimaru has long felt that the separation between the Hyuga clan and the main clan was too cruel. Although they were all members of the same clan, Professor Orochimaru, while ruthless towards his enemies, was still very tolerant of his own people. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, without blushing at all, once again brought up his teacher, showing absolutely no shame, but instead displaying a sincere and heartfelt smile. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi also composed himself and began to stabilize his emotions, nodding and saying, "The Hyuga clan will forever remember the great kindness of the Night Lord." Breaking away from the clan and seceding from the outside world, thinking of standing strong in Konoha, or even re-establishing a Hyuga clan relying solely on external support. The Hokage certainly has no hope. But what about the future Hokage? The Hyuga clan would then wholeheartedly support Orochimaru in his ascent to the 5th Hokage position. At that point, they could carve up some territory from the remaining clans, such as the Ainu Shikacho clans, thus creating another Hyuga clan. Senior Hizashi, this matter is of great importance. Please do not reveal it. I will inform you once the research makes progress. I wonder what needs Night Lord has. The Hyuga clan will certainly do their utmost to help. If Hyuga Hizashi had secretly decided to place this burden on Orochimaru, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. The Kago no Torai similarity is a problem that absolutely must be solved. Otherwise, even if the Hyuga clan splits up with good intentions, they will be powerless. Therefore, this time it's a win-win situation for both sides. Once the Kago no Torai problem is resolved, Orochimaru will have a Hyuga clan under his command who will serve as a loyal force. This will be an elite unit. And what the Hyuga clan gains from this division is freedom. One reason is financial research. After all, Senior Hizashi's arrival inevitably attracts ulterior motives, especially those secretly watching the Uchiha clan. Therefore, using finance as an excuse can help conceal their true intentions. Uchiha Yoru calmly and cheerfully descended, secretly admiring Hyuga Hizashi. No wonder Lord Orochimaru entrusted most matters entirely to this disciple. Truly a masterful tactic, his thinking impeccable and flawless. Of course, the most important thing is the Kago no Torai seal data. But upon hearing this request, Hyuga Hizashi showed a determined expression and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, Lord. I will bring the necessary funds and documents for the Kago no Torai seal next time." Covering up. What could possibly justify Hyuga Hizashi's personal trip? Only because Orochimaru was secretly providing the funding. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. Despite his confident demeanor, he knew that the Konoha High Command had already made their move and the event was imminent. Finally, Uchiha Yoru personally escorted Hyuga Hizashi away, maintaining a friendly smile before leaving. But the more this smile faded, the more urgent the situation became. Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, watching the snowflakes falling from the sky. Despite his transformation, Orochimaru's influence hasn't diminished much. In fact, many in the village are secretly wondering why he couldn't negotiate with the 5th Hokage. It seemed someone was in a hurry. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru turned his head to look at Konoha's iconic Hokage rock and couldn't help but sigh deeply. If I had a choice, a simple, powerful ninja would probably be much easier. Snowflakes descended from the sky above Konoha, symbolizing the arrival of a new year. Everyone grew 1 year older, and the little stronglings born in the year of the Ninetales rampage also turned 3 years old. At 16, Uchiha Yoru's height had already reached approximately 1.8 meters. He had matured relatively quickly, especially through martial arts training, which had made his muscles even more defined. However, it wasn't the kind of explosive, powerful muscles typical of the Land of Lightning, but rather a more streamlined, speed-oriented physique. In the police office, after the new year had passed, Uchiha Yoru revealed a gentle smile. After all, with the new year and the new snow just gone, the whole of Konoha was filled with a new atmosphere. Outside the police station, Gekko Hayate was casually calling out to Utsugi Yuga Toichi, and although they both knew each other, neither knew the other's true identity. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga's face showed a forced smile, which made Gekko Hayate frown. He then whispered, "Yugo, I heard your father left behind a large debt. Are you alright?" The two were also considered classmates, and compared to Gekko Hayate, who was considered a disheartened descendant of a ninja clan, he was still considered a prestigious figure among the commoners, as inherited ninjutsu resources were still very precious. Itsuki Yuga was clearly just an ordinary commoner. Apart from her outstanding appearance and exceptional ninja talent, she had almost nothing else remarkable. Seeing Gecko Head's concerned expression, the two classmates, who had been together for so many years, were still very familiar with each other. However, now both were mindful of their Anba missions, so neither dared to casually reveal their true feelings. After all, Anba mission confidentiality was paramount. Strong winds are nothing. It was clear that Itsuki Yuga couldn't hide the sorrow on her face, but what bothered her even more was that the Anbu insisted on portraying her as this persona. How could her father be a gambling addict? Yet, for the sake of the mission, they had to impose the tragic image of her father being heavily in debt, and her neighbors were even shunning her because of it. Looking at Tich Nan's haggard face, Gecko Head's smile, which seemed to be suffering from kidney failure, revealed a hint of worrying. He wanted to help his classmate, especially since he still harbored some affection for her, but today his outwardly displayed identity was merely that of an ordinary chunin. How could he possibly produce such a huge sum of money? Finally, Gecko Head, still lacking the courage to reveal his secret as an Anba member, said anxiously, Tich Nan, if you have any difficulties, just say so. In truth, how could Gecko Head, who had always harbored feelings for Itsuki Yuga, not know about the situation? Seeing the ominous sign of the strong wind, Itsuki Yuga couldn't help but frown, then shook her head and said, the strong wind is nothing. I can handle it. Borrowing money from a classmate to solve her debt problems. Leaving aside how much she owes, the more important thing is that the Anbu worked so hard to build up her image as a target. If Gecko Head were to repay it for her, she would truly be heartbroken. Tich Nan. Finally, Gecko Head opened his mouth, but still couldn't express the help he wanted to offer. He could only watch helplessly as Itsuki Yuga, forcing a smile, walked into the office building. He could only let out a bitter laugh. Gecko Head shook his head, feeling somewhat frustrated that he lacked the courage to do so. Little did he know that by backing down today, he was inadvertently pushing his classmate into the abyss, or rather, this Anba mission was pushing Itsuki Yuga into the abyss. Sitting upright in the brightly lit Uchiha office, Yoru habitually closed his eyes to rest, waiting for his assistant to bring in today's materials. It wasn't that he was being lazy, but rather that he wanted to rest well enough to cope with the fatigue that would follow. At this moment, he was in the courtyard, surrounded by four Uchiha Yoru clones, or rather, shadow clones. One clone was calmly practicing its swordsmanship, while the other three were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, cultivating the transformation of chakra properties. The Shadow Clone Jutsu has a difficulty level of B to cultivate, while it's a graded version. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu has a difficulty level of a to cultivate. Both of these jutsu were invented by the second Hokage, a master of Forbidden's jutsu. This technique greatly amplifies the amount of chakra used to increase the number of shadow clones. A single layer of shadow clones can create thousands of clones. Because this technique consumes chakra excessively, Senju Toburama considered that those without a large amount of chakra would injure themselves, or even endanger their lives. Therefore, he classified it as a Forbidden's technique and recorded it in the Book of Sealing. Similarly, this jutsu is also a hidden bug in the Hokage's secret jutsu. It has no attributes, it can accelerate training, but after truly understanding it, Uchiha Yoru shook his head. The Shadow Clone Jutsu can indeed accelerate training, but it also greatly increases the fatigue. Without a powerful recovery ability far superior to that of ordinary people, it would be impossible to use this jutsu for training. And this recovery ability refers to both physical and mental recovery. Similarly, this jutsu isn't as powerful as imagined. The shadow clones created during physical training simply can't be maintained for long before they dissipate. And the biggest challenge in training ninjutsu is chakra. In the original story, Kakashi Chunin mentioned during his exam that he could only use Reikiri 4 times a day. The same principle applies. You need to release jutsu to practice. The shadow clone's chakra is limited, and after releasing it a few times, it's completely depleted, causing the clones to dissipate. It could be said that it doesn't have much effect, so it can only be practiced to consume less chakra, and one doesn't know the optimal chakra transformation that causes damage to one's own body. Furthermore, training the shadow clone sword technique is merely about carefully swinging the long sword to cut down falling snowflakes. It's more accurate to say it's about training the speed and precision of the sword strike. Furthermore, this place only exists because he possesses the premise of having his current abnormally regenerative physical abilities, which is why he was able to create foreshadow clones. As for the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto in the original story, he trained in ninjutsu because he was constantly tormented, he consumed energy, and he also possessed other abnormal regenerative abilities. Police Department. Lord Yoru, this is today's information, including the details of a ninja who returned many years ago and was caught drinking and causing trouble last night. It requires your approval. Itsuki Yugo skillfully handed over the prepared documents and materials, her face showing undeniable signs of exhaustion. This scene naturally didn't escape Uchiha Yoru's notice. After all, ninjas have very keen observational skills. However, he pretended not to see it, instead focusing intently on the documents he needed to review. These three genin returned home drunk and causing trouble, but considering they just finished a mission and are still tense, I'll give them a light punishment. Tell them to compensate the owner of the fine wine museum for the losses, and then they can go home. For ninjas who commit crimes, especially those that don't cause significant harm, Uchiha Yoru will always choose to let things slide, essentially downplaying minor issues, offering apologies, and compensating as needed, thus ending the matter. His focus is on protecting the ninja community. Itsuki Yugo, seemingly accustomed to this, nodded slightly, looking at the seal affixed to Uchiha's document during the nighttime interrogation. Regarding this political orientation, as a ninja, her honest opinion still leaned more towards ninja principles. After all, ninjas are trained as tools from a young age, and their missions involve fighting and encountering all sorts of obstacles. Emotional problems are certainly normal, and therefore, they often experience mental distress due to their sensitivity. Because the ninja village had paid a heavy price, she still hoped the village could show some leniency. Coincidentally, Uchiha Yoru's release of this almost signaled an increase in the political status of ninjas, and also represented Orochimaru, further enhancing the goodwill of many seinen towards Orochimaru. Furthermore, there's still a considerable surplus from recent financial expenditures, which can be appropriately used to reward hardworking ninjas, especially those with difficult family circumstances. Of course, rewards cannot be given arbitrarily, they must be based on performance. Recently, the Fire Nation has gradually begun to find peace, and prices everywhere have started to stabilize, especially for food. Take this opportunity to buy more, and remember to also give more points to the orphanage, because the children there have had a very hard time. Sitting upright at his desk in his office, Uchiha Yoru effortlessly resolved one troublesome task after another, a task that many ninjas considered headache-inducing. His efficiency in handling official duties was undoubtedly elite level in the ninja world. Ultimately, this ninja world doesn't have a specialized curriculum. Instead, it's a world that trains children to become ninja tools. Therefore, most ninjas find administrative matters very difficult and struggle to control even the smallest details. This requires continuous experience accumulation. But Uchiha Yoru seemed to be born to make a living from this profession. When the office door swung open and Uchiha Shishi walked in and saw this familiar scene, he couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. These things were giving him a headache, not knowing how to handle the trivial matters of the main affair. He was afraid that if he handled one thing poorly, one would be unsatisfied, and another would be equally unsatisfied. But in the hands of his older brother, it was practically child's play. This moment filled him with both admiration and awe. No wonder Lord Orochimaru valued Night-sen so highly. He had never before encountered such a smooth and perfect person when it came to handling administrative matters here. Previously, the conflict between the two sides didn't yield good results, but with Uchiha Yoru in the hands, it can be said that both sides will be satisfied. For example, if a tavern causes trouble, business has always been about maintaining harmony. If they were to pursue the matter further, it would only harm the ninja customers, and these ninjas usually have friends. One person tells 10, 10 tell 100, and ultimately, the tavern owner would be the one to suffer the loss. But ninjas are arrogant, so if they're released and come to their senses, they'll definitely realize their mistake and regret it. Time and again, the police give them a way out, and they even wish for it. They pay compensation, shake hands, and make peace. If they happen to encounter a troublemaker, they'll even laugh and invite them for a couple of drinks, and then the friendship continues. Not only are they no longer enemies, but they become regular customers afterward. 7th Police Department, Office Building Division. Accustomed to the task, he easily used a pen to approve documents and simultaneously affixed his police squad leader's seal. In less than half an hour, he completed the entire workload that would normally take a ninja half a day or even a full day to handle. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui, observing this scene, smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, big brother, there are 2 more documents here that need your approval and signature." Looking at the documents Shisui handed over, Uchiha Yura smiled and shook his head, saying, "Shisui, you need to learn how to approve these kinds of official matters. After all, Shisui, you will sooner or later become an elite member of the police force." Hearing the encouragement from Brother Ya, Uchiha Shisui chuckled shyly. He certainly admired the elite police force, but this particular official matter was a real headache for him. He spent an entire day racking his brains dealing with official duties, yet the results were still unsatisfactory, often requiring him to redo things. In contrast, Brother Ya, he couldn't help but marvel, was truly a born hawkage. He could handle such a heavy official matter in less than half an hour, and almost all of it was done perfectly. Uchiha Yura chuckled teasingly, his eyes simultaneously scanning the 2 documents in his hand. He raised an eyebrow, then shook his head, saying, "The prison wants to increase its financial provisions. Does our 7th Division prison need to expand?" Seeing the puzzled expression on Dasan's face, Uchiha Shisui carefully began to explain, "Dasan, as the border gradually became more stable, many ninjas were dispatched back from the front lines. Similarly, some ninjas, whose spirits were strained, found it difficult to adapt to the new environment. Although it wasn't explicitly stated that they went downhill, it's clear that the ninjas returning from the front lines were causing trouble due to high levels of stress and even psychological trauma from the war. After all, on the border battlefield, Tenten was practically fighting alongside death, her mind constantly in a state of high tension. Upon returning, she was completely unable to adapt to her current life, which required a transitional period, thus causing some problems." After listening to Shisui's explanation, Uchiha Yuru frowned and sighed, saying, "They are all heroes of Konoha. They shouldn't be treated like this. I can do whatever I want with others, but as long as they are heroes who returned from the front lines, it's our business. Using qualitative harassment tactics, we will do our best to get their family members to come forward and resolve the matter peacefully. If there are no family members, our police department will step in to negotiate, and we will surely reach a suitable solution. Of course, if it involves fatalities, we will also solemnly explain to this ninja that imprisonment is inevitable, but the duration is up to them. We will ask them to compensate the other party and try to shorten this period as much as possible. At the same time, if these people have been arrested, then bring them to the prison we are in charge of first, but absolutely do not treat them as criminals. No one wants to see this result. They are meritorious members of the village. Even though they made mistakes, they must be given a chance to atone for their errors." At this point, Uchiha Yura solemnly recounted the situation, and Shisui, upon hearing it, immediately showed a joyful smile and nodded solemnly, simultaneously making sure to remember these proposed solutions. Uchiha Yura's voice wasn't loud, but the office door was wide open, and every ninja inside the office building could hear it. So those words were meant for everyone. However, this decision did not lead to dissatisfaction. On the contrary, it brought smiles of joy to everyone's faces. These people who came down from the front lines were all meritorious figures. Although the commotion was blown over, this was the best solution. A light punishment, allowing them to compensate the other party and achieve reconciliation, striving for mutual satisfaction. It wasn't about a decisive approach where you made a mistake and I just go along with it. The ninja world also has social feelings, especially these ninjas who have been treated as training tools since childhood. Their tough inner selves are actually very fragile. Otherwise, they wouldn't cherish bonds so much. They all have a most vulnerable part, and the 7th Division of the police department decided to touch upon that most vulnerable part of them. Yes, boss. The second part of the document concerns the increased scope of police patrols, requiring a replanning of patrol times and the number of patrols. Shisui respectfully presented the second part of the situational document. Uchiha Yoru looked at the document intently, then shook his head and said, "The patrol squad will be increased by the 3rd squad, with the frequency increased fivefold, especially at night. Also, notify the 7th Division of the police department to make them work harder, and their remuneration should be increased accordingly during this period. After all, during this period, many comrades have been returning from the front lines, and it's inevitable that incidents and events will continue to occur. However, this can't be prevented. The best solution is for the patrol squad to target these bars, casinos, and brothels after 10 p.m. last night, focusing on warning them not to cause trouble. The simplest solution is to reduce the frequency of these incidents. Think about it. After midnight, the police patrol team goes in to patrol once every night. This will definitely make these ninjas restrain themselves a bit, naturally reducing the rate of incidents. Shisui, wait a bit, then go down and ask the minister to open up all the large training grounds of the police department. These ninjas who have just come down from the battlefield need a transitional period, and the training grounds are the best place to vent their frustrations. Especially since our police department occupies 70% of the training grounds on the outskirts of the village, and they are usually idle. Uchiha Yoru arrived at a decisive plan almost without much thought. It couldn't be said to be perfect, but for Shisui, it was like a bolt from the blue. Shisui's face lit up with excitement, and in his eyes, he seemed to see another Hokage rising after Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Yoru appeared calm, but inwardly he was sneering. The Konoha border was indeed stable now, but he suspected chaos was imminent. After all, the village had brought this upon itself. The third Hokage believed his methods were the most secure, but he never considered that his perceived political maneuvering would cause such a major upheaval. Ultimately, Orochimaru's betrayal and defection had an impact almost as significant as the Hokage's betrayal and defection. This was the Hokage candidate, and the fact that he was defined as a rogue ninja at that time undoubtedly shook Konoha. In the original story, there were minor conflicts on the border between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village, which continued until Uchiha Shisui returned, just before the annihilation of the Hidden Mist village. Although it wasn't a major battle, it still kept the village under constant threat. There's also the Thunder Kingdom. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This time, his actions not only earned the police department a good reputation, but also gave Orochimaru some political points, albeit not much. But once war breaks out again, it's almost certain that this group of people will once again go to the battlefield. At that time, they will be an invisible force. Now the high-ranking Hokage all believe the war is over. The wounds inflicted by the 3 wars mean that no major nation will dare to wage war again for at least 10 years. Therefore, they are calmly thinking about their own interests, and this group of returning ninjas is no longer as important. 10 years. Enough time to change everything. How many ninjas will return this time? Just a few hundred, nothing to worry about. After all, the Konoha high-ranking officials' main focus now is how to smoothly complete political negotiations. No one ever thought about what would happen later. 2 cases that were difficult for Shisui to resolve were easily handled by Uchiha Yoru, and a look of admiration flashed in Shisui's eyes. Yes, boss, rest assured I will go down and implement these 2 plans right now. Shisui, with a look of utmost dedication to resolving the village's affairs as soon as possible, and Uchiha Yoru, on the other hand, displayed a relieved smile. Itsuki Yugao maintained a normal demeanor, a facade she concealed perfectly. Outsiders couldn't discern anything, but those familiar with her could clearly sense her occasional absent-mindedness and emotional lows. Tichnon, what's wrong with you today? A female ninja, also working in the police department, showed a curious expression. Itsuki Yugao was in charge of logistics, so she was naturally a target of attention from those with a somewhat unusual personality, especially the squad leader's assistant. Looking at the female ninja, Itsuki Yugao forced a smile, shook her head, and said, "Beautiful sister, I'm fine." Nakata, a beautiful widow, was married to a chunin who had died in battle and belonged to Orochimaru's faction. As a widow, she was naturally assigned a relatively leisurely position. Nakata, with a beautiful smile, looked at Tichnon and said, "Little sister Tichnon, your absent-minded appearance can't fool your older sister. Tell me, what difficult problem have you encountered?" At this moment, Utsugi Yugao sighed inwardly. "I'm so sorry, beautiful big sister. I didn't intentionally want to take advantage of you. It's just that you're being watched by the Anbu." Seeing Utsugi Yugao seemingly drop her disguise, revealing a dejected expression, The two women began chatting during their free time between work. What? Your father actually left you with so much debt? At this moment, Nakata Beautiful showed a look of shock. She really hadn't expected Itsuki Yugo to suddenly have such a huge debt on her shoulders. Seeing Nakajima Yuga's terrified expression, Itsuki Yugo couldn't help but shake her head in despair, saying, "Nakashi-san, with so much debt, I'm just an ordinary chunin. Even if I joined a ninja squad to carry out missions, each mission would be a B-rank mission, and it would still take several years." However, with his extensive experience, Nakata Beautiful smiled wryly and said, "It's not as simple as you think. A B-rank mission is already considered a difficult mission for ninjas participating in combat. Leaving aside the level of danger, the reward for a B-rank mission is around 80,000 to 100 to 200,000 taels. But you should know that executing a B-rank mission requires a ninja squad, or even 2 or more squads. Each B-rank mission is different, and the time spent on it is also different. An average ninja can complete 7 or 8 B-rank missions a year, which is considered good. Do you think this is a battlefield? You think you can pay off your debt without considering other factors? How many years would that take?" Speaking of this, the beautiful girl shook her head and sighed, saying, "Shiyan, how old are you? Do you know how much a ninja spends each year? The expenses for harvesting, medicinal herbs, and ninjutsu are enormous. You also need a close-knit team to accompany you on missions year-round." Itsuki Yuga's face turned even paler upon hearing this, but she still managed a forced smile and said, "It's nothing. I'm still young. I'll try to pay off all my debts by the time I'm 25. 25 years old, by 20, you'll already be a grown woman. All your talent will be wasted." Speaking in a seemingly heartbreaking tone, Itsuki Yuga felt a pang of sadness. Being a ninja was inherently a highly dangerous profession, requiring intense training and missions that demanded vast sums of money. Now burdened with such immense debt, she felt utterly powerless to move forward. "Beautiful sister, you have such extensive knowledge and such good relations with the Uchiha clan. You must have a way. As long as we can overcome this obstacle, I will obey you in everything." At this moment, Utsugi Yuga showed a pained and pleading expression, while Nakata Yuga also shook her head and sighed. For a young woman of the esteemed age of Shiyan, this was truly a devastating blow. Coming from a commoner background and possessing considerable talent, she could have had a much brighter future, but this was the result. "Tich-non?" Nakata, with a hesitant expression, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back, as if he were grasping at a last straw for Utsugi Yugo. "Beautiful sister, do you have any solutions?" Seeing the bewildered and fearful expression on Shiyan's youthful face, Nakata, the handsome young man, finally sighed deeply. "Shiyan, you know quite a lot, and many secrets have been passed on to me as idle gossip." Unlike someone who pretends not to notice, Nakajima Misako wasn't at all surprised by her relationship with someone from the Uchiha clan. In fact, she seemed somewhat deliberately inclined to do so. "No, I only heard it from others." In the heat of the moment, Utsugi Yugo instinctively blurted out the words without thinking, but she regretted it the moment they left her mouth. The two walked to a corner outside the police station. Nakata, looking left and right, saw no one and let out a deep sigh. "Tich-non, you must have heard about my sister's situation, right?" Itsugi Yuga's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing this, while Nakata Yuga forced a strained smile. "Although there's been a lot of gossip and slander, he hasn't treated me badly, and he's also very caring towards my child. You know, my husband died in 3 battles, and the village has been plagued by war for years. The government assistance is considerable, but it only allows my child to follow the same path. The most important thing for a powerful ninja is their background. We don't have a bloodline, nor do we possess any secret techniques, not even ninjutsu." At this point, a hint of sadness appeared in the beautiful girl's smile. Ninjutsu! When Konoha was founded, the Senju clan joined forces with the Uchiha clan to invite the great noble families to establish their clans. Following the emergence of ninja schools, the rise of commoner ninjas began, and the origins of ninjutsu lay in these noble families and clans. Therefore, there's almost an unspoken rule in the shinobi world: ordinary ninjas learning ninjutsu must report it. For example, if you learn a B-rank ninjutsu, you need to report it to the village on paper. And if you teach ninjutsu to your children or grandchildren, you also need to report it to the village. Ultimately, commoner ninjutsu originated from noble families and powerful clans, charging no fees or further explanation. It was merely a procedural report. However, this demonstrates that class distinctions have always existed, regardless of the world. Although Nakata sacrificed himself and was later commemorated for being a special jonin, he was a wine type and his child still didn't inherit his father's wine type chakra, which, for ordinary people, has never been a choice. At this point, Nakata, with his profound and secretive demeanor, said that large clans had accumulated vast wealth and possessed all kinds of ninjutsu. But ordinary people like them lacked such skills, essentially rendering them useless. Tichnon, you're still young, and I don't want you to regret anything. Do you know what the greatest advantage of us female ninjas is? At this moment, Nakajima Yugo calmly looked at Itsugi Yugo, while Shizuka showed a hesitant expression, finally saying weakly, "It's beauty, and also, if a woman becomes a ninja, her descendants will also be ninjas." Nakata, the beautiful young man, sighed after hearing this and said, "Tichnon, the ninja world is cruel, and the competition is even more brutal. You are very beautiful, and you have great talent. At your age, you have a huge advantage. If you have descendants, they will definitely be of superior talent. The wealthy families and large clans often prioritize marrying women with chakra-type constitutions. Tichnon, you're also working at the police department now. Our squad leader comes from a wealthy family, is very young, and is quite handsome. Even if you don't end up together, given the squad leader's personality, he won't mistreat you. This might be your only chance to change your fate." Nakata, the beautiful girl, was undeniably a lover of an Uchiha ninja, a fact known to many. Therefore, the Anbu's intelligence was based solely on this point. Exploiting her temperament, they almost certainly figured out that if she wanted assistance, this was the only path she could take. Although all of this was part of the Anbu's internal calculations, when Itsugi Yuga actually heard these words, her face still showed a bewildered and stiff expression. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, busy with a day of official duties and exhausted after the shadow clones disappeared following the enchantment bestowed upon him, was unaware that the Anbu, lurking in the shadows, had meticulously planned a targeted attack for him. Konoha's secret underground research lab. Rubbing his eyebrows, after a busy morning of official duties, he closed his eyes in the afternoon to rest and prepare for the tiring shadow clone technique. At this moment, he still couldn't help but marvel at how this shadow clone technique was so useful that only the protagonist could cultivate with it. The light of spiritual restoration has also posed difficulties for many, though to put it bluntly, it is only those with an excess of vital energy who are capable of cultivating it. Entering the research room, Orochimaru, sensing his arrival, couldn't help but look up, revealing a hoarse, grinning smile. "Haha, Night Lord, come and take a look at my masterpiece." Whether it's Fushi Tensei or Ito Tensei, both require a large amount of chakra as a foundation, just like the legendary sage mode of natural energy. The prerequisite is a large amount of chakra. Upon entering, he was greeted by Orochimaru rattling off a string of professional jargon. When he saw the object Orochimaru was researching, he couldn't help but frown. On the experimental table lay a prisoner writhing and groaning in agony, his entire body covered in black patterns. This is... Although he had already guessed what it was, Uchiha Yori still pretended to be clueless, while Orochimaru, seeing this, was instead filled with excitement and a beaming smile. "Lord, you know, I don't know if the legendary Rakuto Sennin existed or not, but in legends, immortal techniques truly exist. For example, the Temple of Fire has an immortal technique lineage, and there are also the 3 great Kuchioshi Forbiddance areas, such as Ryuchi Cave. Sage mode?" Uchiha Yoru feigned a frown, then hesitated for a moment, before saying, "Teacher Orochimaru, I've seen some documents information on Sage mode in my clan. Ordinary chakra is formed by the balanced fusion and condensation of physical and mental energy, while Sage chakra Sage power is created by absorbing natural energy from the body, combining it with the balanced fusion of one's own physical and mental energy to create a force. This force is then used to perform genjutsu physical and illusory techniques, which is called Sage Jutsu." Hearing about Uchiha Yoru's vast store of knowledge, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle and nod. Yurokun is indeed different from ordinary ninjas. He even knows how to review these books and their contents. Normally, ninjas are only interested in genin jutsu scrolls and such. They simply wouldn't have the leisure to look at other books. For Orochimaru, who had already embarked on a path of scientific research, this was too narrow a scope. Using the Chakra Sage mode to activate ninjutsu, its power is several times, even dozens of times, greater than in its normal state, and it can even give the user a feeling of superhuman ability. At this point, Orochimaru continued to explain the power of Sage mode, becoming even more excited. Not only is cultivating Sage mode incredibly time-consuming, but the prerequisite is having a massive amount of chakra, which practically drives countless ninjas away. But I've discovered someone with a naturally born Sage mode bloodline. Do you know what that represents? This suggests that the use of Sage chakra in ancient times was perhaps not just a matter of inherited cultivation, but even involved bloodline inheritance, similar to a bloodline. If Sage chakra existed in this way, where are the sages? What was the ninja continent like before the appearance of ninjas? Did sages truly exist in ancient times? That's quite something. Seeing Orochimaru's increasingly excited and perverse gaze, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but twitch his eye. As expected of Orochimaru, he had so many conjectures. However, he didn't know what a sage looked like. The legend of Rikudo Senin was that he was a man born to a woman. Lord, the research base in the north, has discovered a young man who is born with the ability to draw upon natural energy. Once he is in a place with extremely strong natural energy, he will transform into an immortal, but he will become uncontrollable and rampage. This is an immortal bloodline, or rather, an immortal lineage. Did you see the curse mark on the test subject? That's the power I obtained through that young man. Cursed seal. It turns out Orochimaru began researching and inventing cursed seals around this time. Thinking about it, when Orochimaru betrayed and fled, he even placed a cursed seal on his own disciple, Anko. Seal, teacher Orochimaru, what does natural energy have to do with Fushi-tensei? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru showed a puzzled expression, while Orochimaru immediately revealed an amused smile upon hearing this. Yujun, your thinking is indeed the same as mine. We have long since transcended the narrow-minded, tolerant realm of ninjas. Haha, because I discovered that the natural energy of the immortal technique can corrode spiritual power, also known as the soul, and at the same time can bring a huge increase in ability to ninjas. Natural energy is too profound. There must be even more abilities that we haven't discovered yet. Orochimaru recounted the story with fervent excitement, and Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing it, suddenly understood. No wonder Orochimaru wanted Sasuke to undergo the cursed seal in the original story. It was probably not just to seduce him, but to corrode his spirit. Teacher Orochimaru, this is the Kago no Torai seal scroll that Hyuga Hidashi sent, along with some financial research. Uchiha Yoru chuckled, revealing his purpose for coming today. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately let out a hoarse laugh, licking his lips as he said hoarsely, Yokimaru, the Hyuga split isn't easy to resolve. After so many years of separation, it's not like there haven't been elite researchers studying it. Despite the words, Orochimaru still accepted the scroll. He had little interest in dismantling the Hyuga clan's Kago no Toei, or rather, his current energy was insufficient. How could he possibly help a Hyuga clan break free? Fushi-tensei and Ito-tensei, to Forbidden's jutsu he researched, and he's also in charge of Root's so-called would-release reboot plan. Now he wants to put his efforts into printing and developing it. It's fortunate this is a ninja world, otherwise Orochimaru would have long since devoted himself to it. Studying the natural energy of Sage mode not only strengthens himself, but also gives Orochimaru more energy to research Forbidden's techniques. Teacher, you said that although Kago no Torai is a cursed seal, it can still be considered an evolution of sealing techniques. Could it be sealed using sealing techniques? Uchiha Yoru smiled and expressed his opinion. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head and said, Yoru-kun, sealing techniques are different from the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Studying sealing techniques requires not only talent but also precise control. If you can study them, you should still not delve too deeply into them. At this point, Orochimaru didn't want his disciple to waste his talent on sealing techniques, wasting time, as sealing techniques were clearly difficult to learn and master. Despite the words, Orochimaru still craned his neck, his throat moving with a terrifying sound, and a large snake spewed out from its mouth. Following that, the snake spat out a scroll several times larger than its own body. Haha, Night Lord, these are the sealing techniques I've collected. You can choose one or two to focus on learning. After all, life is too short. If you want to fulfill your dreams, you need to become strong yourself, strong enough to not die at the hands of any powerful expert. A hoarse voice echoed through the room as Orochimaru chuckled, and Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing it, smiled, nodded, and shrugged. He understood, but from this point, he also realized that this teacher probably possessed some of the bizarre and unscrupulous ninjutsu because of this very mindset. You might say Orochimaru's ninjutsu isn't powerful, but it's absolutely the most bizarre of all, especially when it comes to self-preservation techniques. He could truly be called the best in the ninja world. Under Yoru's veil, in a dignified courtyard outside the Uchiha clan's compound, Itsuki Yuga looked utterly distraught. This time, she wasn't faking it. She was genuinely panicking. Did she really want to do this for the Anba mission? Tichnan, this is the captain's house. It seems the captain hasn't returned yet. Nakajima, the beautiful girl, revealed a hint of fear as she spoke. Looking at Shiyan's youthful face, she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. And finally, she shook her head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Tichnan, you still have time to change your mind. Think about it yourself. Mortgaging your house alone, along with all your savings from these years, is that enough? Dragging someone into the water is a very unethical act, and at this moment, Nakajima Misako clearly felt a little burdened psychologically, but Itsuki Yugao, after hearing this, panicked. Yet a forced smile appeared on her face. Under the moonlight, she looked at the terrified Nakata, whose eyes met hers in shame. At that moment, a warm feeling welled up in her heart, and she let out a melancholic laugh, realizing that the person who ultimately cared for her was the very one she had plotted against. Thinking of this, Itsuki Yuga revealed a pathetic smile. Beautiful sister, my parents are both from commoner backgrounds, and we live in an apartment. Even if we sell the house for a maximum of 300,000 or 200,000, plus the savings I have, I can only earn about 500,000 at most. That leaves a debt of 30,000. It's not 30 million, but I really can't do it, beautiful sister. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga's acting seemed to truly immerse herself in the character, while Nakata Maiko, upon witnessing this scene, let out a deep sigh. Tichnan, I don't know if what I did this time was right or wrong. After all, I'm the one who dragged you down with me, but I have a piece of advice I hope you can heed. Seeing Utsugi Yuga gratefully nod down, Nakata Beautiful sighed with a bitter smile and said, once you take this step, you will lose your dignity, and you will never forget it. If you're only after money, then listen to my advice. Don't get pregnant. After you've agreed on the terms, use the demeanor of a wealthy family, and within 2 or 3 years at most, everything will be settled. Be careful during this time, try not to be discovered, and later forget this experience and start a new life. Regarding Nakata Yuga's advice, Itsuki Yugao, after hearing it, bowed her head and forced a strained smile. Yogaine, do you think this can be forgotten? Once you do it, you have to carry the burden for a lifetime. Seeing Utsugi Yuga's desperate expression, Nakata Beautiful sighed deeply. Captain Knight is a very good person. Moreover, although there are many grudges among the noble clans, the Uchiha are different from other great clans. Their pride is ingrained in their bones. They wouldn't bully a woman. With the status of a captain, and later becoming a disciple of the Hokage, and being an elder of the prestigious Uchiha clan, having her as a wife might not be a bad thing. Speaking of this, while the beautiful woman was advancing, her fingers gently tittied up the slightly unruly purple hair on either side of Shiyan's temples, combing it back to her ears before softly comforting her. Becoming a woman of a wealthy family is not shameful. Moreover, the Knight Captain is a powerful figure with status, strength, and family position. He won't lack women. You'll understand the situation later. Ninjas follow the strong, and women depend on the strong. This is an unchangeable principle. Nakata Maisie said thoughtfully, as if trying to justify herself, which greatly eased the burden in her heart. Tichnan, I didn't agree to be your second wife, not because she was unwilling, but because of my child. When mentioning his child, Nakata Maisie revealed a resolute smile. The child was born without ever seeing his father, and I cannot allow the Nakajima family to be cut off from me. No one understood the bitterness in her heart. Not only had she raised the child alone, but for so many years she had also had to endure all sorts of gossip and slander. She was a widow. Anyone else would have long since remarried, but she didn't. She was protecting the last remaining child of the Nakata clan. In Naruto, after a woman marries, her family name takes her husband's surname. For example, Haruno Sakura later became Uchiha, beautiful sister. At this moment, Utsugi Yuko forced a smile. She wanted to say thank you, but those two words just wouldn't come out. After all, this was something that was inherently difficult to talk about. Nakata, the beautiful girl, was colluding with the Uchiha clan, and many people secretly spread rumors about it. This is also why she could be targeted by the Anbu in their plan, because only then would she be able to logically lead them to the Uchiha clan's territory. Tichnon, you don't need to say anything. I don't know if what I'm doing is wrong, and I don't know if you'll regret it later. Right now, I just want to say that you can still regret it now. Nakajima, now seemingly relieved of her burden, spoke her final words from the bottom of her heart. She didn't care what the other party did. After all, they were the ones seeking her help, and she knew this was the only way to save them. She was there to rescue a foolish girl. Under the moonlight, the room was solemnly illuminated by lights, while in the darkness of the night, on the streets of the beautiful central district, the girl bowed her head and slowly walked towards another residence. Leaving the research base, it was already dark, and the streets were deserted. Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head, thinking, no wonder scientific researchers are all crazy people who don't know the time. They really don't notice the passage of time. A dark shadow flashed past, the ninja's physical prowess allowing him to swiftly leap through the night back to his courtyard. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru's eyebrows furrowed in tension, his dark eyes revealing 3 rotating Magatama Sharingan, and a swirling red Sharingan appeared beneath them as he gazed intently at his room. The lights in the living room were on. Someone was there. But who would come to his residence? Clan head. Or rather, the elder of the Hyuga clan. There's no one in the Uchiha clan who would disregard the rules like that. Hizashi. Impossible. The Hyuga clan's rigidity seems ingrained in their very nature. How could that be? In a flash, many thoughts flickered through his mind, but as he pondered, his hand gripped the Grossworld sword at his side, and he narrowed his eyes. From within his sleeves, countless vipers began to emerge. With a creak, the wooden front door slowly opened, revealing an empty living room illuminated by flickering light, and simultaneously, the air was filled with the rich aroma of food. As Uchiha Yoru burst through the door, his eyes narrowed, his 3-tamo Sharingan rotating coldly as he surveyed the surroundings. His grip on the Grossworld sword remained tight, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma, and the living room was brightly lit, seemingly exuding a warm atmosphere, but damn it, there was no one home. Who the hell came to his house? And who even cooked him a meal? At this moment, even with his experience in the ninja school's training system, he was somewhat bewildered, unable to find any clues. Who was it? Countless images flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't figure out the answer. With chakra clinging to the soles of his feet, Uchiha Yoru walked silently across the wooden floor, making no sound as he slowly made his way to the entrance of the living room. What immediately caught the eye was the simple meal laid out on the table in the living room, along with some fragrant soup. Although the heat wasn't particularly intense, the aroma in the air was even more pronounced. No one here. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes. The moment he smelled the first hint of the fragrance in the air, he held his breath, and at the same time, a viper crawled rustling through the room from his sleeve, opening all the living room windows. Is the scent inside toxic or not? Ventilation is an instinctive reaction. With the room brightly lit, Uchiha Yoru calmly made his way to the second floor. Meanwhile, the surrounding walls were guarded by viper reptiles, specifically hiding in dark corners or blind spots, ready to strike unexpectedly. With a click, the wooden door swung open in an instant, revealing a figure in the bedroom. Uchiha Yoru's 3-tamo Sharingan immediately froze, a flash of shock crossing his face. At the same time, countless vipers were crawling on the walls in his direction, though Kakuzu's eyes couldn't see them from inside the bedroom. For a moment, all the vipers stopped, looking at the situation inside their bedroom. Uchiha Yoru was truly bewildered, but he still managed to calmly force a smile. Itsuki Yugao, can you explain why you're in my house? And in my bedroom. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's smile turned dangerous, and at the same time, Viper on the wall outside once again flicked its tongue, preparing to launch an attack. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga not only cleaned up the bedroom thoroughly, but even arranged the bedsheets and blankets, seemingly ready to sleep. But this wasn't her room. Itsuki Yuga was crouching on the wooden floor, maintaining the respectful posture of a scholar from the moment she pushed open the door, her head bowed and her shoulders trembling slightly. Night-night, Captain. I heard from the beautiful lady that you can help me solve my current problem. With her teeth chattering and trembling like a discarded kitten, Itsugi Yuga spoke in a weak voice. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and said, "What trouble? What was Itsugi Yuga plotting? Was it his own plan, or was the Anbu scheming?" Just as Uchiha Yoru was lost in thought, Itsugi Yuga's next words surprised him, followed by a knowing smile. "Night-night, Captain, my father." When Utsugi Yuga revealed the enormous dish she was carrying on her back, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but look deeply at this girl. What a formidable Anbu to use such methods to approach him. He had underestimated the ninjas of this world, or perhaps he had been careless. In the ninja world, on the bright side, missions include assassination, retrieval, escort, and search. But similarly, behind the scenes, there are also many less prestigious missions, especially espionage. The primary mission of espionage is to approach the enemy, exploiting every possible means to reach the target. With a gentle flick of his finger, the Viper hidden behind the mountain-like wall outside the bedroom slowly retreated and disappeared into the shadows. He still hadn't let go of his final guard. 3 million in debt is indeed a huge burden for an ordinary ninja like you. Uchiha Yoru calmly walked into the bedroom, his hand slowly releasing its grip on the Gross World Sword, but he did not let go of his last shred of vigilance. Although it was for duty, when faced with the reality of the situation, Utsugi Yuga's face turned pale, her lips trembled uncontrollably, and she forced a strained smile. "Lord Yoru, I am willing to be your concubine, or even your mistress." With trembling, pale lips, Utsugi Yuga uttered a sentence that trampled on her own dignity. She knew that once these words were spoken, and the other person nodded in agreement, she would forever be left with such a stain on her reputation. Looking at Utsugi Yuga with her long purple hair, a hint of shock and panic appeared on her usually cold face, and her lips were devoid of color. Uchiha Nightheart couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a despicable tactic! However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he calmly looked at the other person and said, "Did you make the food downstairs?" "Huh?" Itsugi Yuga was momentarily taken aback, but after recovering, a look of confusion appeared on her face as she nodded and said, "Lord Yoru, it was me. I noticed you hadn't returned yet, so I..." Before he could finish speaking, Itsugi Yuga hastily bowed and said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't disturb the master's kitchen without his permission." Itsugi Yuga, an Anbu ninja, at this moment, showed a panicked expression that seemed genuine, but Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. What a fine Anbu! What a fine third Hawkage! Truly, one circle encircles another. This tactic is ineffective. Itsugi Yuga, newly born, faced everything that seemed real or fake. He needed to counter it all. Thinking this, Uchiha Yoru calmly and gently nodded. "You don't need to eat either. Go downstairs and bring the food from the living room up. Then we'll eat together in the bedroom." Yes, sir." At this moment, Utsugi Yuga's train of thought was clearly a little slow to catch up, even somewhat flustered. She hurriedly stood up, bowed 90 degrees, then, in a panic, rushed downstairs. In the bedroom, Itsugi Yuga, with her head bowed and one wrist exposed, nervously crouched in front of the table, trying to enjoy her food amidst the agonizing atmosphere. At the dinner table, Uchiha Yoru calmly ate the last bite of rice, wiped a non-existent trace of food from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and couldn't help but nod in approval. "Your cooking is quite good, but I also don't like rice balls and sushi." Upon hearing these words, Itsugi Yuga hastily placed the bowl she was holding, which she hadn't finished eating, on the table and quickly bowed, saying, "I'm so sorry, sir. From now on, whatever you wish to do, I will certainly do my best." It seemed a little wrong to say that, and then, thinking about this, Utsugi Yuga couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment that she herself didn't recognize. He joined the Anbu, so how did he end up doing spy missions? Spies. Although she was an ordinary person, she knew that spies were a clandestine organization cultivated by the village, independent of the Six Paths' external departments. They weren't a department, but they possessed immense power, capable of making most of Konoha's 6 major factions cooperate with them when necessary. And yet they themselves had no hidden, armed forces. Anbu, whose full name is Tactic Assassination Special Forces, is, frankly, an elite ninja force, also known as a Special Operations Unit. Half of their missions involve intercepting, assassinating, pursuing, ambushing, and protecting the safety of important personnel. Uchiha Yoru, being highly sensitive to emotions, couldn't help but frown. He seemed to sense Utsugi Yugo's panic and a hint of resentment. Immediately, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards, revealing a faint smile. Perhaps he had found a countermove? In his previous life, his ancestors passed down their cultural heritage. Espionage. Perhaps he can find a loophole to implement a counter-espionage plan. Tichnan, this is a Uchiha clan red wine. It has a beautifying effect on girls, and for ninjas, it's even more effective at promoting blood circulation and dissolving blood clots. Uchiha Yoru took a bottle of red wine from the counter in the bedroom, then casually chuckled and picked up 2 wine glasses. This house was given to him by his family, and the room was practically fully furnished, even with a variety of wines and fine teas. After all, being from a wealthy family, you could choose not to drink, but you couldn't go without. Presumably wanting to boost her courage, or perhaps because she had no other choice, Utsugi Yugo took the bottle of red wine and gulped it down in one go. The first time she tasted red wine, she immediately choked and coughed, her face turning bright red. But Uchiha Yoru clearly saw that the other person's hand gripping the glass was pale. Either the opponent is a seasoned spy, capable of creating this kind of deception, or the opponent is genuine. Apart from the fake identity she has, all the panic and fear she felt upon arriving here today are genuine. However, considering the other party's age and Shisui's secret intelligence gathering, even if the other party had time to receive training, it would probably only be after graduation. Not every individual possesses the talent of Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nanu, so Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, thinking that even if it was a spy, he still had to find a way to threaten them. Throughout history, no human being has been perfect. Orochimaru's obsession with immortality and scientific research, and the third Hokage's loyalty to Konoha's stability, are all weaknesses. Similarly, he also has weaknesses, such as the allure of power. Having come to this world to become a powerful figure, wielding authority, and even possessing the hope of immortality, why wouldn't he pursue it? Women are very strange creatures. After downing a gulp of sake, Utsugi Yugo's eyes turned slightly red. She couldn't resist. The Anbu chief himself had given the mission, and it had cost so many resources. She could only go ahead despite the difficulties. Moreover, the person before her was an elite member of the Uchiha clan. If she were exposed, she would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Lord Yoru, can you help me resolve the current trouble? At this point, after drinking alcohol, Utsugi Yugo decided to ignore everything, especially with the alcohol taking effect. Her eyes turned even redder as she glared at the other person. These words seemed a little evasive, but Uchiha Yoru smiled gently and nodded. Shion, you are very beautiful, have a clean background, and possess great talent. 1 million yen a year. I can pay off your debts for you first, and after 3 years I will give you back your freedom, if you don't mind. At this point, Uchiha Yoru shrugged, revealing a relaxed, cheerful smile. His meaning was clear. He could openly and legitimately become an Uchiha without any hesitation. Although the man found this kind of transaction repulsive, faced with an injured woman, especially one pushed forward by someone behind her, and who was so beautiful and possessed such exceptional talent, refusing would be foolish. In the original story, Utsugi Yugo's appearance was as a jonin, but with a special status. Having risen to this point from a commoner background, her talent hardly needs further explanation. 3 million yen as an investment, a chance to reap the rewards of a future exceptional jonin. Only a fool wouldn't invest in this business. Although the investment carries risks, he already knows the other party's future performance, so he naturally doesn't mind. Captain, you want to keep your word. Utsugi Yugo, fueled by alcohol, revealed a resolute expression and directly removed her ninja outfit, revealing the tight-fitting top underneath. Under the moonlight, in the dimly lit bedroom, to figures, like lovers, embraced each other. Early Monday morning, Itsuki Yugao curled up in her bedroom like a wounded kitten, while Uchiha Yori stood up and looked at the trembling Tixiang without saying a word. After all, it was her first time, and such an experience might be difficult for her to accept immediately. Taking hold of her delicate, white hand, Uchiha Yori narrowed her eyes and nodded slightly. The faint calluses on her hand were the result of frequent sword training. Although chakra could improve her physical condition, and even ninjas who trained regularly wouldn't develop calluses, this required a long period of chakra cultivation to achieve. This ninja world not only fosters early maturity in thinking, but also in other aspects. As seen in the original work where the protagonist Naruto gets married, it's clear that 17-year-olds can normally get married. The young girl Utsugi Yugao exuded a youthful and innocent aura. Due to her humble origins and limited resources, her training was almost entirely focused on martial arts, resulting in supple and elastic skin. With both hands raised, representing the chakra of healing jutsu, she gently stroked the trembling skin. As the healing jutsu took effect, Itsugi Yugao, though pretending to sleep with her eyes tightly closed, could still feel it. As the early morning sunlight streamed into the back room, Itsugi Yugao stood up, her face showing panic as she looked at the pristine white plum blossom patterned bedsheets. At that moment, she was the only one left in the room. For Uchiha Yoru, his handsome appearance, even among the abundant handsome men and beautiful women of the Uchiha clan, was considered outstanding. Furthermore, his tenderness last night brought a glimmer of comfort to Utsugi Yugao's heart. To be honest, she was the one who climbed the social ladder and took advantage, regardless of the other party's status, strength, background, or appearance. They were all far beyond his ability to compare. Feeling a little disoriented, she stood up and instinctively noticed the note he had left on the table. The note clearly read, "I'm going to work, breakfast is ready. I've given you the day off today, it's a holiday." Finally, there was a reassuring expression on her face. At this moment, a warm feeling seemed to well up in Utsugi Yugao's heart, and her tired eyes felt hot. The Ando commander assigned her only cold, indifferent tasks, even sending her to the same village to spy, clearly orchestrating everything to have her infiltrate the enemy's ranks. But as for the person she was plotting against, during this time she discovered that he was a very good person, especially towards ninjas, showing immense tolerance, even last night. "Thank you, but I'm afraid I might disappoint you." Itsugi Yugao looked at the simple bowl of hot porridge on the table. Even though it had cooled down, she still wore a smile. However, it was only a fleeting moment. She knew she might be moved, but she still remembered her mission, to hide beside Uchiha Yoru, constantly gathering intelligence, and even later gradually adopting the Uchiha surname to learn about the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. The early morning sunlight falls upon the ground. The warmth of the early spring sun has begun to return, and the snowflakes on the ground are gradually melting, symbolizing the arrival of spring. The beautiful sunlight shone down. At this time of year, most ninjas weren't out training or on missions, so the streets were only bustling with ordinary people or women going out to buy food. Upon leaving the Uchiha clan territory, Utsugi Yugao encountered Nakata, who at this moment seemed a little shy. The young girl was clearly flustered by this first encounter, and she bowed her head, appearing somewhat at a loss. "Tich-nan, let's go together." At this moment, Nakata, with a familiar demeanor, chuckled softly and stepped forward, placing a basket in the other's hand, while quietly comforting her. This Uchiha clan territory has an abundance of military supplies, no less than the Akimichi clans. It was clear that Nakajima Maiko had done this not once or twice, using it as an excuse to practically silence everyone. Despite this, Nakajima Maiko still led the bowing Utsugi Yugao towards the outside. "Tich-nan, this is the night the captain is giving you." With a thoughtful glance downwards, Utsugi Yugao suddenly noticed a stack of cash in her basket, and upon seeing this, she immediately showed a look of surprise. "Beautiful sister, didn't you say you'd help me solve the problem? How come you still have money?" At this moment, Utsugi Yugao was clearly like a naive little bird, her innocent eyes looking down at Nakata, beautiful and laughing. "Yugao, you really are a simple girl. You can't imagine the life of a great clan, and the Uchiha is the most prestigious family in the Land of Fire. As the captain of the Nightfall clan, I receive a certain percentage of the family's income each month from the clan's business, not to mention my official position and remuneration. The Uchiha are the most prestigious clan, and they are very generous to their family members, especially their own women. The last sentence spoken during the beautiful rice paddy clearly revealed a profound and meaningful undertone, and Itsuki Yuga's face immediately flushed red upon hearing it. Take it, this was meant to be. Nakajima's beautiful remark momentarily flustered Itsuki Yugao, causing her hands to feel a little numb as she lifted the basket. Tichnan, you've taken this step, and there's no turning back. Sometimes, gossip and slander can hurt you. Now is the time to seize this opportunity. Even if you regret it later, you can still live comfortably with this money. Looking at Nakajima, who had the appearance of a seasoned veteran, Itsuki Yuga still felt that this money was a bit too hot to handle and couldn't help but voice her concerns. No, beautiful sister. You said 3 years for 3 million. I'm afraid to take this money. Seeing Itsuki Yuga express her concerns, Nakata Yuga shook her head and said, Don't worry, the Uchiha's arrogance is ingrained in their very nature. You can even doubt their strength, but you absolutely cannot doubt their honor. As long as you behave yourself and obey them for these 3 years, even if you want to leave later, they won't make things difficult for you. The moment she handed it over, it was over 12,000. If she were to say that he was paying off her debts, she wouldn't even see a single penny of cash, so that's how she thought of it. But this green banknote was right in front of her, the visual impact. For Itsuki Yugao, who was new to life and hadn't experienced much like this, it was too much of a shock. Itsuki Yugao had just arrived home utterly exhausted when a figure appeared in her bedroom, causing his expression to change drastically. Minister. The person who arrived was the Anbo minister, also the third Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law and Itsuki Yuga's direct superior. Tichnan, was the plan successful last night? At this moment, the third Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law's gaze was fixed intently on her, clearly indicating its powerful effect and benefits. Such a gaze was extremely sensitive to Itsuki Yugao at this moment. In the end, the woman didn't offer her virginity for the mission, and her superiors came to inquire about the mission's progress. Suppressing her inner anguish, Itsuki Yugao bowed her head and said in a low voice, The mission is accomplished, but the target is very cautious. I fear they only want me as their mistress now. At this point, Itsuki Yugao lifted the veil in her hand, revealing the green banknotes inside. Seeing this, the third Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law showed a hint of disdain. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, are generous. These things don't require any upfront payment. You can do whatever you want with the money. For her, money was fundamentally unimportant. Now she only wanted to take another step forward, and she could only do that by leveraging her husband's position. As long as Sarutobi Shinosuke ascended to the position of Hokage, she would be the Hokage's wife. The third Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law said in a low, deep voice, Tichnan, I will remember everything you have done. From now on, you will be planted as an Uchiha spy. The Ninetales disaster cannot happen again. With Uchiha Yoru's identity and strength, he will definitely be a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan in the future, perhaps even an elder. That old man Uchiha is getting weaker and weaker. He won't last many more years. Currently, Uchiha Yoru is the most suitable choice to take his place. Although intelligence is very important, you shouldn't rush. Climb slowly, so that Uchiha Yoru will be willing to take you as his concubine in the future. It must be said that this third-generation eldest daughter-in-law, despite her great ambition, is also resourceful and has already begun making arrangements for the future. After becoming Hokage, she would definitely need to become her husband's right-hand woman, and now that she had the opportunity, she naturally had to use her position to plant spies within the Uchiha clan as soon as possible. Tichnan, all of this is for the sake of the village. I hope you can understand. After explaining the situational task, this third eldest daughter-in-law also revealed her skillful ability to win people's hearts. However, her current desire for fame and fortune was too strong, and Itsuki Yugao was at her most sensitive period. She seemed somewhat conflicted, but upon hearing that it was for the sake of the village, she still nodded solemnly. For the sake of the village, Tichnan is willing to pay with her life. Looking at Itsuki Yuga's reply, she revealed a satisfied smile. Tichnan, rest assured, you are carrying out a top-secret Anbo mission. I can promise you that after the mission is completed, no one will know your past. You can completely return to living in Konoha, and you can even learn advanced village ninjutsu, even a rank ninjutsu. A rank ninjutsu is a high-level ninjutsu technique that talented jonin can master, and it's safe to say the reward is absolutely substantial. Itsugi Yugao, after hearing this, forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Minister." At this point in time, for a woman, comforting words might seem like a much greater reward, or perhaps Itsugi Yugao wasn't the kind of woman who had a strong desire for fame and fortune. From the original story, it's clear that after Gekko Hayate's death, Konoha formed an alliance with the Sand Village ninjas. She suffered from war-related syndrome, or what's known as mental trauma, and abandoned her Anbu status, choosing to retire from the second line of operations and join the logistics unit. If a woman has a strong desire for fame and fortune, she won't act like that. In the 7th Division's office, Uchiha Shisui, on the contrary, displayed a somewhat embarrassed smile. "Yes, boss, regarding what happened last night, you know the situation with Nakajima Misako, so it naturally couldn't escape the patrol team's watchful eyes." Seeing Shisui's hesitant and stammering demeanor, Uchiha Yuri shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, I'll forgive you for this for now, but next time, please let me know in advance." How could a stranger entering the Uchiha clan's territory be kept secret, especially when it was Itsugi Yugao, who was only a genin? One must know that this is the Uchiha clan's territory, and the patrolling guards have long been keeping a close watch on it. Naturally, they would investigate the situation, and the news would inevitably reach their superiors. Of course, given the ninja's confidentiality, this matter would not be blabbered about. But I'm afraid the clan chief and elders must have known about this last night, otherwise how would Shisui know? "Yes, elder brother, the family has sent me to deliver a message to you. The family can also select a suitable candidate." As for secretly keeping a mistress, having been exposed to high-ranking political figures for the past year, and witnessing countless dark secrets, he had become quite accustomed to this kind of affair. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui didn't find it unusual. On the contrary, he thought it was an honor for the other party if they could give birth to a child with the noble Uchiha bloodline. "All right, Shisui, the matter with teacher Orochimaru is the most important thing right now." Rubbing his forehead and looking at Shisui's expression, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but wave his hand and chuckle helplessly. Coming from a prestigious family, when you enter the center of power and enjoy certain honors and privileges, you also have to bear corresponding responsibilities. For example, the Uchiha clan, despite not opposing marriages with members of other clans, would still give some noble-blooded ninjas, even those with awakened Sharingan, a piece of advice from their clan, hoping they would marry someone from within the clan. Of course, this was just a suggestion, because the arrogant Uchiha would be grateful if they could even give you a few words of instruction. However, for someone like him, who has already entered the Uchiha clan and holds a position of authority, if he were to marry someone from a different clan, a commoner would suffice. But it would be best if the other party were of jonin rank, so that he wouldn't be subjected to gossip. Chakra nurtures the physical body, and if both parents possess chakra, their child will absolutely be able to extract chakra. Similarly, if the child is a high-level ninja, their talent will almost certainly surpass that of an ordinary ninja. Regarding these trivial matters within the clan, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head. Logically speaking, his position as squad leader could only be considered a position of authority. But if you added his status as Orochimaru's disciple, he was practically second only to the clan head and elders in the clan. "Yes, boss, this is the family's early distribution of dividends." "That's great." Looking at the savings passbook Shisui handed over, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed a wry smile. Really, he just found a woman, and the family actually took a liking to her, even giving her the dividends that were supposed to be paid a week in advance. However, he didn't refuse the money either, because as an Uchiha, he was cautious, and taking some capital was rightfully his reward, and that was only right. "Yes, elder brother, I have instructed the local guards to protect Miss Xian well whenever they see her." Shisui chuckled, then, seeing Uchiha Yoru silently shake his head, said, "All right, if anyone dares to cause trouble within the clan's territory, just tell the clan guards not to stop them when they see them." The two chuckled softly in the middle, but Shisui was secretly making gestures, seemingly inquiring about Itsugi Yuga's identity and whether he needed to keep a close eye on her. But Uchiha Yoru just smiled and gently shook his head, similarly using hand gestures to indicate that it wasn't necessary. "Shisui, the nearest prison needs more personnel. Keep a close eye on things." Uchiha Yoru pretended to be having a serious conversation with Shisui, but secretly used the tea on the table to clearly write a line of text. Being exposed to the eyes isn't scary. What's scary is hiding in the shadows. The meaning is very clear. We know that detectives can't be afraid since these right under our noses, and we can monitor them secretly. But lurking in the shadows is the most terrifying. You never know who they is, and you certainly don't know one. They'll stab you in the back. Shisui smiled broadly as he received the intelligence, glancing at the puddles of water on the table he was wiping, and nodded, saying, "Yes, big brother, rest assured. I will personally keep a close eye on that prison block. There will be no problems." No matter where the prison was located, there were some unseen tactics at play, so he naturally had to keep a close eye on things. Even with the Hyuga clan present, they couldn't let their guard down, especially since the Hokage's faction had already made their move. Don't be fooled by Shisui's seemingly innocent smile. Deep down, he's seething with anger. What exactly does the third Hokage want? Does he really have no faith in the Uchiha clan? First they were labeled spies, and now they're using female spies to approach him. If it were before, he could still understand it as surveillance. After all, the Ninetales Knight Uchiha certainly can't be cleared of suspicion. Using female spies in such a way to approach someone shows a complete lack of trust. Such tactics are only employed against high-ranking officials of an enemy nation. The village's treatment of the Uchiha as enemies filled Uchiha Shisui with anger and sorrow, and even a sense of corruption within the Konoha high-ranking officials surfaced in his mind. Shisui. Watching Shisui collect the coded messages, Uchiha Yoru gently shook his head, indicating that it wasn't needed for now. At this moment, Shisui understood clearly and nodded gently. He hadn't considered Utsugi Yugao an ambush spy. No, now it should be called a spy. He hadn't told the clan head or elders about this because he feared it would disrupt the plan, but only his older brother would accept it. Shisui, I remember Itachi is about to take his graduation exam. If you have some free time, please help me mentor this kid Itachi. Uchiha Yoru displayed a smile full of guilt and remorse, as if saying he was too busy, and Shisui, after hearing this, nodded solemnly. Yes, big brother, you can rest assured. At this point, Shisui had suppressed too much resentment towards the corrupt Konoha upper echelons, and naturally, these feelings and thoughts gradually seeped into him when he met Uchiha Itachi. Well, in the original story, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were both teacher and friend, and Itachi was also influenced by Shisui. In this life, he can't escape his influence either. He'll still be affected by Shisui. However, this time it's different. Thinking this, Uchiha Nightheart let out a cold laugh. What a formidable third Hokage! This is truly disastrous. One attack after another, giving him no chance to catch his breath. But this time, he'll make sure the other party fails in their attempt to steal the chicken and ends up losing the rice as well. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi will stand alongside Ukage-level powerhouses in the future. If you don't have the nerve now, you might not have the chance. Is it similar to Utsugi Yugao? One of them has the qualities of a commoner jonin, but a truly clean family background. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru sneered even more. He would personally teach the third Hokage a lesson? Woman? It's never been like this before. After all, this isn't a matter of national enmity or family feud. When you see the ugly face of Konoha's politics, your wounded heart needs comforting. He always remembered the experience summarized from 5,000 years of culture in his previous life. If she doesn't have much life experience, then take her to see the world's splendor. At midday, the beautiful sunlight streamed through the window into the office, each beam of light adding a touch of warmth. Yet outside, the air carried a bone-chilling cold. On the ground, the snowflakes began to melt, seemingly adding a few more layers of bone-chilling cold to the weather. In the office, Utsugi Yugao, who had returned to her work duties in the afternoon, was carrying a stack of documents. Lord Yoru, here are the documents. Looking at Utsugi Yugao, Uchiha Yoru showed a gentle smile, nodded and said, the documents are here. Uchiha Yoruichi's usual demeanor didn't reveal anything unusual, but Utsugi Yugao, whether intentionally or unable to hide it, clearly showed a hint of embarrassment and confusion in her emotions. Shouldn't you be staying home and resting today? It was clearly just a normal inquiry, but when it reached Utsugi Yugao's ears, she immediately reacted like a startled kitten. her response obviously a little exaggerated and even nervous. Lord Yoru, I'm fine and can function normally. Itsuki Yugao, with her strong and calm demeanor, couldn't hide the panic in her eyes. Finally, as if remembering something, she took out the stack of cash from her pocket and placed it directly on the table. That, Lord Yoru, I'm returning this to you. In the end, it's still simple, isn't it? Even so, he still thinks he's not just gaining more points. Looking at the panicked girl in front of him, Uchiha Yoru smiled, and at the same time, he was even more satisfied that this was the advantage that power brought, even though the other party was a spy. Tich-nan, finish your work, and then come with me to the training ground later. At the same time, he smiled and gently grasped Itsuki Yuga's trembling hand, placing the cash softly in her pocket, reassuringly saying, Tich-nan, being a ninja requires a lot of resources, and this is what you deserve. Tich-nan glanced back at the cash that had fallen into her purse, and at her hand being held by the other party. Her face flushed so much it looked like it could drip water, and she couldn't help but say in a panic, Lord Yoru, I'll go down now. Watching the panicked figure leave, Uchiha Yoru's smile revealed a profound expression. He secretly thought that perhaps the other party had been acting, but he believed that, emotionally, especially given Itsuki Yuga's loyal nature, he had a plan to make the third Hokage suffer a loss. Stepping out of the office building, Itsuki Yuga nervously clutched her chest. At that moment, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Although all of this was orchestrated by the Anbu, she was genuinely nervous just now. It was all part of her acting. This is also why the Anbu would set up such a target-oriented approach plan for her, espionage. It's not about having the most sophisticated acting skills and tricks. Sometimes, the most effective way to utilize one's talents is through judicious use of available resources. Because of this meticulous and careful planning, and the arrangement over the past month, she truly understood what it felt like to be burdened by debt. At this moment, the cash in her pocket made her even more nervous and somewhat anxious. Tich-nan? Suddenly, a soft sigh escaped her lips, instantly causing Itsuki Yuga's hair to stand on end. She turned around in alarm to find it was Gecko Hayate with a remorseful expression. Upon seeing the person, who arrived later, Itsuki Yuga secretly broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but force a smile as she said, Strong wind, is there something wrong? Each ray of sunlight shining down on the snow-covered land, Itsuki Yuga today possessed a different kind of beauty. Previously, she gave off a feeling of proud and dignified bearing, but today, building upon that, she seemed to possess a certain vulnerability, a desire to protect her. He looked somewhat like a wounded little wildcat, which startled even Gecko Hayate slightly. Then, regaining his composure, he scratched his head and chuckled. Tich-nan, this is my salary for this month. It's not much, but I think helping you a little is better than nothing. At this point, Gecko Hayate, appearing even more honest and somewhat embarrassed, said, Well, as you know, Shien, almost all of my money goes towards cultivation, so I haven't saved much. Although it's not much, please don't mind it. Looking at Gecko Hayate's honest appearance, and then at the money in his hand, Itsuki Yugao, who had suddenly felt like she had matured overnight, smiled, but in her heart, there was a faint, inexplicable feeling of loss. Gecko Hayate had a considerable amount of money, but compared to the other party's casual allowance today, there seemed to be a clear disparity. After a month of hard work, the salary is just a small amount of pocket money compared to what others casually give them. With the other party's arrangements in place, not only did he display gentleness everywhere, but he was also very caring. Compared to that, Gecko Hayate's actions outside the police department building seemed somewhat naive and impulsive. The wind is strong. Thank you. My trouble is solved. Where should we resolve this? Upon hearing that, Gecko Hayate suddenly felt embarrassed and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Well, how are you going to handle this, Tich-nan? No sooner had Gecko Hayate finished saying that than he really wanted to slap himself in the mouth. He shouldn't have asked such a question, but since the words had already been spoken, he could only manage an embarrassed smile. But Itsuki Yuga's experience last night transformed her from a little girl into a young woman. In a single night, all her former innocence and virginity seemed to vanish into thin air, and she herself seemed to have grown up overnight. She was unable to control her own destiny, and that was because of her lack of strength. If her strength had reached the level of a jonin, the Anbu would absolutely not have sacrificed her so arbitrarily. Thinking this, Itsugi Yuga revealed a carefree smile looking at Gecko Hate and saying, "It was the captain who helped me resolve this last night, on the condition that I follow Lord Yuru for 10 years. Itsugi Yuga knew that her secret couldn't be kept secret, but to avoid gossip, Uchiha Yuru had arranged everything meticulously today, and she was naturally well aware of this. The so-called following system was once a family retainer system among warriors. 100 years ago, every major noble family had this custom, bribing some powerful families or warriors to become family retainers. This was essentially a hired relationship, and they had to pay the price of loyalty. Once they betrayed their loyalty, the powerful family had the power to decide their life or death, and if their reputation was tarnished, they would even be hunted down by everyone. Although it is now the ninja era, all the major clans still maintain this tradition. The difference is that they begin by calling themselves followers. Except for a few clans like the Hyuga, the rest focus on cultivating some talented civilian ninjas to serve as their subordinates. The powerful families provided resources in exchange for their loyalty. Tichnon, I'm really sorry I couldn't help you. At that moment, the lingering feeling of strong wind made him scratch his head in embarrassment, saying that his simple mind simply didn't understand what the other person had gone through. Itsugi Yugao, having experienced so much in a single night, was in no mood to say anything more. Moreover, she was secretly responsible for gathering intelligence on spies, and naturally didn't want to involve others. She couldn't help but force a fake smile and shake her head. Thank you, Strong Wind, you're a good person. But I'm a little tired today, so I'll leave now. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga wasn't thinking much about socializing with acquaintances. She was too tired. Gecko Hayat, despite being an excellent ninja, was completely clueless in this area, understanding absolutely nothing. Instead, he thoughtfully asked Tichnon, "Do you need me to take you?" But Utsugi Yuga simply waved her hand and left, leaving Gecko Hayat standing there, awkwardly scratching his head and putting the money in his pocket, a smile still on his face. That's perfect. We can go have barbecue tonight. At the same time, he secretly encouraged himself, telling himself not to rush, to first complete the Anbu's intelligence gathering mission, and then there would be plenty of time later. Gecko Hayat and Utsugi Yuga both belonged to the Anbu, but they didn't recognize each other. After all, only members of the same team would meet each other in person. Moreover, Utsugi Yuga was clearly a newly trained member who had been assigned to espionage missions, so naturally, neither of them knew that they were both part of the Anbu. Gecko Hayat's X-ray vision was even more suited to intelligence stealing, so the two of them seemed unaware that they were actually working together. One reason was to ensure that if they were exposed, others wouldn't be implicated. After all, you have to pull up the radish with the mud on it no matter how strong-willed you are. This is the ninja world. Genjutsu, brain invasion probing techniques, and many other bizarre ninjutsu techniques. In a training ground located in a village on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan territory. As the vast expanse of white snow melted away, the air became even colder, and two figures appeared in the training ground. At this moment, Utsugi Yuga had suppressed all sorts of emotions in her heart and on her face. She feigned embarrassment and complexity. When she walked to the training ground, Uchiha Yoru didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Itsugi Yugao, blood type, birthday November 3rd, enjoys flower viewing, currently a chunin, skilled in swordsmanship. Uchiha Yoru, with a warm smile, revealed all the information she had about Itsugi Yugao. Hearing this, Shizuko was secretly astonished. Indeed, members of powerful clans were never simple beings. Fortunately, she had only been noticed and groomed by the Anbu before being chosen by the Anbu chief. Furthermore, the Anbu remained hidden, naturally without revealing any clues. Lord Yoru. Itsugi Yuga looked anxious, her face slightly pale, as if she were worried about the other party investigating her identity. However, when she looked up for a moment, she saw a gentle smile on someone's face, holding a piece of white paper between two fingers. Tichnon, this is the chakra attribute test paper. Uchiha Yoru smiled gently and offered her a chakra test strip, clearly intending for her to try it out. At that moment, Utsugi Yuga was stunned, then quickly recovered, her pale fingers trembling slightly as she took it. Thank you, thank you. Chakra testing paper is quite expensive, and as someone from a commoner background, he naturally understands the burden this places on her. It's not that these commoner ninjas are unwilling to pay, but rather, even if you manage to test her chakra attributes, what difference does it make? For ordinary ninjas, the attributes of ninjutsu are extremely precious. Only when they have the opportunity to learn ninjutsu will they buy these expensive test papers to check their own chakra attributes before learning ninjutsu. Before being able to learn these attribute-based ninjutsu, ordinary ninjas would simply not want to waste this money. After all, knowing about it now wouldn't actually strengthen their own abilities, so it's better to buy more explosive tags instead. Transfer your chakra into the test paper and check your chakra attributes. Uchiha Yuri spoke softly, and Utsugi Yuga's pale, slender fingers gripped the chakra test paper. As chakra flowed in, the white paper instantly split in two. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yuri immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Congratulations, Tixian. Although it's a single attribute, the wind attribute is extremely rare, and moreover, it belongs to a high attack power attribute. Despite being an ordinary genius who had no direct access to advanced ninjutsu, Utsugi Yuga still possessed basic common sense. When she saw her own chakra attributes, a sincere and heartfelt smile appeared on her face. Looking at the young woman before him in the secret passage, Uchiha Nightheart couldn't find any flaws. He guessed it was her natural acting. She was a girl who had just graduated a few years ago, so naturally, she didn't need to try hard to disguise herself. However, he would think of every way to make the Anbo lose this elite, and in return, he would gain an elite on his side. Tichnan, when I examined you this morning, I discovered that you have quite a few lingering injuries from your training, and your hands are very beautiful. The second half of the sentence suddenly took a dramatic turn. Utsugi Yuga, bewildered, lowered her gaze and saw the other person gripping her hand tightly. Just as she was wondering what to do, a heavy object suddenly appeared in his palm. Your hands are very beautiful, very suitable for practicing swordsmanship, and your physique also possesses considerable explosive power. Uchiha Yoru let out a soft chuckle and placed a Uchiha clan-style shinobi katana in the opponent's palm, while smiling and speaking. He wasn't talking nonsense. The other party was indeed exceptionally suited to swordsmanship. After all, he knew the original story very well. This young woman, relying on her exquisite swordsmanship, became a special jonin of the Anbu, and was even known as the flower of the Anbu. Overall, Utsugi Yuga's fighting style is almost entirely based on swordsmanship. This might be related to her humble background, but it's impossible that she couldn't have learned some low-level ninjutsu. Therefore, she is truly suited to swordsmanship, which is why she chose this path of specializing in swordsmanship. At first, she thought the other party was just playing a trick on her, and in her panic, she tried to suppress the turmoil in her heart. Unexpectedly, the other party directly placed a shinobi katana in her hand. As a chunin and skilled in swordsmanship, how could she not recognize the quality of this shinobi katana? This was clearly a top-quality shinobi katana. Lord Yoryu, this is too precious. Before Utsugi Yuga could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Since you like it, keep it safe. Don't worry, I've already had the Uchiha clan crest imprinted on this sword hilt. Outsiders won't be able to tell. From today onwards, every morning you must complete all your work, and in the afternoon you cannot neglect your training. I will personally teach you swordsmanship every day." For Utsugi Yuga, who came from a humble background, she had never seen such a scene before. First, there was the extremely precious shinobi katana, then the swordsmanship. Immediately, she said somewhat nervously, "Lord Yoru, if I were to secretly learn the Uchiha clan swordsmanship, would it cause you any trouble?" Seeing Utsugi Yuga's panicked expression, Uchiha Yashin chuckled. She was indeed very naive. Although she had come with an ulterior motive, he didn't believe the Anbo could be as generous as him. "Rest assured, I still have the right to teach you some ninjutsu. From today onwards, unless there's a special occasion. Every afternoon I will train with you and teach you the true essence of swordsmanship." Given Utsugi Yuga's background, the level of preciousness she places in ninjutsu is extremely high, and the Ando wouldn't casually give her any ninjutsu. So you think money is the only way to win this young woman's heart? That's too cliché. Money can't buy advanced ninjutsu. The most valuable thing is that he also possesses the training secrets of a prestigious family. If you lack life experience, I'll show you all the splendor of the world. Use ninjutsu to beat her senseless. He also wanted to knock this girl unconscious. The new year had just passed, and before the winter snow had completely melted, a major piece of news arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan had graduated early. Uchiha Itachi, at nearly 7 years old, successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy. Although he didn't break history, it was still quite a sensation, mainly because of his status. After all, he was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan's patriarch, the most prestigious clan in Konoha. Ninja schools are practically exclusively for clans, with countless commoner children also studying there, so naturally, it's the fastest way for news to spread. Ninja school. As a child who graduated early as a genius, and coincidentally the third Hokage happened to pass by the ninja school and heard about this, he decided to personally bestow a ninja headband upon the child. In the classroom, countless classmates watched with envy and jealousy as the nearly 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi passed his graduation exam, even alarming the third Hokage, who happened to be at the school. Uchiha Itachi, congratulations on your graduation! Amidst countless rounds of applause, the nearly 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi donned the Konoha ninja headband, officially becoming a genin of Konoha. Looking at the youthful Uchiha Itachi before him, the third Hokage showed a hint of nostalgia, and couldn't help but say with emotion, Itachi, do you know what the will of fire is? What is your dream? At this time, the third Hokage coincidentally arrived at the Ninja Academy, which was actually intentional, because Uchiha Itachi's early application for graduation required his presence. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but show a look of admiration. The precocious gaze of this young man moved him slightly. He couldn't let this genius go astray. The will of fire, a dream? Although Uchiha Itachi was only 7 years old, his mind was already mature for his age. Having been taught by his teacher, Uchiha Yoru, and frequently mentored by his older brother Shisui, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It's undeniable that Uchiha Itachi, at nearly 7 years old, was born with the potential to be a powerful ninja. His unwavering composure and calm demeanor alone speak volumes. Perhaps it was his usual expressionless face, or perhaps his calm demeanor, that made Uchiha Itachi secretly glance at the third Hokage, his heart filled with suspicion. Indeed, Shisui-san was right. His status is destined to be extraordinary, and it will inevitably attract the attention of some people. It's likely someone will try to find a breakthrough through him, thereby hindering Lord Orochimaru's ascension to the fifth Hokage. Not bad. Now that the Uchiha clan has placed their hopes on Orochimaru, the entire clan is naturally spreading stories of Orochimaru's heroism. Similarly, Itachi is undoubtedly influenced by this and is filled with hope for the future Hokage. At the same time, he is full of criticism of the current third Hokage, who holds power and refuses to relinquish it. Uchiha Itachi sighed inwardly, thinking, Brother Shisui, you're right. The third Hokage's government is rotten. My dream is for the village to be at peace. Uchiha Itachi revealed a faint smile as he spoke of his dream. He wasn't lying, his words were naturally truthful. The third Hokage, upon witnessing this, was momentarily startled, and a gentle smile appeared on his aged face. Perhaps Itachi was different from the other Uchiha. Itachi, do you know the will of fire? The third Hokage sighed in frustration, then muttered to himself. Where Konoha soars, fire continues to burn brightly. The light of the flames will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. Old man Itachi believes that you will one day become the flame of Konoha. At this moment, the third Hokage had completely transformed into a master of political ideology and multi-level marketing, continuously preaching the so-called will of fire in the classroom. Immediately, the children in the classroom showed excited and agitated expressions. This was clearly brainwashing targeting minors. As Uchiha Itachi's gaze swept across the classroom, he saw the fervent stares in the eyes of each of his young classmates, and a chill ran down his spine, replaced by a sense of dread. This is so similar to what teacher you said. Some small countries, for their own benefit, brainwash 5- or 6-year-old children, turning them into fanatical war machines. Will of fire. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi glanced at the third Hokage, who was continuously giving a speech. He noticed the Hokage's temples were streaked with white hair, and he was secretly shocked. A child becoming a ninja and participating in war, while the old man enjoys power and is wholeheartedly devoted to the good of the village. Could this be the corrupt upper echelons that Shisui-san was talking about? At this point, although Uchiha Yoro knew that he had influenced Itachi, he absolutely did not imagine it would be so significant, especially with Shisui's presence. He originally sent Shisui to mentor Itachi, firstly because in the original story, the two were both teacher and friend, making them a very compatible pair. And secondly, Shisui's thinking had begun to change, so naturally, mentoring Itachi would also convey his own ideas. But they never imagined that, because the two were so compatible, coupled with Itachi's precocious intelligence, Shisui would be able to steer Itachi's thinking so deeply. After the lecture was over, the third Hokage still felt unsatisfied, but turning to look at Uchiha Itachi's resolute expression, he immediately broke into a joyful smile. Haha, Itachi, you will definitely inherit the will of the village of fire someday. At this point, the third generation, who had never imagined that a 7-year-old child could make such a profound distortion of the truth about the higher echelons, coupled with this resolute expression, made him think that the brainwashing had been successful. But little did they know that Uchiha Itachi, with a resolute expression, had secretly decided that he must change all of this, help his elder brother Shisui and Master Knight, and change everything that was rotten. Hokage-sama, rest assured, Uchiha Itachi will definitely inherit the will of fire. Looking at the aged face of the third Hokage, Uchiha Itachi recalled the scenes he had witnessed on the battlefield, the countless young, innocent faces dying on the battlefield, and immediately made up his mind, nodding firmly. Haha, Itachi, I was right about you. At this moment, the third Hokage was filled with joy. Itachi, this child, had indeed inherited the will of fire. Even at such a young age, he had already firmly established himself in the ninja way. A misunderstanding occurred, or rather a third-generation misjudgment of consciousness, but little did they know that it would later plant a thorn in their side. The third Hokage had long since discovered Uchiha Itachi's dissatisfaction with war, and even his incompatible ideology with the Uchiha clan. At that moment, he hadn't thought much about it, completely unaware that Itachi's thoughts had led him to an extreme. As Uchiha Itachi looked at the middle-aged face of the third Hokage and the faint age spots on his cheeks, he was reminded of Shisui's words expressing his dissatisfaction with the corruption of the upper echelons. What were the third Hokage's greatest achievements? Did he personally go to the battlefield after becoming Hokage? And what other achievements did he have? If we're talking about the third Hokage's greatest strength, it's probably his time in power. In contrast, the students at the Ninja Academy now hardly know anything about the first, second, or even fourth Hokage. They've even begun to forget them. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi only felt a pair of hands secretly reaching out, a fear that made him feel like he couldn't breathe, terrifying. For the village, for the Uchiha, I must do something. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's belief was so firm. Hokage's office. Returning to his office in the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile, and even more pleased with himself, he lit a cigarette. Haha, it seems that Itachi, this child, really has the potential to inherit the will of fire, and he has descendants to respect. Thinking of this, the third generation smacked his lips and exhaled a mist of white smoke that swirled down, obscuring his vision, but he still managed a smile. Haha, it seems like Shisui needs some interaction with this kid. Uchiha Shisui, the younger generation, when he first met him, was absolutely a pure ninja who had absorbed the will of fire. Unfortunately, he was initially flustered by the events of the Third Great Ninja War, and eventually even stepped down from his position behind the scenes, becoming the fourth Hokage and so on. But he didn't have time to talk to this child properly. Hokage-sama, an urgent report from the front. Just then, with a whoosh, a black shadow resembling a flea suddenly appeared. It was an ANBU member using the body flicker technique to appear in the Hokage's office. Seeing the urgent report delivered by the ANBU, the third Hokage frowned and slowly opened the letter. However, upon reading its contents, his tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and his aging laughter echoed through the office. Haha, that's good. Shinosuke has finally rendered a great service to Konoha. The Land of Lightning was preparing to sign another peace treaty with Konoha, a matter of urgency brought about by the front lines. The third Hokage, naturally filled with joy and even a sense of pride, was filled with the boundless desire for peace. Because Sarutobi Shinosuke is his son, even though there are countless ninjas assisting him, and Narashikaku is the strategist. None of this can erase the contributions of Sarutobi Shinosuke as the overall commander. Okay, have Shinosuke on the front lines consult with Narushikaku. We must have a good exchange with the Land of Lightning and quickly confirm the exchange time. Yes. The Anbu bowed his head and replied in a low voice. A moment later, with a whoosh, he vanished from the Hokage's office. A cheerful expression appeared on the third Hokage's face, but at that moment, as he looked through the window at the portraits of Hokage Rock, a troubled look immediately appeared on his face. Peace is coming soon, and I will certainly instill the will of fire into the world. Gloomy Root Base. Although this matter was classified, it wasn't impossible for the information to reach anyone, and naturally, it reached the ears of Root leader Shimura Danzu. Sitting upright in the gloomy secret chamber, Shimura Danzu looked at the incoming intelligence report and immediately couldn't help but frown and speak in a low voice. I didn't expect the Land of Lightning to be preparing to sign a peace treaty so quickly. With that, Sarutobi Shinosuke of the Land of Lightning will have accomplished a great feat. Thinking this, Shimura Danzu narrowed his one protruding eye, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. Having accomplished such a great feat, Sarutobi Shinosuke's reputation would rise even higher. But what about Orochimaru? Currently, Orochimaru's power is far too great. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were fully supportive. If, at this moment, they could seize the opportunity to strike a blow to Orochimaru's reputation and then use this opportunity to send Orochimaru to the front lines, Sarutobi Shinosuke feared he wouldn't be able to subdue this powerful snake and might even suffer humiliation. Firstly, this way, it saves a lot of effort in undermining Orochimaru's reputation, and it also eliminates Sarutobi Shinosuke, this rising star. It's a win-win situation. Thinking about it, he could almost eliminate two Hokage candidates at once. Then the Hokage position would be right in front of him. Sarutobi would abdicate. The peace treaty he signed with the Land of Lightning would become the crucial step in his ascension to the position of Hokage. As this thought crossed his mind, Shimura Danzu felt increasingly amazed, his expression becoming somewhat agitated. He couldn't help but murmur, "Orochimaru, you're too uncontrollable, too dangerous. I was planning to deal with you next year, but unfortunately, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The only thing to blame is the overwhelming power behind you." He had originally planned to use this agreement with the Land of Lightning to stir up some trouble, ideally doing it half-heartedly to discredit Sarutobi Shinosuke, and leave the Orochimaru matter for next year. However, Orochimaru's power was expanding rapidly, especially his financial resources. But the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, the two longest-standing clans, were on Orochimaru's side, constantly providing funding, which made him somewhat anxious. Even if he failed this time, it wouldn't be a problem. Sarutobi Shinosuke thought that he still had a long way to go before becoming Hokage. At least the third Hokage would have to give him a few more years to prepare the way. But Orochimaru was different. He had enough prestige and strength. If it weren't for the suppression from the higher echelons, Orochimaru would have long since waved his arm and made the fifth Hokage. The Land of Water seems to be in turmoil. At that time, we might be able to send Orochimaru to guard the Land of Water's border, and also the Hyuga and Uchiha. Thinking of these two powerful clans, especially the Uchiha clan, Shimura Danzu immediately narrowed one of his eyes, revealing a sinister expression. The Hidden Mist Village's assassination techniques were particularly skilled in water release, which perfectly countered fire release, thus allowing them to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Root began to move stealthily, and although such actions could not escape the eyes of the third generation was still careless, and ultimately had to pay the price for their carelessness. Konoha High-Level Conference Room. In the meeting room, filled with the aroma of tea, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura slowly sipped their tea. Kaharu, Danzo's tactics seemed to be going a bit too far. He secretly started hunting down ninjas in the village. Midokado Homura clearly showed some dissatisfaction on her face. Although they wanted to tarnish Orochimaru's reputation, doing so was clearly going too far. Uchiha Kaharu, upon hearing this, nodded indifferently, but then sighed and shook her head. Danzo's tactics were indeed a bit excessive, but he should have given up hope already. At his age, what's the point of vying for Hokage? However, Sarutobi didn't object, so I assume that's tacit approval. Therefore, I'll just quietly observe the situation. As high-ranking Konoha officials, they had all agreed on this plan. so naturally Danzo didn't hide anything from his old friends. Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura reluctantly nodded. Although they knew that the third Hokage had been somewhat lenient with Danzo's behavior in recent years, they couldn't say anything. After all, it was all for Konoha's sake. What they didn't know was that, in his office, the third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, looked at Danzo Rude, who had come to present the scroll, sighed deeply, shook his head, and said, "Go down and tell Danzo not to go too far." He chose to tacitly acknowledge it, and similarly, he didn't want to see how Danzo would deal with his disciple. In the third Hokage's heart, he was still a teacher, so let Danzo, Midokado Homura, and Uchiha Kaharu handle this matter. Without the third Hokage noticing, Midokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu mistakenly believed he knew, leading Rude Danzo to involuntarily take a deep breath and secretly exclaim, "Well done, third Hokage, you're truly ruthless and heartless. It seems this time you're really going to send Orochimaru to his doom." He ordered Rude's staff to deliver a plan to the third Hokage. Usually he would deliver it, and then the third Hokage would issue a warning and make corrections. But this time, he directly and tacitly accepted it. He had originally prepared to wait for the third Hokage's reply and use more subtle methods, but this was the result. "Third, you're still insane. I underestimated you." As the winter snow melted away, Konoha radiated a vibrant, life-filled atmosphere. The end of winter symbolized the passing of time, and Konoha officially bid farewell to the past year. With the arrival of spring and the blossoming of flowers, Konoha radiates an aura of peace, and the 5 great ninja villages, leading the shinobi world in economic development, are recovering rapidly. Underground Research Lab. Teacher Orochimaru, recently Root has been secretly supplying test subjects, seemingly from a ninja village. Orochimaru's research constantly required test subjects. Besides the Uchiha clan secretly collaborating with the Hyuga clan to attack the Hidden Leaf village outside the village, only a small portion was provided by Root. However, he recently discovered some remaining traces. A Konoha ninja on a mission outside the village has mysteriously gone missing. Fortunately, the police department is part of the Uchiha clan's organization. This news currently seems quite ordinary, but when Uchiha Yura saw it, she immediately became extremely anxious. In the original story, wasn't Orochimaru's crime simply using his fellow villagers as human test subjects? Although, based on his analysis, Orochimaru's betrayal and escape should have happened next year, the world had already begun to change due to his existence. So he only used known future information for analysis, and didn't rely on it. Haha, that's interesting in the ninja village. When Orochimaru heard this news, he let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. It seems the rat lurking in the shadows couldn't hold back any longer. Even my teacher chose to tacitly acknowledge it. Muttering to himself, Orochimaru turned his head to look at his disciple, a knowing smile appearing on his face. "So, Night Lord, under these circumstances, do you choose to accept the teacher's legacy, or are you going to be even bolder?" Uchiha Yura naturally understood the meaning behind these words and immediately shook his head, laughing as he said, "If the teacher has chosen to leave, I cannot let these people down. But perhaps you have forgotten, the leader of Root in the Shadows is obsessed with the position of Hokage. There are some people who don't need me to deal with. Naturally, someone else will." The two spoke without mentioning names, but it was clear that Orochimaru, under the third Hokage's tacit acknowledgement, had chosen to leave from that moment onward. He simply wanted to see how far his teacher could go. That's just how human nature is. Even when things are clear, people still cling to a last glimmer of hope, insisting on experiencing the outcome firsthand before making a final decision to let go completely. "Look, the nearest village is about to become bustling." Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed through the research lab, while Uchiha Yura wore a cheerful expression. Although time was of the essence, he felt he had to accomplish something. After all, it was only right and proper for a disciple to inherit the legacy left by his teacher. Wanting to capture a ninja from the same village, wanting to experiment on them. How many heads does Orochimaru have? Besides, before he rebelled, they were Root members. Did they have the right to refuse? To go and capture ninjas himself and get himself into trouble? This is already quite illogical. Forest of Death. Suppressing the terrifying atmosphere, several shadowy figures flickered into view, and when their faces were revealed, they were all masked Root ninjas. This month's test subject. All I saw were a few Root members carrying young ninjas, each in a state of unconsciousness. The first of the three ninjas, each wearing a cloak that concealed their face, presented a solemn and serious appearance. The leader stepped forward, coldly counting the subordinates and inspecting the test subjects before finally giving a slight nod. The identification is complete. There are no traps. They all possess ninja chakra, and their ages are around 10 years old. A chilling sound lingered in the damp, gloomy air. Root, having completed his mission, immediately used the body flicker technique to transform into a shadow and disappear into the dense forest. After the Root ninja left, and the three confirmed they were correct, the leader slowly removed his cloak and mask, revealing his face underneath it was Uchiha Yoru. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a mocking, thoughtful smile as he looked at the 10 children who were lost in thought, and he said teasingly, "Well, you've always wanted to know about the Dark Village, haven't you, now that you've seen it, do you?" Then, two identical individuals removed their cloaks, revealing their faces, Uchiha Shisui and Hada Kakashi. Of the two, Hada Kakashi, in particular, was seeing this situation for the first time, his expression extremely grim and terrifying, his right eye even more filled with darkness. Uchiha Shisui had witnessed many similar situations over the past 2 years, and his ability to accept them was naturally much stronger than Kakashi's first encounter. But he still found it difficult to control his anger. "Brother, why do you want to use the children from the village?" "They are all Konoha children." Shisui voiced his unwilling, indignant questioning, while Hada Kakashi, beside him, silently stepped forward to carefully examine the faces of the 10 children, imprinting them all deeply in his mind. At the same time, he also had a doubt in his heart. Were they really children from the village? "Kakashi, from the moment you stole the intelligence, I guessed you must be sent by the Anbu, haha. Now you see, this is a high-level order. As for Root and the Anbu being different, haha, only you can investigate that yourself. But you don't think that after Root's continuous activities for months, that person wouldn't have noticed, do you? It's very clear that Uchiha Yoru has his own agenda, Root scheme. Does that Hokage really have no idea at all?" Faced with such a problem, Kakashi fell silent, and only after a long while did he look up at Uchiha Yoru and say hoarsely, "If you know why do you still want to?" "Why, Kakashi? That's a ridiculous question. Teacher Orochimaru received a confidential mission that I can't reveal, but it definitely requires research on human bodies. So, are you saying these people were kidnapped and robbed by Teacher Orochimaru? Or did Teacher Orochimaru order his subordinates to kidnap and rob them?" At this moment, Uchiha Yoruichi, with a mocking expression, looked at Kakashi and pointed at the children, saying, "Kakashi, do you know how much manpower and resources are needed to find suitable test subjects from outside? Leaving aside how many elite ninjas our Uchiha and Hyuga clans send to search for suitable wave ninjas, and even the large amount of financial resources needed to purchase them from other countries. What about Root? Root lacks funds, so this is the answer you wanted, the information you wanted to know." The scene before him was truly shocking to Kakashi. He had never imagined that the village could be so dark, that Root would use the village's children as human test subjects. So, prepare these children. Kakashi remained silent. He loved Konoha, but he also knew about the dark side of politics. This internal conflict made him want to save these children, but these were all decisions made by the higher echelons. What could he do? Looking at Kakashi's silent, single eye, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh. Everyone says Teacher Orochimaru is cold-blooded, but they don't know that some people, despite their outward kindness, can cause countless tragedies with just a nod of their head. At this point, Uchiha Yoru let out a deep sigh and said to Shisui, "You keep these children under supervision for now. After Teacher Orochimaru's experiment is successful, these children will be released." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's usually calm single eye suddenly lit up, and the heavy pressure in his heart instantly eased considerably. He looked at the children with a reluctant expression and said hoarsely, "What can I do to help?" It was very clear that the very act of Uchiha Yoru bringing him here today was to explicitly tell him what they were doing. He saw it, but at the same time, he was also confused. "Kakashi, you and Shisui are responsible for keeping a close eye on these children. Don't let them cause any trouble, otherwise, if they get exposed, I won't be able to protect them." At this moment, Uchiha Nightfall's emotions seemed somehow downcast, and his voice even sounded hoarse. It seemed as if they were saying that these children were now on the missing persons list, and if they reappeared in Konoha, Root would be the first to take action. Considering Kakashi's background as an ANBA member, and now being a member of Root Danzo, he naturally understands Root's nature. If these children were to reappear in the village, there would only be two possible outcomes. One option is to silence them, to make them completely disappear from the world. But of course he thinks Root wouldn't do that, as it would be too wasteful. Therefore, the only possibility is to recruit these children into Root and train them into emotionless machines. Root is like that. Ninjas are everywhere. And every year new bloodthirsty ninjas join the ranks. Just as Kakashi and Shisui were preparing to move forward and take the children away, a faint sound suddenly echoed in their ears, and in an instant, the three of them instinctively chose a different course of action. With the grass-cutting sword unsheathed, Uchiha Yoru and Kakashi instantly transformed into streaks of black shadows charging towards the distant tree trunk. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui drew his small, three-tomo-shaped dagger, intently observing the surrounding area, providing protection for the children behind him. Touch, touch! Kakashi quickly threw several kunai, revealing his remaining eye. With a loud shout, he broke the seal, and a three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, staring intently at the tree trunk behind him. In an instant, when a green streak appeared at the base of the tree, Kakashi's pupils contracted, and in terror, he hastily shouted, "Yoru, stop!" Hissing sound, in the gloomy, damp death forest, silver electric arcs flickered. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, wielding the Gross World sword, feigned a look of shock. Kakashi, holding a kunai, blocked his shinobi katana. Although he eventually stopped, a small piece still pierced his shoulder. The Chidori Nagashi electric arc penetrated his body, paralyzing him, yet he offered no resistance, instead staring at the two of them in disbelief. Kakashi, Yoru, you too. The figure that appeared was Mato Guy, dressed in a tight-fitting green outfit. Yesterday, he had secretly observed Kakashi and the Uchiha clan's night demon whispering something, and had been secretly following them ever since. Today, however, his presence had completely overturned his worldview and shattered his preconceived notions. Thorn. Kakashi uttered a single word hoarsely, and Uchiha Yoru's expression turned grim and terrifying. He reluctantly withdrew his grip on the Gross World sword, but ultimately, he glared intensely at Mato Guy and Kakashi. Kakashi, you don't even know what's behind you. What's at your end? Do you know the consequences? With a menacing glare at Kakashi, it was clear that Mato Guy had followed Kakashi. At this moment, Uchiha Yoruichi's gloomy and angry expression, in the eyes of the two, conveyed a different feeling. He did something that couldn't be exposed, something that absolutely couldn't be discovered. But today it was discovered, and the person who discovered it was none other than his classmate Mato Guy. What should he do about this? To silence them. It was clear that Uchiha Yoru's expression at this moment was sinister and menacing, filled with tormented hatred. The atmosphere became stifling. Uchiha Yoru's face revealed a vicious and sinister expression, along with barely suppressed anger, as he glared intensely at Mato Guy, his three-tomo Sharingan rapidly rotating. Guy, you didn't see anything today. Don't talk nonsense, for the sake of the village. I don't want to lay a hand on my comrades. With a hoarse voice, Uchiha Yoru appeared even more exhausted, while Kakashi was filled with self-reproach. He hadn't noticed someone secretly watching him. At this moment, the look of shock on Mato Guy's face hadn't faded yet. He was originally worried about Kakashi and wanted to check what Kakashi had been up to lately, but he never imagined he would discover something like this. With a crisp clang, the Gross World sword was sheathed, and Uchiha Yoru, with a displeased expression, glanced at the two before directly using the body flicker technique to leave. Kakashi, it's me. Mato Guy looked at Kakashi with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. He was already worried about Kakashi, and now he'd witnessed such a secret. Kakashi looked at Mato Guy, couldn't help but sigh softly, slowly lowered his headband to cover his Sharingan, and at the same time, stopped imprinting the seal and launched another attack. Guy, as you can see, this is a top-secret research mission in the village, so just pretend you didn't see it. If Kakashi were to resort to assassinating Guy, that would be impossible, but at this moment he was filled with regret for himself. However, Kakashi and Mato Guy didn't notice that as Uchiha Yoru turned to leave, a smug smile appeared on his lips. He had deliberately revealed his whereabouts. Otherwise, how could Guy have fallen into his trap? Sometimes I hear people say that even if someone is a close friend, it's not necessarily the best approach. Only by seeing things firsthand can you make a concrete judgment and allow the other person to consider the situation carefully. All of this is true, so he's not afraid of being investigated at all. Some say that to tell a lie, you need to fabricate countless lies to complete it, but the information he revealed was all true. If the other party were to investigate, they could simply uncover the truth behind the mysterious lie. Therefore, he didn't need any lies to conceal anything. Investigate. He's not afraid at all. Now that he's begun to strategize, just as the third Hawkeye said when he ascended to the throne, the first generation of new recruits are still immature, and a rift has already formed between them. His current goal is to win over the first generation of new recruits. Even if they don't directly side with him, they will certainly show goodwill. Mato Guy, at this point, although he couldn't yet unleash Hakumen, had a dazzling future ahead of him. He only wanted to befriend such a person, not an enemy. Yes, boss? Looking back at Uchiha Yoru, Shisui's expression turned serious, as if he were asking a question. However, Uchiha Yoru's expression was extremely grim, and he couldn't help but say in a low voice, Shisui changed the location for each subsequent contact with Root. Yes. Although he didn't know what had happened, seeing his boss's extremely grim expression, Shisui knew at this moment that the person following them was probably someone he knew. Otherwise, Boss Yi's usually calm demeanor wouldn't have such a changeable expression today. Seeing Shisui's solemn demeanor, Uchiha Yoru's expression darkened as he looked up at the towering trees in the forest of death that blocked out the sunlight. Soon, these branches will no longer be able to block the sunlight, and some things need to be done in the open air. Following the news that the Land of Lightning wanted to sign a peace treaty with Konoha, Konoha exuded an atmosphere of peace, with joyful smiles everywhere. Under the cover of Yoru, the sounds of laughter and chatter within Konoha gradually faded, and everyone began to drift into peaceful dreams. In a typical apartment building, a creak, the door opened, and a weary, lazy sound echoed in the empty room inside. I'm back! Dressed entirely in dark gray clothes, with a dark blue headscarf and a Konoha-emblazoned headband, Tatami Iwashi finally returned home after a day of watching the main gate. He wearily muttered a word before casually entering his room. He was an orphan. His parents had died in 3 battles long ago. Every time he returned, he would habitually call out, even though the house remained empty, devoid of any other occupants. Wow, this gatekeeping job looks easy, but it's actually quite complicated. When will I ever get the upper hand? With the door closed, Tatami Iwashi revealed a dejected expression and, weary from the moment, slumped down onto the sofa in the living room. A few years ago, he, along with Namiyashi Reito and Genma, were considered to be enjoying a period of great success at a young age. They had become the 4th Hokage's bodyguards and were highly regarded and trusted by the 4th Hokage. However, their success was short-lived, as the Ninetales rebellion caused their lives to undergo earth-shattering changes. As the 4th Hokage's bodyguards, and with the 4th Hokage dead, they were directly demoted to guarding the main gate of Konoha. Day after day, the tedious and unexciting work had long since worn down their once energetic spirits. Tatami Iwashi sighed, his eyes recalling the early glory, a regrettable loss that was gone forever. Shaking his head, he gave a self-deprecating, bitter laugh, picked up the glass of water on the table, and was about to drink. There was still half a cup of cold water left in the bowl. His throat gurgled as the half cup of cold water entered his body, but the next moment he showed a look of panic. Phew, the glass of water fell to the ground, and Tatami Iwashi tumbled across the floor with a sound that echoed almost simultaneously. All that could be seen was the glass of water rolling around on the ground with a gurgling sound, while Tatami Iwashi's body stiffened, his eyes wide with fear, his pupils contracting to the size of pinholes. The water is poisoned. The toxins directly invaded his brain, paralyzing his nerves. His brain is now perfectly clear, but he is no longer able to control his body. Just as his terrified pupils narrowed, a dark figure slowly emerged from the shadows, its face covered by a mask. Anbu. Still Root. Why would you want to attack him? Just as Tatami Iwashi was lost in thought, a masked figure revealed a pair of serene eyes, coldly gazing at him. You don't need to struggle. This is an extremely rare neurotoxin. At this moment, Tatami Iwashi was completely unable to control his mouth and throat, only able to let out low, weak screams. Yet the other party slowly extended a hand and placed it on his head. In that instant, he was utterly terrified. Looking at you, you must have understood something. Rest assured, don't resist. As the fourth Hokage's guards, you failed to protect the Hokage properly. You all deserve to die long ago. At this moment, the masked figure spoke coldly, one hand placed on the other's forehead, the other seemingly pressing down, observing the other's fearful and uneasy expression. He remained indifferent. This was a kind of lifeless indifference in his gaze, whether towards his enemy or himself. Rest assured, as long as the fourth Hokage imparts the spatial techniques to you in your mind, he won't take your life. Be obedient and listen to me. Remember not to talk nonsense after you wake up tomorrow. Keep your mouth shut. Wearing a cold, black ninja mask, he spoke indifferently, but under Kakuzu's condescending gaze, Tatami Iwashi's terrified pupils were filled with even more fear. The fourth Hokage taught them the Genma Squad the space ninjutsu. This is a secret. How could they know? The Anbu. No, that's impossible. The Anbu are the Hokage's subordinates, and the Hokage clearly knows about it. He certainly wouldn't covet their space ninjutsu. So there's only one other possibility. Root. After all, he was once the fourth Hokage's bodyguard, so he naturally understands some secrets. Root's leader is always brimming with ambition, and I'm afraid he suspects that they possess the fourth Hokage's improved spatial ninjutsu secrets. Terror? But it also forced him to give up resisting. Mind-reading techniques. As soon as the opponent pressed a button, a surge of mental power descended, and in an instant, Tatami Iwashi's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a semi-conscious state. The opponent had now invaded his mental world, which was essentially his brain. In the mysterious mental world of the brain, when Uchiha Yoru opened his eyes and looked at this dreamlike world that resembled water, a smile filled his face. In this mental world, he still wore his mask. Indeed, this was a very miraculous jutsu. In the original story, Yamanaka Inoichi once used this technique to read the memories of the female pain in her brain. And Yamashiro Iuba also used this technique to infiltrate Kisame's brain and read his memories after Hoshigaki Kisame was defeated by Maino Gai. Even disguised like that, Uchiha Yoru naturally coveted the space ninjutsu, even though he didn't know if he could cultivate it. But at least he had to get his hands on it first. Even the sealing scroll, when used for ninjutsu, can only be obtained after gaining the Hokage's approval, confirming your loyalty, and demonstrating sufficient merit. With just his Uchiha surname, he should never even dream of obtaining it from the third Hokage in this lifetime. He also inquired with Orochimaru's teacher, who said, unfortunately, since you don't have the talent for spatial ninjutsu, you won't be able to access this jutsu. Snake-like uncle naturally wouldn't make a pointless effort. So Orochimaru didn't know that if he were to ask the third Hokage for it at this time, he probably wouldn't get it either. Space-time jutsu in the shinobi world is the most abnormal technique in existence, but the easiest method to obtain space-time jutsu is probably the Genma Gate Guard Squad of Konoha. In the original story, during the 4 battles of the Genma Squad, taking advantage of the markings Tsunade had previously made on him, he quickly transported the 5th Mizukage and the 3 members of the Genma Squad to their designated location on the battlefield. Let me see a bit of the most mysterious spatial ninjutsu. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Yoru slowly extended his hand and touched the outer layer of this spiritual brain. In an instant, a large jutsu scroll materialized. This was the materialization of memories, not reality. Uchiha Yoru slowly closed his eyes, placing his hands on the scroll. In an instant, the massive scroll began to rapidly unfurl, and simultaneously, countless memories of Tatami Iwashi flashed through his mind. These memories flashed through like a rapidly replaying film reel. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru frowned, quickly flipping back to the period when the 4th Hokage taught them space ninjutsu. Fortunately, the events didn't happen too long ago. The Genma Squad, composed of Genma Ignorant Fire, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi, had Tatami Iwashi as the weakest, naturally making him his first target. He had secretly observed them for a long time before finally taking action. On Monday, as sunlight streamed through the glass onto his face, Tatami Iwashi suddenly opened his eyes, taking in hurried breaths of fresh air. At the same time, he looked around in panic, seeing himself lying on the living room floor, and the glass of water lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, Tatami Iwashi was instantly terrified. A sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to ache uncontrollably whenever he thought about last night's events, as if he were being pricked by needles. Ah, how hateful, how hateful. Why? At this moment, Tatami Iwachi clutched his head in agony. Memories of last night kept surfacing. He knew this wasn't an illusion, but a real situation. He had been invaded, or rather, his brain had been invaded. As spring arrived, Konoha, suddenly bursting with life, welcomed the envoy from the cloud village of the Lightning Country. On the streets of Konoha, the people excitedly watched the messenger arrive, their hearts filled with joy. They weren't cheering for the Cloud Village ninjas, but for peace. Once the peace treaty is signed, it will not only represent the complete end of the friction on the Lightning Country's front lines, but also allow countless ninjas to return home. Peace is something everyone longs for, especially in a world constantly embroiled in war. This year, Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, is 3 years old. The arrival of the Cloud Village ninja envoys meant that this couldn't be resolved overnight, but at the very least, it was a political signal, and everyone in Konoha showed smiles of hope for peace. Hyuga separated. Senior Hizashi. Now the room was clean and tidy, and the two of them sat neatly together, looking at each other and enjoying their tea. The difference was that last time, goose feather snow was falling outside the window. Well, this time it was filled with vibrant green. Yes, sir. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi was extremely respectful and humble, as he finally had a favor to ask. Under his expectant gaze, Uchiha Yoru sighed deeply and said, "The Hyuga seniors are truly extraordinary." The Kago no Torai curse seal is almost flawlessly set up, making it incredibly difficult to break. Especially since Kago no Torai was established from a young age, and over the decades it has become a unified whole, activating the entire body with a single strike. Despite the short time he had prepared, upon hearing this answer, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in his eyes. And finally, a faint trace of unwillingness lingered as he looked at Uchiha Yoru. Is there really no hope? At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi was consumed by self-hatred. He knew his fate clearly, so why? Why did he have to bring Neji into this world? Why? Seeing Hyuga Hizashi's unwilling expression, Uchiha Yoru chuckled softly, gently sipped his tea, then slowly took a scroll from his chest and pushed it before the other's eyes. Under the other's bewildered gaze, his next words made Hyuga Hizashi understand what it meant to be caught off guard and to be overwhelmed by an uncontrollable impulse. Although Kago no Torai is impossible to break, fortunately, it didn't disgrace my mission to research a sealing technique. This sealing technique was developed by me after reviewing all the sealing technique materials that teacher Orochimaru collected. I call it Kago no Torai seal. This seal requires Jonin-level chakra power to control, so only Jonin can wield it. After activating the sealing technique, the seal appears in the cerebral cortex, invisible to outsiders. This sealing technique is like covering this cage with a layer of black cloth. Outsiders can no longer control or sense Kago no Torai. However, Kago no Torai still has its effects. For example, after a ninja dies, the Kago no Torai seal will still activate. The tide has turned. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi trembled as he clutched the small scroll in front of him. Upon hearing the explanation, he couldn't help but shed tears. Fate. The Hyuga clan's century-long destiny is finally about to be shattered. Beside Uchiha Yoru, who maintained a relaxed smile on his face, he gazed out the window without disturbing the other's distress. Although he couldn't fully comprehend it, he could understand. Similarly, he wasn't lying. He truly had put a lot of effort into this one Kago no Torai, even though it was only completed using the system's in-app purchases. Kago no Torai is like a prison, separating one generation after another into servitude, calling it fate. No one will willingly accept this, but in the past, they were unable to break free from this destiny. Trembling, Hyuga Hizashi opened the scroll, unable to even control himself from activating his Byakugan, the sealing technique firmly imprinted in his mind. Just a simple sealing jutsu scroll. Now it has shattered the centuries-old, dust-covered main gate that separated the Hyuga clan from their freedom, and even broken through their predetermined fate. The sealing technique is extremely sophisticated. It creates a protective shield around Kago no Torai's brain, tightly enveloping him. While there are ways to break it, one requirement is needed, controlling them first, then breaking the sealing technique. However, when the sealing technique is broken, it also activates Kago no Torai's cursed seal. Because the principle of this sealing technique is very simple, and it exists in conjunction with Kago no Torai, breaking this sealing technique is as easy as directly killing the original entity. After a full half-day had passed, Haruka Hizashi finally managed to suppress his emotions, and he carefully placed the small scroll against his chest. The Hyuga clan will split up, forever remembering Uchiha Yura's great kindness. The lingering feeling from those words was that he claimed to have invented the sealing technique himself, even with Orochimaru's help. As expected, intelligent people speak simply. After hearing Haruka Hizashi's words, Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded, saying, "It's all because of teacher Orochimaru." By saying that, he sent a signal to Haruka Hizashi that since teacher Orochimaru wanted to become the 5th Hokage, he wanted to strive to become the next Hokage as well. But Haruka Hizashi wasn't foolish either. They had seized a key to escaping their fate, but they hadn't completely succeeded. They needed someone to protect them, and Orochimaru, the future Hokage, was the person who could protect them. Following up on Uchiha Yura wouldn't be a bad idea either. With this level of talent, he has a very high chance of becoming the future Hokage. So this time, sensing that his words were somewhat hasty and agitated, Haruka Hizashi still couldn't help but say in a low voice, "I'm afraid that once this operation begins, it will be impossible to keep it a secret." Uchiha Yura naturally understood the principle that the longer one holds out, the more likely they are to lose. He nodded slightly and chuckled softly, saying, "Senior Hizashi, isn't this the perfect time? The Cloud Village ninjas from the Land of Lightning have come to sign an alliance." The unspoken meaning was that now all of the village's attention was focused on forming an alliance with the Land of Lightning, making it the best opportunity for the Hyuga clan to break away and escape their fate. The Uchiha clan's territory happens to be a bit empty right now, if Senior Hizashi is willing. With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and his eyes lowered, Haruka Hizashi suddenly widened his eyes, then immediately performed a solemn, respectful bow. After Hyuga split up, he immediately asked for Night Lord's help. Uchiha Yura's laughter echoed through the room as he nodded and said, "At the same time, Senior Hizashi also needs to ask the family head for another sum of money before this, because there won't be another opportunity like this later, and besides, there are people watching me outside when I come here today." Upon hearing these words, Haruka Hizashi raised his head, revealing a resolute, even resentful, gaze. That's right, the financial head of the family would have no opportunity afterward, and this was the perfect excuse to cover it up. The Yamanaka clan. The Yamanaka clan showed immense respect for Uchiha Yura's visit, even inviting Akimichi Chusa over. Since Shikaku is still on the front lines, the two of us, representing the Aino Shikacho clans, welcomed the Night Army. As expected, the Aino Shikacho clans really are wearing the same pants. The moment he arrived for a visit, the Yamanaka clan informed Akimichi Chusa, and even claimed that Nara Shikaku couldn't come because he was on the front lines. Furthermore, this gesture of respect is directed towards the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru. And the fact that both clan heads are simultaneously giving him a formal audience demonstrates their respect for his strength. The three men knelt in the living room, the fragrant aroma of hot tea filling the air. Uchiha Yura, displaying a feigned political smile, raised his cup and said, "Thank you both for your hospitality. It is I who have disturbed you." Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Chusa wore gentle smiles on their faces, but inwardly they were extremely nervous. Could it be that Orochimaru had come to lure the Aino Shikacho clans? Damn it, Shikaku had given them both a glimpse of the situation, and they already knew a little about it, so they were filled with apprehension at this moment. But Uchiha Yura's fake smile, a determined grin, was actually a cold, mocking laugh. His teacher was about to be humiliated and expelled from the center of power, and if he didn't seize this opportunity to aggressively pull out the sheep's wool, he wouldn't have another chance. To seniors, the outstanding achievements of Senior Shinosuke on the front lines made teacher Orochimaru even more delighted upon hearing about it, believing that Konoha now has a successor. That's impressive. Uchiha Yura launched into a lengthy monologue as soon as he opened his mouth, but Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Chusa were utterly terrified. As expected of Orochimaru, his political acumen was incredibly sharp. He had already deduced the general idea from this point alone. Now Konoha is praising Sarutobi Shinosuke's achievements in this way. Isn't it just to boost their own reputation? How similar they were to Namikaze Minato in the beginning. Teacher Orochimaru believes that Konoha is now on the verge of peace, but the only remaining issue is constant friction with the water country's border. He's preparing to request permission to advance into the water country, but Konoha is currently in a state of disrepair and lacks the necessary financial resources. With words spoken in such a manner, not a single person present was a fool. Yamanaka Inouchi and Akimichi Chusa looked at Uchiha Yoru, whose smile seemed to reveal a hint of bitterness, and both of them sighed inwardly. Could it be that Orochimaru sensed the political implications and then chose to give up? After some consideration, it didn't seem impossible. After all, during the 4th Hokage election, wasn't Orochimaru also chosen to head to the front lines after receiving a signal from the 3rd Hokage? They are indeed identical, the only difference being that it's a different person. This Sarutobi Shinosuke's reputation is significantly lower than that of the original Namikaze Minato. They've come to demand payment. Before leaving, I, as Hokage, couldn't do it, so I need money for my research. Akimichi Chusa and Yamanaka Inouchi exchanged glances, both filled with surprise. Orochimaru asking for money? This seemed rather contradictory. Uchiha Yoru lowered his head, knowing that Hyuga Hizashi couldn't be revealed. After all, the split would depend on his influence, and that would be a formidable force. However, Ino Shikacho, as the main Hokage, couldn't possibly have been completely unaware of the situation. Otherwise, how could Nara Shikaku have rushed to the front lines to curry favor? He lowered his head, revealing a hoarse, forced smile. Orochimaru-sensei's research has now reached a bottleneck and requires a large amount of financial investment. So I'm specifically representing the sensei to borrow money from the Ino Shikacho clans. Need to borrow money. Akimichi Chusa and Yamanaka Inouchi were both bewildered, as it was their first time meeting someone who came to borrow money. Uchiha Yoru, however, inwardly sneered, thinking, I represent the teachers, so if you need money, go ask teacher Orochimaru. I still hope the 2 seniors will lend a hand. After all, I still need to represent the teachers in visiting the Sarutobi clan to pay my respects to the Hokage later. The killer move. After Uchiha Yoru bowed his head and uttered these words, the 2 of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they had inquired with the Hokage, they feared that Lord Orochimaru would have been truly disappointed and chosen to give up. Although such a situation was somewhat embarrassing, as heads of prestigious families, they still had plenty of shame. The 2 men burst into laughter, and Chaozu, clutching his stomach, put on a mischievous, carefree grin and said, Lord Orochimaru has rendered great service to the village, and the Akimichi clan has received many favors on the battlefield. Whatever amount of funding you need, the Akimichi clan is willing to provide without reservation. 300 million. Cough cough. Upon hearing this number, Akimichi Chusa choked on his tea, coughing violently. His chubby face turned bright red, but he still managed to force a hoarse laugh and say, easy to say, the Akimichi clan is willing to give it to Lord Orochimaru. That's impressive. He thought it was just tens of millions, but then his mother blurted out 300 million. It's like their money just flew in the wind. At this moment, Akimichi Chusa immediately shut his mouth, not daring to utter the words unrestricted again. Even the combined wealth of the Ino Shikacho clans, 100 million, was no small sum. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Inouchi looked increasingly troubled. As the Minister of Intelligence, he knew that Orochimaru had joined Root and was researching some forbidden subjects. Finally, Yamanaka Inouchi and Akimichi Chusa exchanged glances, both showing signs of a headache. The absence of Shikaku at this time was truly a headache, mainly because he represented the Uchiha and Orochimaru. They didn't want to provoke either of these to behind-the-scenes figures. After all, what if something unexpected happened later? Initially, no one ever thought that the 4th Hokage, who was proficient in spatial ninjutsu, would die within a year of his position. This was completely unexpected. What if something like this happened again? Cough cough, Lord Yi, you know that after the 3 recent battles, everything is in ruins and needs rebuilding. Although things seem peaceful at the moment, there are still quite a few conflicts along the border. These 300 million yuan are a bit difficult to come up with all at once. Just as Yamanaka Inouchi was practicing Tai Chi, Uchiha Yoruichi, with a solemn expression, slowly took a scroll from her chest, opened it, and directly pushed it in front of the 2 of them. Initially, they were thinking of reminiscing about the past, but Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Chiza stared wide-eyed at the open scroll, both of them dumbfounded. Is it even possible to play like that? All that could be seen above was a single type of loan, or what's known as a promissory note, starting with the Inuzuka clan's 30 million yen loan, the Aburang clan's 50 million yen loan. Almost all the major clans in Konoha had them, except for the Hyuga and Uchiha. Almost all the wealthy clans had signed up. Quite impressive. Konoha has only that many clans in total, and yet they've all been wiped out. Judging by their intentions, the next clan to visit the Sarutobi clan, the Hokage's clan, seems to have made similar preparations. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Chiza exchanged glances, immediately showing expressions of helplessness. It seemed there was no escaping this time. After all, they had to show respect to Orochimaru, one of the Sennin. Other clans, unaware of the situation, mistakenly thought they were investing in the future Hokage. Isn't that better than directly siding with him? Investing some money would yield significant returns, at least in the form of Orochimaru's friendship. But both of them were clearly aware of the current movements of the Konoha high-ranking officials. They exchanged knowing glances, and Akimichi Chiza's expression was one of pain, as if to say, this time, it seems we really need to cut off some flesh. But Yamanaka Inoichi shook his head aching. 100 million. They already had a considerable amount of assets, but this was their working capital. To suddenly withdraw such a large sum was truly painful. Cough cough, Lord Yamanaka. It's not that we three clans don't want to support Lord Orochimaru's research. It's just that this matter is a bit urgent. As if afraid of angering the other party, Yamanaka Inoichi showed a determined expression, extending his hand and saying, "We three clans Inoshikacho are each willing to give Lord Orochimaru 80 million yen." Seeing Yamanaka Inoichi's determined expression, Uchiha Yoruichi nodded respectfully with a grateful look and said, on behalf of Teacher Orochimaru, I thank the Ino, Shika, and Cho clans for their support. Thank you. After finishing his sentence, he directly gestured for them to leave. Yamanaka Inoichi immediately looked at the other party and agreed without hesitation. He was instantly stunned, then filled with regret. He should have said less. This person was a typical follower of orders, calculating how much they could get, and never considered securing any benefit for themselves as teachers. But the words had already been spoken, and Yamanaka Inoichi reluctantly looked towards Akimichi Chiza with a headache. However, this big, chubby man, who looked honest and trustworthy, was not at all cunning. He simply shook his head and sighed, as if he hadn't even noticed his friend's gaze. Finally, Yamanaka Inoichi found himself in a desperate situation. He picked up the scroll that had just appeared, took out a brush, and began writing down the amount of money he wanted to borrow. He even signed his name and cut his finger to leave his mark. When the blood-red ink was pressed down, the scroll instantly emitted a white smoke similar to kuchiosi, and a promissory note with identical contents appeared. Thank you, Senior Yamanaka. Here's the promissory note. Keep it safe. When Root's finances are completely depleted, you can go find Professor Orochimaru. Looking at the promissory note in his hand, Yamanaka Inoichi's troubled expression softened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the way they were acting, they seemed to be quite reasonable, having made such thorough preparations. It appeared they had truly encountered a major problem in their research, and he could just pay it back later. Having retrieved the scroll, Uchiha Yori respectfully rose and bowed to the two, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, seniors. I still need to go to the Sarutobi clan, so I won't stay any longer. And I request that the two clan leaders quickly prepare the funds, preferably gold, and then bring them to my office at the 7th Division of the Police Department. Aburame, Inuzuka, and Kurama have already entrusted me with borrowing the money. Okay, we'll get ready and deliver it tomorrow." That's quite something. They really are handling this matter well. Yamanaka Inoichi sighed deeply as he watched the other party leave. Chaozu, did we mention 50 million just now? Would he still not be interested in bargaining? When Song turned around to greet him, he was met with Akimichi Chiza's reproachful gaze. Just say it, Inoichi. It's clear this kid is just following orders to handle a public matter. If you say one harsh word, he won't say a word more. Of course, he was just saying that for show. Given the current status of the Sannin Cold Army, if someone sent their disciple to borrow money, they would have to show some respect. Looking at Danzo, he's truly vicious, yet he's interfered so much with Lord Orochimaru's financial research. It was clear that the two were mistaken. They thought Danzo was just messing around financially and using Orochimaru's arrogant and disdainful personality directly turned to borrow money from other large families. They would repay him later after the research results were obtained, and their money would naturally be returned. Chaozu, think about it. We're not doing too badly. Look at the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. They've probably invested quite a bit. Besides, didn't you see that when we borrowed money just now, neither clan's name was mentioned? Although it was painful, Yamanaka Inoue could only find amusement in his suffering. Thinking this, he truly revealed a schadenfreude-filled grin. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans had to compensate for their losses and suffered heavy losses, yet they still generously sponsored Orochimaru. TSK. Yes, I just hope this matter comes to a quick end, so that our money will be returned. It was clear that Akimichi Chuse's biggest concern right now was his own wallet, while Yamanaka Inoue, having thought things through, immediately burst into laughter and patted his friend's thick, heavy back. Haha, Chaozu, you can rest assured, this will take at most 2 or 3 years. Sarutobi Clan. When the Uchiha arrived at the Sarutobi Clan yesterday, it was already twilight. At this time, under the setting sun, Konoha seemed to be draped in a golden hue. In the spacious living room, he was being received by the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly held a brush pen and wrote the word endure. Kneeling before Uchiha Yoru, who gazed at the calligraphy on the white paper, Yoru felt a pang of disdain. You, practicing calligraphy in the ninja world, do you really think you can combine ninjutsu and art? There are only 2 artists in the entire ninja world who truly practice it. Haha, old man, all I can do to kill time is write. After finishing his calligraphy in one go, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately broke into a gentle, hearty laugh, looking even more pleased with his own calligraphy. He looked up at the young man, but from his eyes, it was clear that the other's age made it impossible for him to appreciate his calligraphy. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, thinking, it's like casting pearls before swine. Uchiha Yoru pays his respects to his master. The person under the eaves couldn't help but bow their head, muttering a curse under their breath, but Uchiha Yoru's face showed an expression of respectful reverence. Logically speaking, Orochimaru is the third Hokage's disciple, and he is also Orochimaru's disciple, so naturally they belong to the same Hokage faction. However, political struggles have always been brutal, as evidenced by Anko's mastery of several ninjutsu techniques in the original story. Then there's Konohamaru, who not only could freely enter the Hokage's office building, but after the third Hokage's death, he was even able to enter the archives and set traps to stop Tsunade. He treats the Hokage as his own person, which shows the power of the Sarutobi clan. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette, smacked his lips, and exhaled rings of smoke, finally letting out a deep sigh. Orochimaru is such a strange old man, taking you as his disciple without even consulting me. It's clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen was partly resentful of Orochimaru for taking in the Uchiha without considering his feelings, and partly conflicted because Orochimaru was initially his most valued disciple, and now he could only suppress him for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi clan teachers have never harbored any resentment towards your master. Looking at Uchiha Yoru before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle face concealed a silent curse in his heart. Orochimaru hadn't misjudged him this time. He'd taken on such an extraordinary disciple, one who could so effectively manage the forces under his command. Smoke swirled down, and Uchiha Yoru tried to suppress the smoky smell, yet his face showed a respectful expression, making it impossible to detect any disrespect. This is Orochimaru, the teacher, and the clan leader sent me to bring these gifts. He couldn't possibly go to see the Hokage empty-handed. After all, countless eyes were silently watching him. This time, he also had a favor to ask, because, as the saying goes, those who try to catch someone have short arms, and those who bite have soft mouths. The Sarutobi clan was also a prestigious family, and they had never seen such precious gifts before, so it was naturally nothing unusual. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face showed a smile, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his heart. The Uchiha were fine, and Orochimaru was his disciple after all, so he was naturally pleased that he could send gifts. Haha, it's good that Orochimaru doesn't blame me. After all, I did all this for Konoha. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen, habitually looking at Uchiha Yoru with that gentle smile, began to speak in a seductive tone. Yoru, you're still young. A powerful ninja isn't defined by how many powerful ninjutsu techniques they learn, but by their heart. When you get back, advise your teacher properly and tell Orochimaru not to go astray. Don't be fooled by this Hokage's gentle smile and think he's easy to talk to. You have to see what's really going on. In his eyes, his will of fire is absolutely unquestionable. It's safe to say that he's inherited the first Hokage's ideology. He's a dictator. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Orochimaru was truly a good person. He could have easily inherited the Hokage position. He could have slowly transferred power. He could have left all his resources to the successor, but he insisted on starting from scratch, entangling a whole group of forces. Wasn't that bound to cause upheaval? And his political ideals were so extreme. Master, rest assured, when I return, I will definitely have a good talk with teacher Orochimaru. Uchiha Yoru said respectfully, while the third Hokage secretly shook his head. This kid is truly a good prospect. But unfortunately, he was born into the Uchiha clan. With such thick skin, he might very well inherit everything from Orochimaru in the future. Did you visit the prominent families in the village beforehand? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had clearly heard the Anbu's report early on, he feigned ignorance, his expression one of bewilderment as he inquired. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the old fox wouldn't let his guard down even for a moment. Yes, I'm acting on my master's orders to visit the major families. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Uchiha Knight Elder nodded truthfully while feigning excitement, saying, Hokage-sensei, Professor Orochimaru was ordered to carry out a secret research mission. But the village is in ruins after the war and is short of funds. The professor's research has been halted and he has no choice but to borrow from the major clans. In this, our Uchiha and Hyuga clans have selflessly contributed to the development of the village. All of this is for Konoha, but finances remain a huge gap. In desperation, teacher Orochimaru finds it inconvenient to step forward, so I will act on his behalf, visiting the major clans to borrow and research funding. Once the village is stable, we will completely recover the village's finances and repay the major clans this amount. That's quite something. Even the third Hokage, despite his many years in power, is seeing something like this before borrowing money under the guise of a village, claiming the village is currently facing difficulties, and that once the village recovers, the funds will naturally be replenished. Wouldn't that make it possible to repay the debt? This didn't seem to be a problem either. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage showed a look of sudden understanding. It seemed that this made sense. He also pondered silently, observing Danzo's desperate struggle through the fire, yet he was so meticulous. However, given Orochimaru's personality, he probably wouldn't be so shameless as to demand money. Thinking of this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of guilt. After all, Orochimaru was his disciple, and the fourth Hokage had no choice but to accept him as his disciple. Yet now he was. Orochimaru's financial research is still far from perfect. The Sarutobi clan, however, has some hidden strengths. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Orochimaru was deeply hurt and had given up the position of Hokage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his disciple do such a thing. So, he decided to make amends. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your kindness. Teacher Orochimaru will surely be moved when he finds out. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru quickly adopted a defiant, aggressive demeanor, first offering words of encouragement, then raising the banner to further shame the other party. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your generosity. When I get back, I must tell my teacher about it. I'll explain how the third Hokage cares about him. The teacher said the research funding is still short by 1 billion. The first half of the sentence initially expressed a mixture of shame and joy in Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the final sentence directly caused him to widen his eyes in shock and exclaim, "How much did you say?" Seeing the third Hokage's seemingly shocked expression, as if he hadn't heard clearly, Uchiha Yoru scratched his head, feigning ignorance. 1 billion won. Most of us Uchiha clan members have already contributed to the financial research, and the Hyuga have also generously donated a considerable amount, so the deficit isn't that big. That's great. Saratobi Hiruzen almost flipped the table at that moment, his eyes wide with disbelief. 1 billion. Do you think it's 10,000 taels? He was old, but not stupid. 1 billion. What the hell are you researching? Seeing Saratobi Hiruzen's gluttonous appearance, Uchiha Yoru bowed his head in shame and sighed, saying Teacher Orochimaru rotates between 3 experimental bases every day. He says what he's researching is confidential, but he's very greedy for money. 3 research bases. Upon hearing these words, Saratobi Hiruzen showed a look of shock. Then, as he thought of something, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Damn it! Danzo, how many forbidden techniques did you give Orochimaru to study? Although he was the Hokage, he was merely in charge of the overall direction and lacked the ability to be thorough. He only knew a little about the forbidden jutsu materials Danzo gave Orochimaru for him to study, but he never imagined it would escalate to such a large scale. 1 billion, even I, an old man, can't possibly raise that much at the moment. At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen's anger was followed by helplessness. On one hand, it was his close friend Danzo. What could he do? He was certain that Danzo was using his power for personal gain and that Orochimaru's research was likely driven by his own selfish desires. On the other hand, it was his own disciple. There was nothing he could do. His only priority now was to sign a peace treaty with the Land of Lightning, and then settle the score with Danzo later. Seeing Saratobi Hiruzen's helpless expression, Uchiha Yoru also sighed helplessly, seemingly worried about his teacher Orochimaru. The research faculty has a huge financial gap. This time, they specifically stated beforehand that they need to secure funding and then prepare to establish a new research base near the Water Kingdom, which will facilitate better research. Upon hearing these words, Saratobi Hiruzen's expression immediately changed, a complex look appearing on his face. Orochimaru, are you also disappointed in the village? You even want to follow Jiraiya and Tsunade's example and choose to live freely outside the village? Well, that's for the best. Once the village is peaceful, you will all understand the painstaking efforts I've put in. 1 billion yen is indeed impossible for the Saratobi clan to withdraw, so let's do this. Looking at Uchiha Yoru's youthful face, Saratobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, I'll give you 500 million yen to Orochimaru first. This will be considered doing it for the village. I'll gradually add the remaining 500 million yen when Orochimaru establishes a base in the water country. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Nightheart's dirty hands began to pound, and he showed a shocked expression, thinking to himself, holy cow, he's got the Mangekyo Sharingan. 500 million yen is almost enough for the Saratobi clan to drink a whole bottle, but Saratobi Hiruzen still felt a little ashamed. After all, by doing this, Orochimaru not only lost his chance to compete for the 5th Hokage position, but his reputation was also damaged. Well, let's just consider it compensation. At this time, Saratobi Hiruzen, under the influence of arrogance, focused entirely on signing a peace treaty with the Land of Lightning, and as a result of his carelessness, he was unaware that Danzo had stirred up immense trouble for him. As Uchiha Yoru walked out of the Saratobi Mansion's main gate, a hint of weariness appeared on his relieved smile. His back was drenched in sweat. The oppressive feeling of the 3rd Hokage's chakra at this time was truly terrifying. Even Orochimaru, who hadn't reached his peak, couldn't compare. However, after lowering his head to look at the Jutsu scroll in his palm, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed a relieved smile. The 3rd Hokage's Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This time it can be considered a gain. Saratobi Hiruzen felt a little ashamed today, so he didn't overthink things, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. Before leaving, he even gave him a Jutsu scroll, a jutsu created by the 3rd Hokage. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, an rank ninjutsu, was used by the 3rd Hokage during his Chunin exam and against the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Its power is extremely strong, and it also incorporates all of the 3rd Hokage's experience, making it incredibly powerful. Is this supposed to be a weak attempt to silence someone? Laughing self-deprecatingly, Uchiha Yoru clutched the jutsu scroll in his hand. After a brief pause, a slow smile formed on his lips before he put the scroll away. At this moment, the detective in the darkness must have seen this jutsu scroll, haha. Is this the 3rd Hokage releasing a signal? preparing for a peaceful resolution with the Uchiha clan? Or is it out of respect for his disciple Orochimaru? I'm afraid that tonight countless people will start to have doubts. After all, only a few high-ranking officials and the heads of the three great clans Ino, Shika, and Cho know the third Hokage's decision. The rest are still observing, and even now, Orochimaru's chances of winning are still considered high. Under the setting sun, Uchiha Yoru's figure disappeared from the Sarutobi clan, but tonight was a sleepless night for the great clans. After leaving the Sarutobi clan with the Jutsu scrolls, countless clans immediately considered numerous possibilities and began hastily preparing their finances. Tomorrow. They absolutely had to deliver all the funds tomorrow. Uchiha Yoru's simple, natural trick couldn't escape Sarutobi Hiruzen's notice, or perhaps this could be considered his compensation. Without the third Hokage's tacit approval, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Ninjutsu isn't the important thing. What's important is the third Hokage's attitude. Uchiha clan. As night fell, Uchiha Yoru had just returned to the Uchiha clan's territory when someone was already waiting for him. Naka no Jinja. In the gloomy secret chamber, Uchiha Fugaku and the instantaneous elder sat solemnly in a row, while Uchiha Yoru sat opposite them, looking weary. Yoru, you're being a bit too dramatic today. Uchiha Yoru was now more than just an ordinary ninja. He held a representative status, representing both the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru. Every move he made attracted the attention of countless people. Looking at the clan head and elders, Uchiha Yoru feigned a weary expression, rubbing his forehead and sighing. Clan head, elders, it seems the situation is a bit unfavorable. This time, the Lightning Country has come to negotiate peace, and Sarutobi Shinosuke's reputation is practically everywhere in the villages. It doesn't seem like a good start. Regarding this point, after the news of peace talks being prepared in the Land of Lightning just last year, they all realized that Sarutobi Shinosuke's reputation was being promoted everywhere. And no one was a fool. Humph, Sarutobi-sensei is probably just paving the way for his son, but that's still not enough. Becoming one of the 5 great village cages requires considerable strength, which is the most important factor. The elder of the instantaneous generation clan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, showing utter contempt for such tactics. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said in a low voice, Shinosuke may seem to have considerable prestige, but even the Jonin know that all the credit for the front lines belongs to Orochimaru, so he's not worth worrying about. One is the clan head, the other is an elder, but truly worthy of being an Uchiha. Even now they are still so arrogant. Looking at the two of them, Uchiha Nightheart sighed inwardly, but now he is no longer the person who once had to bow to the clan head and elders. Clan leader, elders, teacher Orochimaru wants to retaliate. This one sentence instantly made the expressions of Elder Fugaku and the other person turn serious. Finally, this cold-hearted man is about to officially begin the struggle for the Hokage position. But the next sentence they heard filled them with shock. Teacher Orochimaru is preparing to completely separate the Hyuga clan and bring them under his control, so he needs a suitable place to live. At this point, Uchiha Yoru paused, looking at the clan head and elders with a serious expression, and said in a low voice, the Uchiha clan is now ostracized to the outskirts of the village. So the allocated living quarters are just right to accommodate the separated Hyuga clan. Hyuga split. The two men's eyes were filled with terror, and the elder reacted even faster, involuntarily exclaiming in shock, Could it be? Could it be that Orochimaru has separated Kago no Torai? Even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but gasp in shock, saying, if Orochimaru deals with the Hyuga and separates Kago no Torai, then the separated forces will be added to our Uchiha, enough to form a new force. If Kago no Torai were truly separated, then the Hyuga would be distinct from the rest, firmly under Orochimaru's main lineage, sharing both glory and shame. Excellent! At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku and the instantaneous elder looked at each other, and both burst out with a surge of enthusiastic excitement. Naka no Jinja! In the gloomy secret chamber, Uchiha Fugaku and the instantaneous elder both had flushed faces. Since the Ninetales rampage, they hadn't heard such good news. Haha, if that's true, then the 5th Hokage is within my grasp. Not bad. Although the Hyuga clan isn't as powerful as our Uchiha clan, they're still the 2nd most powerful clan in Konoha, and some of their members possess strength far exceeding that of the main clan. What kind of clan head is he? A bunch of ninjas who rely on splitting up to protect the battlefield, only capable of enslaving the clan. Don't look at the clan head's high and mighty status, but 70% of the Hyuga clan's fighting force is in the split. By then, HMPH. At this moment, the elder showed a disdainful expression. He, as an Uchiha, had always been disgusted by the Hyuga clan's clan head's ideology of splitting up. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Yuru, his usually stoic face rarely showing a smile as he nodded and said, "Good, although our Uchiha clan's territory is large now, it's too lonely. If we could have a Hyuga branch join us, that would be perfect." Even the elder couldn't help but smile in satisfaction and nod. Not bad, the Hyuga split is a group of elites. I've never seen a Hyuga split that's afraid of death on the battlefield. From now on, the Uchiha can be considered to have allies. The Uchiha clan was perpetually isolated. They had tried to find allies, but ever since the village building incident, they had naturally been unable to forge alliances. Even when they finally did manage to find allies, they were overjoyed. After all, it was just a matter of capital and profit, nothing compared to the importance of mutual support and solidarity. The Uchiha clan had been isolated for too long. If the Hyuga clan were to truly break away and rise to prominence, it would be almost indistinguishable from rebellion. Then, the Uchiha could relinquish some of their resources to re-establish the Hyuga clan. At that point, the two clans would naturally become allies, and when dealing with the Hokage's high-ranking officials, they would be able to advance and retreat together. As clan leaders and elders, neither of them was a fool. They could naturally see the future benefits, even though they wanted to cede a portion of their interests. Leaving aside the vast wealth of the Uchiha clan, even in the past, no one had come forward to offer a share of their resources in exchange for allies. This was a deal delivered right to their doorstep, and they felt they absolutely had to seize it. Fugaku, this time, the separation of the Hyuga clan must be treated with respect. In the future, we can rest assured in trusting our allies to you. I can already imagine the image of the Uchiha and Hyuga fighting together in the police force or on the battlefield. The elder's joy instantly intensified, his expression becoming even more excited. The Uchiha finally had a true ally. Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, nodded firmly and said, "Rest assured, Elder, the Hyuga clan's close combat skills, combined with our Uchiha Sharingan, will absolutely not be inferior to the Aino, Shika, and Sho clans." Seeing the clan head and elders almost without hesitation decide to cut off a portion of their assets to help split up and re-establish the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Yasin sighed in shame. "I didn't lie, I just concealed the information." After Teacher Orochimaru's incident, this split of the Hyuga clan is the most substantial part of his teacher's legacy that he inherited. Clan leader, Elder, this is Wine Kago no Torai that I and Teacher Orochimaru researched together. Although Kago no Torai is a control and separation technique, it must be said that it is still usable. Moreover, this cursed seal is probably a divine gift to our clan's dojutsu. Uchiha Night God solemnly took out the perfect copy of the Kago no Torai sealing jutsu scroll, and Uchiha Fugaku and Elder Shura also solemnly received it to examine. Amazing, truly amazing. This is indeed a creation of the Dojutsu clan, a masterpiece of their craft. This Kago no Torai seal is more accurately described as a perfect version of Kago no Torai, having removed the control mechanisms. It's essentially a prison, a perfect sealing technique that protects the Dojutsu bloodline. Elder, if everyone in the clan who has the foresight to learn this sealing technique performs it, we won't have to worry about the Sharingan falling out in the future. The Hyuga Kago no Torai is separated by a keyhole, a key that the family head keeps. This perfect version of Kago no Torai is directly welded shut, without any gaps, perfectly connecting the brain and the pupil's nerves. It could be said that losing the ability to control oneself is actually a way to protect the Sharingan and the seal on the brain. Uchiha Fugaku and the instantaneous Elder were truly surprised by such a benefit. Immediately, they both broke into smiles. Although it was somewhat pointless, at least it offered some protection. The Uchiha Sharingan has remained unlost for so many years except for Danzo primarily because of its overwhelming power and super strong repulsive nature. Kakashi's case is merely an accident, but no one can guarantee whether or not someone in the shinobi world is secretly researching it. Uchiha Yoru, seeing the two of them smiling brightly, secretly sighed to himself. This seal might seem like icing on the cake for the Uchiha clan at the moment, but once the Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan's explosive power is fully disseminated throughout the shinobi world, this seal will be like providing warmth on a snowy day. Following this, the three began discussing how the Hyuga clan would divide the profits after their split. Under the moonlight, the people of Konoha were engrossed in sweet dreams of a peaceful future. But on this night, a dark shadow flickered out from the museum where the Lightning Country's envoy had arrived. Uchiha Yoru, dragging his weary body, entered a research base under the cover of night, through a cave-like opening. The study, once cluttered with stacks of documents and scrolls, now appeared even more disorganized, as if there were far fewer materials in its contents. It's clear that Orochimaru had prepared for the worst-case scenario, having already begun transferring some crucial research materials, leaving behind only useless items. Haha, Lordy has certainly caused quite a stir today. Don't be fooled by Orochimaru's habit of hiding inside his research base and never coming out. He's keeping a close eye on all of Konoha's movements. Uchiha Yoru had never considered lying before. At most, he would conceal some information. After all, he never believed that a lie could deceive someone for a lifetime. On the contrary, the truth was the most sophisticated lie. Teacher Orochimaru, isn't this the perfect opportunity to prepare for a financial research project? After all, you've made illustrious contributions to Konoha. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's nonchalant and unashamed demeanor, Orochimaru immediately let out a hoarse laugh. His disciple's political maneuvering was formidable, and his money-making skills were even more impressive. It seemed that ever since they became master and disciple, he hadn't really had to worry much about financial matters. The fact that this apprentice came later and offered to provide him with funding was what pleased him most, because it allowed him to conduct his research without any reservations. Di Quan, are you already preparing to receive instruction from the teachers at the Heritage Village? A hoarse laugh echoed through the gloomy study, yet Uchiha Yoru felt not the slightest threat. Instead, he shrugged and chuckled softly, saying, if the teacher were in Konoha, this would naturally be for the teacher's benefit. But if the teacher isn't here, as a disciple, I should naturally accept it. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's downfall is a cautionary tale. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this comparison, Orochimaru immediately revealed an amused smile. That's right, the Nine-Tails legacy seems to be limited to just that one Nine-Tails. The truth is, if Konoha had no place for him, then his influence within Konoha would have vanished like smoke. Haha, so this is the reason you desperately want to plot against the Hyuga split, using the Hyuga split as the core principle. Night Lord, if you had been born in the Warring States period, you would definitely have a place among the 5 great nations of the shinobi world. Orochimaru rarely revealed his true strength, and even more so, he couldn't help but admire him. Almost every step was calculated, yet time and again it was so flawless, and he moved with such natural ease. If he were to become the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Yoru's position would naturally rise with him. If he were to leave Konoha, he could then rely on the Hyuga clan split to form a core group, wielding his own power, a kind of independent strength outside the clan. Once the Hyuga clan breaks away, it's considered treason. Their only remaining ally is Orochimaru, and with Orochimaru gone, breaking away again would be very embarrassing. Separating it into a single sword hilt, and then seeking refuge with Orochimaru, she immediately imprinted her mark on Orochimaru. At this point, it was a hot potato, and conversely, as Orochimaru's disciple, Uchiha Yoru was the best successor. Haha, Yoru, you'd better be prepared. While intelligence is important, in the shinobi world, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, no matter how powerful your brain is, what good is it? At this point, Orochimaru's lips slowly curved into a humorous smile. Narishikaku was intelligent enough, but what was the result? He was still forever dependent on others. His intellect might bring him temporary advantages, but true strength was what truly established him. Strength! Upon hearing those 2 words, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into an arrogant smile. Teacher Orochimaru, I'll show you when the time comes. He now needs a stage fight to prove his strength, and isn't that stage already well built? Haha, when the time comes, it will be his turn to step onto the stage. Calculations. He'd never liked them before, because they were too tiring, but since he wasn't arrogant and didn't want to overpower Konoha, he could only integrate them into the existing power structure, not change it. When your strength reaches a certain level, you can change all the injustices you see, but if your strength is merely a pawn among a group of powerful individuals, then you need to integrate and learn to use their strength against them. Haha, I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you, Night Lord, are. Orochimaru, with a sinister grin, let out a hoarse laugh. His disciple was becoming increasingly interesting. It seemed his strength had grown considerably during this time. How strong is it? Seeing the large snake with its knowing smile, Uchiha Yoru also smiled. Teacher Orochimaru, I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. Under the cover of night, a sudden commotion erupted in the Hyuga clan's territory. In the darkness, Hyuga Hayashi held his daughter Hinata in his arms, his face filled with solemnity, while guards who had heard the news also arrived. Right in front of them, a masked ninja in black robes had been beaten to death, lying on the ground, his mask slowly being removed to reveal his face. As soon as his face was revealed, Hyuga Hayashi's usually emotionless face suddenly showed a look of shock. Yet, the Lei Kingdom's envoy, who had just signed a treaty with the village, was now slanted in a grimace, his pupils dilated, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and a tuft of beard that bore a resemblance to a face he had seen with his own eyes. Chief, this is it. The pursuing guards, upon realizing the identity of the person who had been killed, couldn't help but show expressions of shock. They knew that Konoha had always been on the verge of encountering the Lightning Country's envoy, and many ninjas had seen him before, so they clearly recognized his identity. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi instantly understood the gravity of the situation. His shock was replaced by a hint of bewilderment. The Land of Lightning had a clever scheme. That night, the Hokage's office building was brightly lit, and the high-ranking officials, who had just signed the peace treaty, were all up in the middle of the night, rushing into the office building. The Hokage's meeting room was brightly lit, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzu, Uchiha Kaharu, Midokado Homura, and Konoha's top F4 were gathered there, their faces grim and ominous, indicating that Konoha was about to face a major upheaval. We just signed a treaty with the Lightning Clan, and tonight the Lightning Clan's chief envoy secretly disguised himself and went to the Hyuga clan to rob the daughter of the Hayashi clan's patriarch. It's clear this was premeditated. The enemy never planned for success from the very beginning. The cunning and resourceful third Hokage directly and sarcastically pointed out the crucial issue. The Lightning Country's tactics were clearly intended to discuss them. Don't even talk about you, an envoy, even if you, the Raikage, came see if you could get out of Konoha unscathed. An envoy acting like the god of the shinobi world. Using this kind of tactic to create diplomatic conflict, Cloud Village remains as despicable as ever. It was clear that Shimura Danzu was seething with anger. He had originally planned to secretly frame these messengers by having someone impersonate a Stone Village ninja on their way back, but instead, he was confronted right at his doorstep. As a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan, Kaharu frowned and shook her head, saying, "Right now, we shouldn't be discussing this matter at this time, but rather how to provoke the Cloud Village. It's a battle, let's continue the discussion." It's undeniable that the Cloud Village's maneuver this time, while not exactly brilliant, was certainly nauseating. After all, this was a diplomatic incident, and they insisted on making the first accusation, leaving Konoha to suffer the consequences. You outwardly claimed that an envoy from the Cloud Village came to your Konoha stronghold, and that they could sneak into the Hyuga mansion in the middle of the night, and even rob the Hyuga clan head's daughter. And in the end, they were killed by your people. Leaving aside whether anyone would believe what you're saying, the fact that someone could sneak into the Hyuga clan's mansion right under your nose is simply ridiculous. The main point, they were all careless. Midokado Homura frowned. Konoha wasn't afraid of the Cloud Village, but they couldn't just start a war impulsively. The previous war wasn't for profit, and this current one certainly wouldn't be beneficial. Sarutobi, the Cloud Village is definitely going to cause trouble tomorrow. Right now, we're in a chaotic situation. The Cloud Village is also eyeing this opportunity to shake Konoha. If we clash with the Cloud Village at this time, and the situation escalates, once the border falls into a stalemate, Konoha will probably only have Orochimaru to intervene. Midokado Homura hit the nail on the head, and in an instant, the expressions of the three changed. Uchiha Kaharu, upon hearing this, shook her head and said, Saratobi, at this time, it's best to be cautious. The village has experienced too much turmoil, and as Homura said, if Orochimaru achieves another victory, then I'm afraid no one will be able to stop him from ascending to the position of Hokage. Having endured enough wars since Konoha's departure, if we were to welcome Orochimaru again, well, Orochimaru is indeed a suitable candidate. Konoha cannot afford such turmoil at this time. Perhaps there are benefits to this mix, but more than anything, it's the older generation who fear that the very prosperity of Konoha they created with their own hands will ultimately be squandered. Their hearts were so narrow that they believed only their own ideas were right. Once Orochimaru ascended to power, the various factions in Konoha would once again reshuffle the cards. A Konoha that had just gone through a series of wars would now have to endure political upheaval. Could it be vulnerable to enemy interference? Just like in World War II, after the deaths of the first and second Hokage, the entire shinobi world descended into chaos. The Hokage held a meeting to handle routine affairs in a brightly lit room. Saratobi Hiruzen, with the lower end of his cigarette in his mouth, looked at the three men. At this moment, he was no longer the chunin he was in his old age. Even in his prime, he still exuded an aura of majesty. The Cloud Village's tactics are truly despicable. Let's fight! Now that the village has gone through 3 battles against the Nine Tails, even though the first generation of young ninjas are not yet mature, we fear they will eventually be taken advantage of by other ninja villages. If we don't fight, we fear that the Cloud Village will have difficulty handing over this territory. At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen revealed an air of solemnity, and seeing Mitokado Homura frown, he said, Saratobi, you shouldn't act impulsively. The losses from the 3 great wars haven't even begun to recover. If Konoha and the Cloud Village are dragged into the quagmire of war, the other ninja villages, after resting and recuperating for several years, will likely join forces and not give us a chance to catch our breath. Not bad. Stone Village, Mist Village, Sand Village, these 3 villages are all resting and recuperating. We can't make any moves there. Uchiha Koharu also frowned, commenting on the current situation. The 3 battles were absolutely the most devastating wars Konoha had ever fought. The first was the battle against World War II, which, although brutal, was ultimately fought on foreign territory by Konoha, a formidable enemy. The results of the 3 battles that reached the Land of Fire's borders showed Konoha fighting defensively in all of them. The Battle of Mount Kumo was within the Land of Fire's territory, and the Hidden Mist Village even dared to send its 7 swordsmen into Konoha's interior. From this, one can imagine the state Konoha was in at that time. They were completely exhausted. In the Battle of Kanavi Bridge, Namikaze Minato also relied on this battle to secure military victory, forcing the Hidden Stone Village to withdraw from the battlefield. From then on, his reputation closely rivaled that of the Sannin, and he became a key candidate for Hokage. The 3 battles were absolutely disastrous. Otherwise, why would the 3rd Hokage ultimately have to take responsibility for his dismissal? At this moment, the usually taciturn Shimura Danzo let out a sinister, cold laugh. I think you're all overthinking things. This incident happened in the Hyuga clan, and it's a perfect opportunity to strike down the unstable elements within the village. Danzo. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Mitokado Homura immediately frowned, intending to retort, but Danzo merely sneered. Did I say anything wrong? The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are the 2 strongest clans in Konoha. Their inherent strength has completely become the village's power. The Uchiha are in charge of the police department. Who among you can command them? Furthermore, the Hyuga clan is known for its strict clan rules, with the head of the family separating and dividing. From what I've observed, the Hyuga clan's rigidity is deeply ingrained in their bones. They're like the Uchiha unchanging, cunning individuals. This is a perfect opportunity to strike a blow against the Hyuga clan to show them that even the strongest clan must obey the village. At this point, Shimura Danzo's expression turned even more sinister as he coldly snorted. And what about the Uchiha clan? If they really fall into war and conflict at this time, what if another Ninetales rebellion breaks out? Shimura Danzo's reminder caused Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu to frown in alarm immediately upon hearing it. The Sharingan and the Ninetales were indeed the beings they feared most. Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and, with a deep, resonant voice, said, Danzo, you shouldn't speak so dramatically. Konoha hasn't reached the state you're describing. Now that Saratobi Hiruzen was at the peak of his power, the thing he could least tolerate was someone saying that the village he ruled was not doing well. Seeing Saratobi Hiruzen unleash his full power, directly threatening the three of them, he said in a deep voice, "As long as I am here, Konoha cannot be in chaos, and will not be." The lessons of the three battles were still vividly before his eyes. He couldn't repeat the same mistakes. Thinking of the losses in the last three battles, in which he could only take responsibility and dismiss his subordinates, Saratobi Hiruzen immediately frowned and made a decision. The village needs to cultivate its vitality, and the Hyuga clan definitely needs to be dealt with decisively, so they know who the Hokage of Konoha is now. Danzo, you just need to secretly continue monitoring the Uchiha clan. As for the Cloud Village envoys who want to cause trouble, then I will have a good sparring match with them. Send Orochimaru to the border, and at the same time inform all the ninjas at the border to be ready for battle at any time. I want to see if the Cloud Village kids have the guts to start a war. If the Cloud Village dares to start a war, Konoha will not hesitate to fight. At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen unleashed his full firepower, his aura quite powerful. Immediately, Midokado Homura and Yuditane Kaharu in the meeting room broke into smiles, saying, "Saratobi, it's good that you have such confidence." They still trusted their old friend's methods, but Shimura Danzu, after witnessing the third Hokage's tyrannical and domineering behavior, immediately felt disheartened. "Damn Soru, you're playing games with my authority again. It's always like this." Perhaps, during the most chaotic period, Saratobi Hiruzen's rise to power in the Great Liang Dynasty was absolutely marked by his cunning and decisiveness. On the second day, as expected, the enraged Lightning Country envoy stormed into the Hokage's office building and began causing trouble. Saratobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, would not get involved in this matter, so Midokado Homura and Yuditane Kaharu, along with the high-ranking officials, had something to do. Midokado Homura and Yuditane Kaharu took turns engaging in debate with the Cloud Village delegation from the Land of Lightning. Root. Upon returning to Root, Shimura Danzu's face was extremely grim, his single eye revealing a sinister and vicious expression. Gritting his teeth, he angrily said, "Saru, what a clever trick! You've deceived me again." Only after returning did Shimura Danzu realize that Konoha had suffered serious damage in the three battles, but the Cloud Village wasn't doing any better either. Konoha had dared to fight because of its powerful foundation. Even if his Cloud Village had a strong foundation, could it possibly compare to Konoha's? Well done, Saru. You're clearly saying that you saw through the Cloud Village's defenses and they didn't dare start a war. That's why you're acting so recklessly. At this moment, Danzo was so consumed with hatred that he almost gnashed his own teeth to pieces. The Cloud Village had suffered serious injuries in the three battles, not to mention the third Raikage was dead. If they were to truly go to war with Konoha, Konoha would fear being taken advantage of, but the Cloud Village would fear the Stone Village taking advantage even more. Excellent! What a clever scheme! You attacked the Hyuga clan, then used Orochimaru to threaten the enemy nation at the border. And finally, after Konoha and the Cloud Village signed another peace treaty, you, Saru, have reaped all the benefits, inside and out. Thinking about this, Shimura Danzu felt a headache coming on. Attacking the Hyuga clan would probably just mean he'd be the one taking the blame again. Damn it, Saru got all the benefits, and now I'm the one left to bear the brunt of it. Very well, Saratobi, you're quite something. Since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being cruel. Shimura Danzu's one eye, which had been exposed, revealed a sinister glint. Konoha isn't just your Saratobi family's territory. You've been lording over me for a lifetime, but Shinosuke, that rat, won't ever ride roughshod over me. Konoha's tactics were equally swift. By late afternoon, Orochimaru's figure appeared outside the main gate of Konoha. Teacher, please be very careful this time when you go to the border. Uchiha Yoruichi respectfully came to see him off. Just last night's commotion had been brushed aside, and now the third Hokage had deployed Orochimaru to a border location to make his presence felt. Indeed, this ninja hero is not to be underestimated. The original plot, based on the timeline, speculates that after the Hyuga incident, Orochimaru betrayed and fled Konoha in the second year. However, before his betrayal and escape, Orochimaru took Anko to the border of the Land of the Sea, clearly indicating that he was already preparing to betray and flee, but was repeatedly stopped by the third Hokage within Konoha. Therefore, it is speculated that Orochimaru was deployed by Sarutobi to the border to threaten enemy nations around this time. Self-proclaimed theory, haha, you can rest assured tonight. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko, with a backpack flung over her shoulder, was brimming with excitement. She didn't yet know what this trip would bring her. Teacher, if Anko goes with you first, will that implicate you? Uchiha Yoru said this with a meaningful glance at his teacher, while Mitarashi Anko, on the other hand, widened her eyes and said, Yoru, don't think that just because you've awakened the Sharingan you're a genius. Just wait, I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Orochimaru seemed unaffected by the commotion between the two, instead revealing a faint smile as he said hoarsely, Yoru, Anko might need to rely on you later. After all ninja missions are fraught with danger, and even a C-rank mission cannot be taken lightly. Clearly, Orochimaru also had his own reasons for saying this. Both of their schemes were fraught with danger, and Anko was in danger no matter who she followed. Either she should leave now, or she should be eliminated first. Only then would both of them have the opportunity to focus on moving forward. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru broke into a smile. In the original historical trajectory, Anko clearly refused to follow Orochimaru and betray him, so she was abandoned outside. But that could also be considered a different kind of protection. Therefore, all teachers must be very careful. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Orochimaru seized this opportunity to transfer all the information within Konoha's territory. Under the setting sun, Orochimaru, wearing a Konoha vest and Konoha headband, and Mitarashi Anko disappeared from sight. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Yoru let out a deep sigh of melancholy. That's right, there has never been anything absolutely foolproof. Only when one's strength reaches a level that can sweep everything aside will they fear nothing. That one, Lord Uchiha Yoru. Just then, a soft sigh suddenly reached his ears. Uchiha Yoru turned his head in confusion to look at the person who had spoken to him, only to see a ninja guarding the main gate of Konoha, wearing a blue hat and with a sunbin in his mouth, shyly greeting him. Seeing the person approaching, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed a surprised expression. Genma, the unknowing fire. He then calmly smiled and nodded in response, but inwardly he was sweating profusely. Had he revealed a weakness? Who are you? Genma, with an embarrassed expression and a forced smile, stepped forward, looking at the person before him who was clearly younger than himself, yet was already a prominent figure in Konoha. And even more so, there was that feeling of someone being infuriated by their own superiority. That one, I am Genma, the unknowing fire, the fourth Hokage's bodyguard. It was clear that when Genma, the unknowing fire, said these words, a trace of shame appeared on Kiranai's face. As their bodyguard, they were still alive, but where did the fourth Hokage end up? But Genma, still embarrassed, scratched his head and then lowered his voice, saying, Lord Yoru, do you have time later? We have half an hour left before the shift change. Seeing Genma's cautious and embarrassed demeanor, Uchiha Yoru also wanted to know what the other party was plotting, and he even felt a little guilty. Okay, wait a little longer. I'll be at the first tavern at the end of the street. With a gentle nod, Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly, and Genma, upon hearing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a grateful expression. At this age, reaching this point was not arrogant or boastful, nor did it convey a sense of superiority. Instead, it radiated sunshine, leaving Genma deeply moved. At first, the three of them living a carefree life as the fourth Hokage's bodyguards, but in less than a year, they were subjected to the harsh realities of society, making them clearly understand the true nature of human relationships and the fickleness of people. Under the Yoru curtain, three ninjas entered a small tavern with private booths. Lord Yoru, I apologize for keeping you waiting so long. Only Genma, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi were seen entering the private box, apologizing profusely. Uchiha Yoru, seeing this, smiled and waved his hand, saying, I didn't wait long. Sit down. He was extremely curious about what these three people wanted from him. For half an hour, he had been meticulously thinking things through, but still hadn't found the slightest flaw in his plan. Moreover, their attitude didn't seem like they had discovered anything either. Thus, Genma, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi, all clearly 18 or 19-year-old ninjas, were filled with nervousness and even a little restlessness when facing a ninja even younger than themselves. Seeing the expressions on the three men's faces, Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded, saying, "May I ask what matter brings you three to see me?" In terms of rank, Genma and Namiyashi Rado are special jonin, Tatami Iwashi is a chunin, and Uchiha Yoro is a jonin. Considering their commoner status, he is from the prestigious Uchiha clan, a powerful figure, and also a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the current Zenin. Therefore, it is not at all unreasonable for the three of them to call him sir. Namiyashi Rado and Tatami Iwashi both chuckled awkwardly, their eyes constantly gesturing to Genma, clearly indicating that the three of them considered him their leader, as evidenced by their nickname, Genma's Squad. Genma, receiving a knowing glance from his two teammates, gave an embarrassed laugh. Still suppressing his inner unease, he hesitated for a moment before tentatively saying to the young man before him, who was even younger than himself, "Well, the Cloud Village and the other villages are about to sign a peace treaty. At that time, it will probably be the time for Lord Orochimaru to ascend to the position of Hokage." We? Hesitantly, Genma, the unknowing fire, gritted his teeth and bowed his head, saying in a low voice, "We, the Genma Squad, wish to join the 7th Division of the Police Department and are willing to serve Lord Orochimaru." At this point, Namiyashi Rado and Tatami Iwashi both quickly stood up and bowed 90 degrees respectfully to unknowing fire Genma. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoro showed a look of realization. It turned out that this was the three of them's intention. However, if it were that easy to achieve, I'm afraid people wouldn't value it too much. Thinking this, Uchiha Yoro revealed a meaningful smile as he looked at the three of them. In this eerie atmosphere, for a full half day, amidst the three's anxious anticipation, he finally spoke. "Sit down first. Perhaps we can talk a little." Uchiha Yoro revealed a cheerful expression. It was truly a case of a subordinate being delivered right to his doorstep. He would certainly accept him, but he needed to be tested first. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't value him. Konoha, a small tavern inside. With fingers tapping on the table, 16-year-old Uchiha Yoro, displaying an air of superiority, observed the three 18 and 19-year-old ninjas before him, who seemed somewhat restless. It's not that the three of them have bad attitudes, it's just that they're truly humiliated. Their records are utterly disgraceful. As the 4th Hokage's bodyguards, they were killed. Yet all three of them escaped unscathed. It would be a lie to say they're not ashamed. Now they're shamelessly begging for favors, clearly trying to curry favor with the future 5th Hokage. Tisk tsk, all three of them felt like their faces were burning, but they were also forced into a desperate situation. Genma, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi, known as the Genma Squad, were once highly regarded by the 4th Hokage. Coming from humble origins and achieving such success at such a young age, their talent is truly extraordinary. Although clearly younger than them, Uchiha Yoro, with his superior demeanor, spoke to the three intelligence agents with a smile, and they didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable after listening. "I've never met the three of you before, but I seem to have heard Orochimaru's teacher mention you. The 4th Hokage once told him that his Genma squad of 3 bodyguards had mastered the Flying Thunder formation technique. I'm very curious whether that's true or false." Uchiha Yoro's words momentarily startled the three, but then they remembered that he was a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, who in turn was a disciple of the 3rd Hokage and even a member of the same team as Jiraiya, and that the 4th Hokage was Jiraiya's disciple. Although there was a slight hint of understanding, knowing that this was a secret was perfectly acceptable, so the three of them suddenly showed expressions of sudden realization. Upon hearing this, Genma, who was completely oblivious to the truth, seemed to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a decision, saying in a low voice, "That's right. The 4th Hokage once taught the Flying Thunder formation technique to the three of us. If Lord Yoro needs it, we are willing to share everything we know." At this moment, Uchiha Yoro revealed a smile. This could be considered his first sign of authority. When the three of them handed him this jutsu, it represented the complete imprinting of his mark, or rather, the mark of the Orochimaru lineage. Logically speaking, this was an advanced ninjutsu technique that the 4th Hokage had taught them three. Although the 4th Hokage was dead, this technique involved some confidential information, so they needed to report it to the current Hokage before they could pass it on to others. It was clear to the three of them that they intended to use this jutsu as their opening move to make a name for themselves. Looking at the three of them, Uchiha Yoro immediately showed a curious expression. I'm a little curious. Although this is our first meeting, I trust my own judgment. You three aren't that kind of people. Can you tell me what reason led you three to go against your original intentions and join the 7th Division of the Police Department? That's quite something. With that one sentence, I believe you are not that kind of people. The three men, momentarily embarrassed and apprehensive, immediately radiated the emotion of a true gentleman dying for his friend. Those three were in a terrible situation. Who could have imagined the Hawkeye would die? Besides, they weren't supposed to participate in the Ninetales battle, were they? The 4th Hawkeye's spatial jetsu directly teleported the Ninetales so far away that even the 3rd Hawkeye was dead by the time he arrived. They were practically running like dogs and still couldn't catch up, but no one listened to their excuses. All that everyone saw was the 4th Hawkeye hanging dead. They, as the 4th Hawkeye's bodyguards, hadn't suffered a single hair loss and were all still alive and well. The rumors and slander had tormented the three of them considerably during this time. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru seemed like their patron saint, and the three of them felt sorry for each other. Tatami Iwashi's eyes welled up with tears, and he couldn't help but angrily slam the table. He tried to suppress his emotions, but still spoke with a nasal, wrong tone, explaining the reason. We're not afraid of dying, nor are we afraid of what others might say behind our backs. The truth is, there are some people who don't treat the three of us as human beings. We're afraid that one day we might die inexplicably at the hands of our own family. At this moment, Tatami Iwashi was filled with resentment. Beside him, ignorant Fire Genma wanted to speak up to stop him, but after gaping, he finally sighed helplessly. At this moment, it felt like a gramophone had been turned on, and Namiyashi Rado also spoke up with a wronged expression. It's not that we're taking advantage of the situation. We didn't want this to happen. We didn't protect the 4th Hawkeye well enough. Whatever punishment you say, we'll accept it. We're just gatekeepers, aren't we? We deserve it, but even if it's execution, we'll accept it. But you can't do this. At this moment, Namiyashi Rado and Tatami Iwashi were filled with anger. But in the end, Genma, the unknowing fire, let out a deep sigh and looked at Uchiha Yoru, revealing the actual situation. Lord Yoru, the three of us have been in the same team since graduation, and some time ago Root secretly attacked us. Root! Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru immediately understood that the other party was referring to Root's actions that night. However, he calmly shook his head and said, although I don't know much about Root, I do know one thing. If Root had acted, I'm afraid the three of you would have secretly disappeared from Konoha long ago. Although these words sounded a little contemptuous, they were true. If Root had really wanted to take action, the three of them would have silently disappeared from the village long ago. Upon hearing this, Song Tatami Iwashi let out a pathetic laugh, mockingly remarking to himself, that's right, it's a pity that the three of us have relatively important things in our heads, such as the profound techniques of the Flying Thunder formation. Root used a secret technique to enter the spiritual world and directly examine the memories. This is a secret technique of the Yamanaka Intelligence Agency. Although they were commoners, having served as the 4th Hawkeye's bodyguards for a year, they still possessed some knowledge and naturally recognized Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. I'm afraid we won't be able to make a move right from the start. With our past reputations, the three of us will naturally be useless. This is something to settle later. First, we need to thoroughly investigate the Flying Thunder formation technique. I'm afraid that the day after tomorrow, some rogue ninja or someone protecting the 4th Hawkeye will punish us for something unfavorable. Yes, it's also possible that our fear of the Ninetales and inability to advance will cause the three of us to silently disappear from the village. Seeing Tatami Iwashi sarcastically express his true feelings, Genmai and Namiyashi Rado, standing beside him, also showed wry smiles and shook their heads. Their understanding of Root was indeed quite plausible. Of course, there's another possibility, exploiting the useless members of the group, forcing them to join Root and become cannon fodder for missions. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru finally understood everything. These three were being forced into this situation by Root. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shamelessly begged to join Orochimaru's ranks. It was clear that, in the eyes of the three, Orochimaru now had the greatest influence and was the last likely candidate to become the 5th Hokage. Their joining would naturally bring them protection. Lord Yoru, it's not that the three of us are afraid of death, but we truly don't want to die in such a humiliating way. Even if we were sent to the battlefield now and died there, we wouldn't want to suffer Root's torment. At this moment, Genma, also unaware of the situation, spoke up. After learning about the Tatami Iwashi incident, all three were immediately enraged. However, after the anger subsided, what remained was resentment. Root's methods were so ruthless that, to put it bluntly, they would rather commit suicide than fall into Root's hands. Therefore, the three decided to seek refuge with Orochimaru. Just as they had made up their minds, coincidentally, as the three of them were looking at the main gate, they saw Lord Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru, who had just left for a mission, at dusk. With a mission assigned to Lord Orochimaru, they naturally wouldn't dare block his path, but Uchiha Yoru could. I've naturally heard about Root's cruel methods from my teacher. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at the three people, his face showing even more resentment. Root's actions have indeed earned him hatred. Rest assured, tonight the three of you will accompany me to the police station to complete the procedures. It's a real waste that Konoha's gatekeepers have such an elite squad. Upon hearing about what the three had gone through, Uchiha Yoruichi's expression turned furious, and she slammed her hand on the table to express her feelings. Seeing this, Genmei and the other two immediately showed expressions of gratitude. With Root staring at them from behind, the three of them could hardly eat or drink, fearing that the next moment they would disappear from Konoha or be taken back to Root's base, subjected to various cruel tortures, and even their corpses would be used for research. Now that they had finally found their match, they could finally let go of their last remaining hope. At the same time, Genma, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi looked at each other and all revealed a sense of relief at having survived a near-fatal ordeal. The reputation was truly immense, so immense that they were all restless and uneasy. Uchiha Yoru, however, revealed a cheerful expression. After all, Danzo Root had been the scapegoat more than once or twice, so adding another one wasn't much. He could conveniently gain 3 capable assistants for free. Anyone chosen by the 4th Hokage to be a bodyguard must definitely be capable. Especially for the core group, regardless of whether he betrayed or fled. The more core ninjas he had, the better. As for the 3 of them, they hadn't betrayed the village. They simply wanted to survive and seek refuge in Orochimaru's village. Being part of the Hokage's faction, they weren't exactly breaking away. That night, the 3 of them went to the 7th Division's police headquarters office building. Thanks to Root's intimidation, the 3 elite ninjas were forced to stay inside the office building, claiming they wanted to familiarize themselves with the work. In reality, they were afraid Root would come looking for them. They decided to resign from their gatekeeping jobs the next day, and even the Hokage couldn't persuade them to stay. The choice of keeping the Hokage could still lead to him falling into Root's hands, and at most, the police would just be ridiculed. They willingly accepted this fate, even trusting the Hokage. They weren't fools. Having followed the 4th Hokage for a year, they knew perfectly well the 3rd Hokage's relationship with Root, a relationship so intimate and unrestrained that it was practically a case of unrequited love. For the next few days, Konoha appeared calm and peaceful, as if everyone had fallen into a state of peace and happiness. Konoha's high-ranking officials, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu, constantly clashed with the Cloud Village's delegation from the Land of Lightning. After all, they were seasoned veterans and naturally the most skilled in this area. Root Danzo seemed busy plotting something, and the 3rd Hokage was issuing numerous Hokage orders to various parts of the Land of Fire. Furthermore, there were strange signs of troop reinforcements appearing on the front lines, and the direction was still towards the hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Yoru has been smiling so much these past few days that he can barely keep his eyes open. Although there aren't many clans in Konoha, they're all very generous with their money. Even the 3rd Hokage personally sent clan members to provide financial support. The entirety of Konoha was dominated by the Hyuga clan, whose atmosphere seemed somewhat oppressive. Although it had always been like this time it felt different, giving off a suffocating feeling. Time flew by, and a month passed. The 4th Rankage of the hidden Cloud Village couldn't contain his rage and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "That despicable old villain Sarutobi Hiruzen, he's truly hateful." Lord Rankage, Konoha now has a few elite squads beginning to reinforce the front lines, and at the same time, the whereabouts of Orochimaru, one of the Sennin's cold army, have been discovered near the Land of the Sea. Upon hearing his subordinates' report, the 4th Rankage couldn't help but slam his hand on the table and stand up, shouting angrily, "This old man Saratobi is truly treacherous. He deserves to die." Saratobi Hiruzen's tactics are truly vicious. He's reinforced the front lines, and even Orochimaru, one of the Sennin, has appeared at the border. This is a clear threat. If you dare to make a move, Konoha will dare to wage a full-scale ninja war against you. Do you dare? The fourth Raikage, seething with anger, could only grit his teeth and swallow his resentment. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but the truth was, the Cloud Village's resources alone were simply insufficient. The previous Great War had already revealed Konoha's formidable strength. Even a single unlevel attack could have easily depleted their forces. Send the messengers to Konoha to deliver the order. No matter what, even if it's outrageous, the third Hokage must at least give an answer. Feeling humiliated and defeated, the fourth Raikage could only resort to such despicable tactics to vent his frustration. After all, they had just gone through 3 battles, and it wasn't just Konoha. Their Cloud Village had also suffered significant losses. Konoha, Hyuga clan. The dim candlelight illuminated the room, its ancient charm revealing its historical origins. On either side sat the Hyuga clan head and 6 elders, awaiting their arrival. And kneeling on the platform was the third Hokage, wearing a Hokage-style hat. At this moment, the third Hokage lowered his hat, a pipe dangling from the corner of his mouth as he smacked his lips, inhaling and exhaling smoke. Now that the Lightning Country's chief envoy has been killed within the Hyuga clan's territory, regardless of the reason, this is Konoha after all. The Cloud Village is using this as an excuse to claim that Konoha violated the alliance treaty shortly after signing it, raising many unreasonable conditions. Even more so because of the ongoing conflict, the frontline border has been put on high alert. The cunning third Hokage calmly shifted the pressure directly onto the Hyuga clan. Aren't you Hyuga clan members, like the Uchiha clan, a renowned clan in the Warring States period? So powerful, even the Hokage couldn't interfere in your clan's territory. Fine, now someone has died at your doorstep. You stirred up trouble, now you'll have to sort it out yourselves. Do you think I'll wipe your backside for you? Once the front lines are at war, the Hyuga clan will be the culprits of all of Konoha. And this is all because of you, Hyuga clan. If you say that the Cloud Village messengers are guilty of crimes punishable by death 1,000 times over, that they kidnapped and robbed your Hyuga clan of their bloodline, would anyone believe that if you told them? The hidden Cloud Village's envoy delegation dared to rob and kill people from within Konoha, including those with Hyuga bloodlines. Even the second Hokage never managed to break out of the hidden Cloud Village. Do they really think this envoy delegation is the god of the shinobi world? In short, the Hyuga clan is currently inhuman, both inside and out. Saratobi Hiruzen's methods are even more vicious, directly stripping them bare. After all, your Hyuga clan's territory is practically your independent domain. No one can interfere. So how do you expect me to explain this? After the third Hokage finished speaking, he calmly looked at the Hyuga clan as if he were Lu Wang. He was now certain of victory and could thoroughly defeat the Hyuga clan. Hyuga clan head. Inside the dimly lit, ancient chamber, every elder of the Hyuga clan wore a grim expression. Saratobi Hiruzen's methods were still exceptionally ruthless. Seizing the opportunity to strike directly, he was truly swift, precise, and vicious. As the clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, with an expressionless face, glanced at the cunning third Hokage and said in a low voice, "Third Hokage, rest assured. The Hyuga clan will certainly give Konoha a satisfactory price for the Cloud Village incident." Even at this moment, Hyuga Hayashi still maintained the ancient dignity of his clan, not showing the slightest sign of weakness. Seeing this, the third Hokage shook his head and gripped his pipe. "All right, I'll do my best to stall for a few more days, but it's already been a month. I'm afraid I can't stall for much longer." As the third Hokage, whose figure wasn't particularly tall, departed, the elders of the Hyuga clan immediately frowned and began to speak. "Well done, third Hokage. Not only are you threatening the hidden Cloud Village, but you're also trying to use this opportunity to attack our Hyuga clan. What is Saratobi plotting?" Even third-rate fighters in the Warring States period weren't to be trifled with, and now he's riding roughshod over our Hyuga clan. How hateful! When Saratobi first built the village, he didn't have the guts to do this. Now he's so powerful, he's produced one Hokage, and he wants to produce another. Each of the clan elders was furious. With their rigid and arrogant nature, they had always considered themselves superior to others. If the Uchiha were known for their arrogant personalities, then the Hyuga clan was inherently superior to others. The Hyuga clan was essentially a powerful family that confined itself to its territory. Within their clan's land, they were the rulers, the masters of everything. Anyone outside their clan's borders was their servant. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi looked at each of the elders in their secluded quarters, his face calm. Since the third Hokage wants an answer, then we, the Hyuga clan, will give him an answer. Let's not have any friction with the Cloud Village because of this. Otherwise, the whole village will spread rumors that our Hyuga clan caused the disaster. Hayashi, what do you intend to do? Upon seeing Hayashi's indifferent demeanor, one of the elders immediately shouted in a low, deep voice. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi clearly understood that, due to the dignity of the Hyuga clan, he would not bow his head, so he chose to retaliate. Perhaps Hayashi's idea is correct, but we could use someone else. What do you mean? It seemed everyone's gaze fell upon the oldest elder, who merely gave a cold, indifferent smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly has clever tactics, but he forgets that the dignity of a noble clan has always been something that cannot be trampled upon. Does he really think everyone is just like that third-rate Sarutobi? Separating and taking on the responsibility of protecting the clan head is perfectly appropriate now. Hizashi is the perfect replacement for Hayashi. This is what our Hyuga clan has entrusted to him. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi, who had always been calm and composed, suddenly changed his expression and angrily said, "Hizashi cannot go." With a rustling sound, pairs of eyes turned towards him. Hyuga Hayashi, brimming with the pressure of everyone present, glared intensely at them all. "I am the head of the Hyuga clan. Hizashi is my younger brother, and I absolutely will not allow this." Kago no Torai's fate was unchangeable, so he could only accept everything, but he absolutely could not allow his own younger brother to die in his place. However, each of the clan elders was filled with cold indifference. "Hayashi, you must remember that you are the head of the Hyuga clan. You bear the responsibility for the rise and fall of the Hyuga clan, and Hizashi's destiny is to protect the existence of the clan. Not bad. The reason for splitting up was to protect the head of the family. Let's get rid of Hizashi, then we'll see what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to do." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he could use this opportunity to strike at the Hyuga clan, but he didn't realize that the Hyuga clan wasn't incompetent either. And they immediately devised a fierce counterattack. Once the Hyuga clan hands over their member, this fire will be thrown onto the third Hokage's head. It's a life against a life. We, the Hyuga clan, are willing to sacrifice the life of our clan head. You, the third Hokage, tell me, is that enough? If not, the Hyuga will continue to send more corpses over. In short, you, as the third Hokage, have the authority to decide. It can be said that the Hyuga clan, conversely, employed an extremely powerful military tactic, truly striking at the heart of the matter. It's safe to say that in a duel between masters, every move is deadly. Hyuga separated. The room was simple and rustic, and although it lacked the imposing presence of a master, it still exuded an air of antiquity. With a rustling sound, the door was pulled open, and the members inside the room, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately showed expressions of joy. One of them, in a moment of urgency, secretly activated his Byakugan, observing the surroundings once before saying in a low voice, "Lord Hizashi, there are no guards nearby." It was Hyuga Hizashi who arrived. Looking at the four men in the room who were his former confidants, the once quiet Byakugan user now showed a few more signs of excitement. The plan has changed and needs to be implemented soon. Looking at the four people, Hyuga Hizashi spoke in a low voice, and the four were immediately startled upon hearing him. But one of them excitedly said, "Lord Hizashi, we've been waiting for this for a long time. First, tell me a little about how the task was completed." Hyuga Hizashi had just returned from his master's house, his heart filled with anger and resentment. Previously, he would have simply resigned himself to his fate, but now he had a new choice. For the sake of his child, for a better future, he wanted to take a gamble. "Lord Hizashi, to prevent information from leaking out, everything in the Jonin village below is being done secretly. Rest assured, they are secretly placing the seals while the target is unconscious and asleep. At this time, they themselves don't know that Kago no Torai has been sealed. It's impossible to contact members stationed far away within the Fire Nation's borders who are carrying out missions, as information could easily leak out. The children and women are easy to talk to. Almost nothing is overlooked, except that we are still a little uncertain about Jonin ranks and dare not act rashly. After hearing the four reports, Hyuga Hizashi, suppressing immense pressure, nodded and said in a low voice, "Good, tomorrow," under the pretext of the clan split conference. Summon all the separated Jonin in the village to assemble tonight. At that time, we will directly state that those who are willing to join us will directly join forces to help seal Kago no Torai. If those who are unwilling will be subdued by the central clan head first, and we will start the operation after midnight. So urgent! Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. While Hyuga Hizashi suppressed his anxiety, he was now a man with no choice but to act. The clan head has begun to have doubts and can't wait. Once we successfully launch our attack, the clan members outside will absolutely not dare to make a move because we will have completely rendered Kago no Torai useless. Once the clan head truly decides to take action, it's a case of the fish die, the net breaks. The clan head wouldn't be that foolish, so separating the members outside is safer. As long as we succeed in our operation, we can then send people to seal all the separated members Kago no Torai, thus ending the fate of Hyuga Kago no Torai in our generation. The fate of Kago no Torai has come to an end. As these words echoed in the ears of the four separated Hyuga clan members, the middle-aged man with the white eyes immediately burst into tears. Their hearts had long since calmed down, choosing to accept their fate. However, a month before they separated, their clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, secretly sought them out, claiming to have found the seal that held Kago no Torai. At that moment, they were shocked to realize that their hearts were not dead, but merely bound by Kago no Torai's destiny. At this moment, they were no longer living for themselves, but for their descendants, for ending their divergent destinies. Konoha, seemingly peaceful, was now revealing a powerful, surging tide of change. With the third Hokage in power, he had skillfully employed his ruthless tactics, honed over many years of rule. The deployment of Konoha's elite forces was undeniable and could not escape the notice of other major nations. Moreover, this time Konoha made no attempt to conceal its intentions, clearly stating its stance. If the Cloud Village dared to come, Konoha would dare to fight. Under the ruthless tactics of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was on the front lines, also managed to gain some notoriety. Meanwhile, within Konoha, undercurrents were surging. The common people were clamoring for peace to come, believing that the Cloud Village incident had only caused a stir among the high-ranking officials and hadn't yet reached the general population. Otherwise, escalating the issue would not end well, as this was ultimately a diplomatic game between the two countries. 3 days passed in an instant. These 3 days were also the time the family head gave Hyuga Hizashi. After all, the other party was the family head's younger brother, and even more so, the separated family head. The setting sun is about to fall, casting a rosy glow over Konoha in the twilight. Within the Hyuga clan's compound, in the Hyuga Hizashi mansion, the two brothers sat facing each other, their hearts heavy with suppressed emotions. The two brothers remained silent, even though their families had separated and divided them. They had grown up together since childhood, and even fought together on the battlefield. Although their feelings for each other had become somewhat distorted in this strange world, their brotherhood had never faded. It was just that they had concealed it very well. Tonight is the deadline. Hyuga Hayashi's expression was indifferent, as if he were talking about a trivial matter, while Hyuga Hizashi, equally serious and with a cold expression, nodded in response, saying, "Understood. Tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi calmly raised his teacup and gently took a sip. "Hizashi, you haven't changed at all. You've never lied." Hyuga Hizashi, who was seriously holding a teacup, was suddenly startled by this remark, causing the tea in his hand to spill and almost resulting in a blunder. Trying to suppress the unease in his heart, Hyuga Hizashi calmly said, "Brother, I don't understand what you mean." Hyuga Hayashi said nothing more, calmly took a sip of tea from his cup, calmly set the cup down, lowered his head, and slowly said, "Perhaps the time was too short, and your men made a mistake tonight." Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Hizashi's composure faltered slightly, but he managed to restrain himself. However, Hyuga Hayashi seemed oblivious, lowering his head and sighing deeply. The Hyuga clan is probably truly rotten, head of the family. The split has caused resentment within the clan to linger for over 100 years. Hizashi, at first I really hoped it was the split, not you, but after my father looking at Hinata, I suddenly felt fortunate to be the head of the family. At this moment, I suddenly understand the existence of the resentment between the clan head and the separated clan, but the deeply ingrained ideology of the Hyuga clan, rooted in their very bones for hundreds of years, is not so easily broken. As they spoke, Hyuga Hayashi slowly took a scroll from his chest, and when he looked up, a rare smile appeared on his face. Hizashi, you've protected me for so many years. This time I'll fulfill my duty as an older brother. I've also studied Kago no Torai, but I couldn't find a way to use it. Perhaps you'll succeed this time. This is some of my personal savings and the secret gentle fist techniques that my family possesses. Don't think too much about it when you go there. Take good care of yourself. At this moment, the two brothers felt as if they were transported back to that battlefield where the flames of war raged, a time when there seemed to be no distinction between master and servant. And both brothers, surrounded by enemies, were filled with unwavering faith. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes revealed complex emotions. He knew his actions had been discovered, but his older brother chose to keep it a secret. Brother, I want to ask you something. If Kago no Torai hadn't been deciphered, what would you have done? Although the words were not yet finished, the two clearly understood the meaning. Hyuga Hayashi, without hesitation, nodded firmly and said, I will. Because I am the Hyuga clan head, and also your older brother. If I die, there will be a new Hyuga clan head, but you, Hizashi, will still be separated, and so will Neji. Fate has not been broken yet. Only as long as I remain the clan head can I protect Neji and Hinata. Although his older brother had openly admitted that he would watch him die, Hyuga Hizashi showed not the slightest disappointment upon hearing this answer. Instead, he even smiled. So what's the reason for this now? At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi already had the answer in his heart, but he still wanted to hear his older brother's reply. Now that I see Kago no Torai's fate shattered, I don't want Neji to harbor resentment towards the clan later on. The resentment between the clan and the separation will end in our generation, Hyuga Hayashi said calmly, slowly rising to his feet. As they approached the door, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly paused and weakly said, Hizashi, will you still protect me after this? Neither of them looked at the other, but in that unseen space, a faint glimmer of light seemed to well up in both their eyes. Hearing Hayashi's sudden question, Hyuga Hizashi, with a rare disdainful snort, let out a weak, disappointed sigh and slowly pushed the door open. Separating now would mean I wouldn't be protecting the family anymore. If I were still fighting on the battlefield, I think I would use my younger brother's identity to protect my elder brother. A hoarse voice lingered in his ears. At this moment, the usually stiff and taciturn Hyuga Hayashi, who rarely spoke, revealed a sincere and heartfelt smile as he gazed at the setting sun. If that time really comes, I'd also like to protect my younger brother in my capacity as his older brother. That feeling is truly satisfying. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and a chasm seemed to appear between the Hyuga brothers, separating them. Yet, both of them wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile on their faces. At this moment, they were no longer the heads of the family separated, but rather brother and younger brother. In the quiet room, Hyuga Hizashi suppressed his complex emotions deep within, his voice still somewhat hoarse and cold as he said, You heard it, didn't you? Inside the room, the sliding door was pushed open, revealing two figures, the separated Jonin. Both were silently looking at their separated clan head. I heard about it. The relationship between the head of the family and the separated family is very complicated. They were originally brothers, bound by blood, but it was precisely because of the system of separation that an uncontrollable rift arose between them. Over the years, resentment existed, but there was also no shortage of brothers like Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi who still preserved their brotherly bond. After all, this was a ninja world, separated countless times under protection, and the head of the family was not a cold-blooded animal, especially when seeing his own younger brother risking his life to protect him. Although Kago no Torai was the reason, their blood was also hot, and the head of the family had countless regrets and heartbreaks as they watched their own younger siblings die protecting them. The Hyuga clan, the main family, is riddled with complex grudges and animosities, a deep-seated hatred between brothers. They yearn for the brotherly affection of commoners, yet are equally proud of their own origins.